How does the second law of motion prove the Earth is a globe?
No, you just said, like, you know.
I just said
We're
what?
not trying to prove the Earth is a globe. We're trying to prove that Isaac Newton, employed the scientific method. That's what we're currently
He
arguing.
didn't employ the scientific method, and he admitted it.
Let's get to the proof the Earth is a globe. Then let's move on. So go do. Let's get to that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. You keep trying to bring it back. Like, forget that. Like, I would love to hear an actual.
What's the proof the Earth is a globe? What's the proof the Earth is a globe?
Zodiac, forget it. Let's say I acknowledge the skepticist argument and I take in radical.
It's not skeptical. There's no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, but like honestly, in good faith,
there's no evidence to be skeptical of. You're trying to get a free one that there's evidence that's being denied. There's no evidence.
Okay,
you deny. No, because this is just narrative bullshit. Sitting there listening to you say you're skeptical of the evidence. There is no evidence to be skeptical of.
I'm trying to
any evidence. You present the narrative. Claims are not evidence.
I'm not trying to
make evidence. I'll be skeptical of that.
Oh, I'm agnostic right now. Like, I'm fully agnostic.
Do you have any evidence to be skeptical of that you can present?
Yeah, you yapping about what you believe is not evidence for what you believe.
Yeah, you're right. I'm completely agnostic, and I'm aware of that.
It's evidence about your mental state. That's all it is.
You're agnostic, so you're not a globe earther?
And believe me, I am not skeptical about your mental state.
That's what I'm saying, Zodiac. That's what I'm saying.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes, that's what I mean when I say, let's say I'm being agnostic and I raise the skepticist like argument.
So can you say out loud that you do not believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe, bro. I think it's flat as a disc, right? Like, let's move on. What do you think about that?
A disc? Nobody said it was.
Oh my god, dude! I'm trying to agree with you. Like, I'm trying to get like what your own belief on the subject.
So you do not believe the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
Based. Honestly, based.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Jack.
I mean, just look outside your window. Do you see a globe?
Flatter than a flapjack. I'm about to flat smack Globers. Get your bags packed.
Finally, bro. Yeah. What took you so long?
Yeah, lesson one. Bro. No curvature to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson two. Have the Earth covered in flat water.
Why are we just letting this guy go on like this? Like, really?
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Oh, he's finally telling the truth.
Lesson three. Take a look at the stars you see.
I don't think I've heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth in the entire time I've been listening. I haven't heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I was listening.
Wow, that's a freaking harsh indictment, dude, because Mick is very diplomatic and forgiving.
Wow. I've gained the ire of Mick.
No, he's not the ire, the evaluation that you're dishonest, dude. he of all people is very he gives the benefit of the doubt to people saying things and just presuming they're fucking honest.
And India, you know the worst part? I was asleep half the time.
You're wrong every time?
No. I was asleep half the time, but I could still suss it out. All right?
You are asleep.
It's like I'm a psychic or some shit. Like, dude, you're full of shit, bro. Quit with this fucking rambling nonsense, man.
Look in a mirror, genuinely.
Look in the mirror.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
What am I going to see? What am I going to see?
Say those words to your fucking self.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to look at myself in the mirror, dude. My fucking beard's all messy and shit.
I didn't need to know that.
Is there a silver lining?
Like, if they had any value to what I'm saying.
I can ask.
Right?
Like, genuinely.
What I've heard come from your fucking pie hole, okay, this entire time is nothing but weaselly nonsense.
Okay. Weaseling out of things is what separates us from the animals, except maybe the weasels.
You see what I mean, right?
Okay, we can't access the ISS, so give us something that we can actually test that prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm agnostic, bro. I think it's flat as a disc. Like,
no, even better, tourists. Can you just come to your senses, be honest, and admit that you don't know what you're talking about? Can you just admit that you don't know what you're talking about, tourist?
Sure, dude.
And he contradicted himself.
There you go.
So there you go, a concession. He doesn't. All this time, he doesn't know what he's been talking about.
Sure, dude, I'll concede immediately. But like, what's your opinion? Like, any opinion, any real belief at all? I'm excited to hear it.
Okay, when you go outside, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, whoever talking.
I was saying, I mean, like, what's the point, man? Like, not 10 seconds ago, he contradicts himself, and now he concedes. Like, where's he going? Is it over yet?
I understand the skeptic argument. I do get it.
Why do you keep calling it a skeptical argument, man?
It's a type of philosophy.
Not a skeptical argument. You have no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, I mean your argument. Hold on. I mean your argument that the Earth is flat. I understand the skepticism of that argument, which is like the hyper skeptic. You can't trust any source of authority. You can only independently verify.
Yeah, straw man. Keep piling it up. No one said that. No one said any of those things.
Okay, well, let's hear anything you believe then, if that's the case.
I don't believe things.
Exactly. So you're a contrarian, like I said, like a hyper skeptic.
No, I'm a direct realist. Meaning,
a direct realist.
Yeah, that means I go out, I make observations, and that's how the world is.
So hold on,
when I go out and I see the Earth is flat, and I detect that it's motionless, I just assume that's what it is.
Okay, so you do believe
it looks flat because it is flat, and it's motionless, feels motionless because it's not moving.
Okay, great. So you believe it's motionless. You believe it's flat.
That's what I experience.
Free outside your house. Yeah.
That's what I experience.
That's what we experience. Yeah.
What do you believe? I know it's that way.
Well, no, you believe it to be that way.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Taurus, when do you experience the globe in real life?
When do you experience anything, dude? You're locked inside your brain.
When do you experience everything? You're real. Brain in the jar, Zodiac. In 10, 9, 8.
What?
Taurus, when you look outside your window, can you describe the shape of the floor without, obviously be generic, don't dox yourself. But when you look outside, can you just describe the shape of the Earth that you see?
I mean, dude, I'm in London. Like, I'll just say that. But like, so I can't see shit because it's like a metropolis. So I don't see a horizon line or anything.
You can't see the floor, the streets or anything. You can't see the ground at all?
He can see all the buildings that are parallel to each other, level, flat, horizontal, according to water levels and the orientation of the whole city. Is evidence that it's not a sphere because there's no curvature between the buildings. It's all parallel.
Let's put this dude on ice and deal with Eskimo Greg because he's talking nonsense in the chat. Eskimo Greg.
What up?
Okay, you said. How do you think GPS works? How do you think it works?
Positioning. Satellites rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how it works, dude. How does it work?
As they ping your location.
Nope.
Like tower.
That was a rage quit.
You have no idea how it works. You've made up something in your head about how it works.
All right, I'll go.
So that's very funny.
I'll figure
that you're sitting here calling us science deniers when you don't know the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. GPS uses a technology called trilateration. It's not two-way communication. Your GPS receiver doesn't talk to satellites. It gets there's a Rhinex message that has a timestamp in it, and it takes that timestamp and gives you the time of flight and tells you the distance to wherever the transmitter is. And if you have four of these, you have overlapping circles, then you have overlapping circles, and that will give you a position. The grid, which that puts you on, is something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system, which puts you on a tangent plane.
Nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm describing GPS in detail of how it works. Technologically.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't know how it works, but he doesn't want to hear how it works.
The thing is that you believe that there's a tree outside your house. You believe there's a tree outside your house.
We move on from you. Tourist, just mute yourself, Tourist, for now. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. Eskimo. What is differential GPS, and where are those beacons located? You have no idea how any of this shit works. Like I said, you made up in your head how you think it works. But it's literally just made up.
You're just making up shit in your head.
You can fact check everything I just said. You can fact check everything I just said. While you Google it. and try to figure out what you believe, why you believe it, ex post facto. You know what Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is? It's how your GPS receiver, that's your coordinates. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. You know what that's not on a globe? You know that's on a plane? Because the coordinate is up, down, east. When you see it, after coordinate conversion, it'll display it in latitude and longitude. Oh, he bolted.
He's gone with the wind.
Tell us, Eskimo. Tell us, Eskimo Greg. Tell us more. But I want to hear more about how we don't understand science and how all the scientists agree and how this and that and the other thing.
Sounds like
here goes. Brown Recluse is going to be a fucking retard too.
Yes,
a short version of tourist.
Let's not get insulting, Indio. Let's be nice.
Yeah, well, stop being a dummy, dude.
I'm just trying to talk with that guys about the scientist claim that the other guy was talking about, man.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth scientist or a flat Earth scientist. That qualifier is just arbitrary nonsense, dude.
What would you call a scientist that believes in the flat Earth and a scientist that believes in the globe Earth?
Their beliefs are irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about in chat. How is it irrelevant if that's what we're talking about?
It's irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about.
To what they believe.
How are their beliefs irrelevant to what they believe?
Dude.
No, the Earth being flat is not determined by beliefs.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
A scientist who believes in the flat Earth would then be a flat Earth scientist.
There's scientists that are flat Earthers. Yes.
I disagree with that claim. If you can provide evidence, I will.
Dr. John D.
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. He's a freaking professor that teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Dr. John D. What's his last name?
Okay, and now that I've provided somebody, now what? Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No, and that was never my claim.
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
No, that was never my claim, dude.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because that's what was being discussed in chat. I joined into a conversation.
Why is it? But why does it? What's the point?
What do you want me to get into?
Brown, you don't get it. There's
What's the point of the existence or non-existence of so-called flat Earth scientists?
Again, regardless,
what does that tell us about the world?
That the scientist beliefs does not dictate the shape of the Earth, right? I agree with that. But that was never my claim. I was only engaging with what was happening in chat. I didn't create the topic. I was simply engaging.
If 99% of the scientists in the world thought the Earth was flat, would you become a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, then it's irrelevant.
So I'm just engaging with what's happening in chat. I didn't make the topic, guys.
Okay.
Any other Globers want to step up? Who's ready? Who's ready to defend this?
You said it more than once. The guy said you have no science. And then you went to scientists. Scientist isn't science. Scientist is a human practice. It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean they are doing science. So think about a geneticist. He's doing science in a particular field. But if he says the Earth is a globe, that isn't a scientific claim. And even if it was, but that being said, the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim in the first instance, because it's a claim about the shape of something. That is geometry. So when you claim the Earth is a globe and that's based upon science, that's a category error and it's nonsense. The reason you guys do this see what I'm doing right now is exposing propaganda. The reason you do this is because science in the modern day has taken down this whole other meaning, where it doesn't mean the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It means truth. It means we can't debate this. It means this is an unquestionable truth. That's why you guys use that word when you say Earth is a globe is proven by science. You don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. You just want to say the magic word science. and then all else falls to the wayside.
Exiting through the back door. 1, 2, 3.
India, what science do you use to measure a 2x4?
You don't. I use a tape measure.
Why are they so hung up on science if it's a question of measure?
Exactly.
All right. Is there anyone else here that?
Like I said, the reason they use that terminology is the propaganda. That's all it is. It's just a rhetorical technique.
What was the quote from, what was it, Tesla? Somebody said that basically science has become mathematicans just figuring out equation after equation.
Or something.
Yeah. Can't remember the quote directly.
Go ahead, Zodiac. You go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anyone here that is believes in the globe? Okay, never mind. Carry on, guys. Go ahead.
I believe it was something like modern scientists have foregone the scientific method and built mathematical equation on top of equation and are left with no relation to reality. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that why there's a word called pseudoscientists? Like, there's a confusion. I mean, not a confusion, but
I don't know. I was listening to that guy earlier, but I couldn't come off mute. It was kind of funny. It made me think about how easily millions of people were convinced by the broadcast on radio of War of the Worlds that we were being attacked by aliens when he was talking about the ISS. I'm like, people can be shown the propaganda and the pomp and circumstance from a source in which they believe is an authority and can believe something that's complete fiction. I was just thinking about that when the guy was talking about the ISS and all of his claims.
Know, that's funny. It's like stuff like that got memory hold. All that stuff is just it's like it's lost. So like people in their 20s and in their 30s, they don't know anything about that. And it's not taught to them. They don't even know it even that those events ever happened in the first place. It's like it's like modern society is more like, oh, just pay attention to what's happening right now. Don't think about the past, right? So, the particulars of how we got to where we are, they just like pretend that they never happened in the first place. But I want to read something from Al-Arabi's Electromagnetic Theory, which I think is quite funny. It's a quote from there. It says, it was once told as now this is a person that invented calculus, vector calculus. So he knew a lot about mathematics. It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad and he mistook the symbols for realities as M for the moon and S for the sun. And that's how these guys are. They think the variables in the equations are actual physical things that exist in reality.
Good way to put it, and pretty simplified. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Globers often conflate math and science. I mean, those are two completely different categories, especially even in education, right? They don't conflate the two. It's math and science. It's not one in and of the same. But going back to the War of the Worlds broadcast, I feel like that was one of the first litmus tests for once they started to get into space exploration, right? Like, what would people believe? Would people believe that this is even possible? Have we convinced them enough that it's a globe that we can move forward with the next step in the operation? I feel like there's a lot of litmus tests that they do. The pandemic being one of them.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Yeah.
Look, if the Russians invaded the United States and were like, and took over our airwaves and were like, we're invading, we're declaring martial law, everybody stay in their houses and don't go to work, nobody would have listened. Right? Like, fuck you, I'm grabbing my gun, I'm going to work. Like, who the hell are you? I don't care if you're invading army. I don't give a shit about martial law. You can't tell me what to do. I'm free. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, don't go to work. Stay in your house. Flatten the curve. Everybody's like, okay.
Yep, it's a great way to usher in the new economy, right? Shift everybody to working from home, right? The new normal. Everybody's in the new normal. We're all stuck in our little boxes that we live in, and we're working from home, and now they're trying to push everybody back to office. So when people become complacent in the 6 years that they've spent in their home, in their workplace, that they had to uproot themselves and change their whole routine because they were told that the pandemic was happening, now they're being told to shift back to the office. And if you don't comply, then guess what? Don't worry, we've already replaced you with AI. You don't want to play the game? That's cool. You don't want to come back into the office 5 days a week? Guess what? You could just see yourself out the door. It's an easy way to get people out of the workforce, contemplate whether or not AI can actually replace them, and the people that remain are just stuck there building the AI that's going to eventually replace their jobs.
It also injected billions of dollars into the industries of biometrics and all that stuff, and really, it took off running. It was a good reason to really develop those systems further.
Contact tracing, snitch on your neighbor, take this test to prove that you can function in this society. A lot of things implemented for sure.
All I know is our ancestors are rolling in their fucking graves calling us pussies.
I remember when it first happened, and there was like the great toilet paper shortage. And I thought to myself, I was like, so this is when the 3 seashells get invented.
That's funny. Huh? I didn't listen to any of that crap. Now, I would put on a mask if I had to go in the store because they wouldn't let you in otherwise, and I didn't feel like starving to death. So just out of necessity, I did that. But I didn't do any. I've never been tested for COVID or any of that crap. Didn't play that game.
You have to put the mask. You don't want to be arguing. You don't want to be arguing with every Karen, every corner.
Yeah, the toilet paper thing's hilarious,
especially in Boston.
Well, if you were in I was in small town, America, and if you didn't have your TV or your internet on, like you wouldn't even know anything was different.
I know that
because all the toilet paper was gone. Of all the necessities in life, people go for the toilet paper. You can literally just spray your ass and wipe it off with the washable washcloth.
It's funny though, to a degree. It's like, out of all the things I really need to think about, because I'm never working again and never leaving the house again because some idiot on the TV said not to, and I just decided I'm going to do what they say and ruin my own life because of a talking stranger. But I can go out for a little while. What should I get? Toilet paper. It's crazy, dude. Like, out of all the things, that's what you grab?
Yeah, no. India, not
probably still people right now with like a warehouse of toilet paper going, I'll use it eventually.
Yeah, India, not the food that would then lead you to eventually need the toilet paper. No, not that.
Come on, they think about food.
You can replace the toilet paper shortage with a bidet and a washcloth. Problem solved.
You could do what they do in like Somalia and just drag your ass on the ground.
That's what dogs do.
That's what dogs do.
Somalia do. I'm not making that up. My friend was stationed there in the army, and he said, "Oh, they just drag their ass on the ground and throw sand up there." Like, okay.
I was recently in the Philippines, and they have little sprayers by every single toilet, everywhere that you go. Little bidet sprayer things. Little handheld ones like you used to have on the sink back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. That's convenient. No, I mean the whole thing with the pandemic thing is like how little they had to do. I think of it like this, right? You have a horse, and you couldn't control a horse with just your arms, no matter how strong you are. But if you have reins, right? Little bit of pressure on the reins, you can make it go in any direction. You can make it pull thousands of pounds or climb a steep hill. And that's how they were, a little teeny tug. And they made the whole society make a radical change that was against its own, which should have been against their own survival instinct.
But that's a domesticated horse, because if you get the wild one, that stuff is not gonna work until you break his soul.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that was probably the same thing with the pandemic.
It's wild how this relates, you know. It wasn't just strangers saying this thing. It was a man with the label of scientist in a lab coat. It's this belief, this unquestionable belief in things given that label that allows these sorts of things to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like Fauci or any of those guys that the public was like, oh, Fauci said it, I better do it. I think it was like the government, when the government said it. I think it was when the public officials were like, you really got to do this. I think that was kind of like, it was like what actually motivated them to listen. And I don't think it was like a thing where like, I'll get in trouble if I don't. I don't think that was like the motivation, the penalty. I think the motivation was just conformity. I have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Yeah, the suggestion that they will say, if you don't do this, you are like a grandma killer, you know, like an old people killer. They say that they use that wording, and the people are like, if I don't do that, then I'm gonna affect my loved ones or whatever, right? So people convince themselves, basically.
Well, I remember people
that type of argument.
I remember people not even doing it to kneel down to the government, but to do it in to obey the WHO. They said the World Health Organization said so. I must do this. It's like, hey, we're in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Brown Recluse, you got any evidence of lasers magically bending around a sphere, or just bending down at all over a large distance?
Going straight over large distances without begging the question.
Yeah, we've got footage of it.
Right, so
plenty of footage of lasers going straight.
The footage is what we're talking about, so that's begging the question. You're providing the evidence. The evidence the evidence in question is the laser test videos. So you can't use the laser test videos as evidence for the laser test videos being valid. So what's your evidence that lasers do not bend over large distances?
Wait, what? Okay, the footage of the lasers going straight over large distances is not.
How did that's the whole thing that's happening.
Really?
How are you verifying that it's straight?
Because we can see it going straight. We can take side views of the. Yeah, we can. We have side views of some of the laser tests, right, using rectilinear lenses.
The longest side view you have is 6 miles, exactly. But the laser test we're talking about is 20-something miles, right? So you don't have a side view from 20-something miles. We're talking about large distances.
Why didn't? Okay, so yeah,
it's ostensibly straight at the horizontal or
there's no evidence that exists of a laser.
It's over.
Yeah, so this is the thing: the lasers hit the target, and you don't have any. So if it's hitting the target, shut up, shush. Yes, it hits the target, right? The beam goes directly into the center of the camera, or it hits the target if there's a physical target set up, right? Like an actual
physical target. You said it goes into the center.
There is in some. You can't see it at all. You can't see it at all until the center of the beam hits the sensor of the camera.
That's not true.
Until then, you can't see it at all.
If you go to the videos, I can show you. They point the laser's pointing upwards in one shot, and then they adjust it so that it points downward more closely to the camera, right? So then we can.
How would that go through the Earth curvature?
We can both hopefully agree that you can see the laser without it pointing directly into the camera. Can we both agree to that?
No, you can't see. Okay, so it shouldn't hit the target because there's a giant hump. There's hundreds of feet of Earth curvature that should be blocking it.
Right.
Moron.
But I just explained that you can see the laser without it going directly into the camera, correct?
You would see it 100 meters up in the air.
Let's address my question. Can you see the laser without it going directly into the camera?
No, because it would have to be 100 meters up in the air, and there's no. You don't see a laser 100 meters up in the air. The only way you could see it, right, is if it's going over the horizon, which should be at less than 3 miles, right, and then the hidden height would be over 100 meters.
All right, listen. If you saw the laser going above your head, could you see it without it going directly into the camera?
Probably not, unless you did long exposure or over a shorter distance.
So if the claim is that if the Earth is a globe, you should see the laser going above your head, how are you going to see the laser if the camera can't see the laser?
It's a direct hit. It's a direct hit. It hits the target. We also have side views where we did long exposure and we can see the entire transit of the beam from 3 foot to 3 foot.
That if the Earth was curved, the laser would go several hundred feet above your head, correct?
Yeah, but
would
that's
the
not
camera
what's
be
observed.
able? Oh, sure, but would the camera be able to see that laser?
It wouldn't be a direct hit. And
okay, so answer my question: could the camera see that laser going above your hypothetical head?
Yeah, it should be able to.
Okay, wonderful. So we agree that the camera could see the laser, and it's not a direct hit, correct?
That's seeing the laser is different to it being a direct hit directly into the sensor of the camera.
I agree. I agree that those are two separate things, right? But do we agree that the camera could see the laser while not being a direct hit?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. How are we verifying that it's a direct hit?
Because the only way you can get that level of brightness is you can't see it until it hits that sensor of the camera. Till it goes right into the lens. If you what you should do is you should watch Dr. John Dee's videos on how lasers work. Okay, learn how lasers work.
Post them, please. I'll take a look at
them. Just go to YouTube, type in Dr. John Dee.
I type in Dr. John Dee. What I get is Bob the Science Guy, Dr. John Dee, and the fallacy of flat derp, right? That's what comes up when I look up Dr. John Dee on YouTube, right? So if you would like to provide what you want me to look at, otherwise I'm just going to watch this guy.
Just go to his channel. It comes up if you type in Dr. John Dee.
Dr. John Dee. All right. Is it, does he have 55,000 subscribers?
No, he has 5.41 thousand.
It's 5,000. Okay, wonderful. All right. Is there anything specifically you want me to look at?
Yes. Go to the search, type in laser.
All right. Laser divergence, laser observation, lowest laser point, error lies and deceptions in request.
Yeah, that's a good one. Right. So he goes over
which I said like 6 of them. Which one? I said like 6 of them.
All right. So the ones that says errors, lies, and deceptions of McWest, I think he goes over.
So none of the things that say laser. Okay.
What comes up when you type in laser, right? So I typed in laser and it came up.
All right. It's a 22-minute video, so it's gonna take me a while to go through this.
Why are you being such a bitch, dude?
Why are you throwing insults around?
Well, it's the way you're talking. It's basically like an insult. It's like this weird little like passive aggressive behavior. You can't just have a normal conversation.
I'm frustrated with you specifically because you were a bitch when we were chatting in the other server, right? So I'm frustrated with you specifically and your ignorance.
No, that's only because you were being the same as what you're being now, right?
I was in chat. I was typing in text. How are my text messages sassy? And just to clarify, your claim in chat when you texted me was saying you said I was clogging up the feed. So are you changing the reason that you banned me 2 days ago?
No, I never said
I was clogging up the feed.
That's not what I said.
Absolutely. Let's go to our texts. Let's see. You're wasting time. Go whine. You're wasting time. Stop muddying up the main text with cope. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Okay, wonderful. So are you claiming that I was being sassy or was I muddying up the main text?
Yeah, you were being pathetic from what I remember.
You're just saying shit, dude. I think you're pathetic. So we both think each other are pathetic. So where do we go from here?
Where's your globe evidence?
Where's your fucking globe evidence, bro?
That's what we want to hear. Yeah.
Show us this is what you need to do. Find us a laser bending downward, right? So that's what you would need for the laser to hit the target in all of these laser tests that hit the target.
They don't hit the target. They just are seen by a camera. I made this point earlier.
None of them hit the target?
They're seen by a camera. If you could show me one that hits a target where a target is not a camera, right? Then I would love to see it. But I have not seen any evidence of that claim specifically. So if you want to say that it hits a camera,
the target was the camera.
that's what I'm saying. Again, if you want to say the target is something other than the camera, feel free to. But if we could just say camera instead of target.
Yeah. So you can't see the laser at all until it's aligned in such a way that it actually hits directly into the. You would, if what you were saying was correct, you would be able to see the laser the entire time.
Where's one point you can't see the laser?
In every single laser test video, you don't see the laser until you get the direct hit into the target.
No, again, I just addressed how I can show you one where the laser points upwards and then you can see the laser, but we agreed that if the laser was going above your head, you could still see the laser without it making a direct hit. We already went over this point.
Brown, hang on a second, dude. To be clear, I mean, DJ, is it not the case what you mean by when you're saying see the laser? You're talking about the source of the laser, right? Not like a little like lightsaber like thing. Like the beam of it. We're not looking at fucking Star Wars and shit, right? Talking about the source of the laser.
Again, that's what's in contention.
Okay,
I'll show him the difference.
Yeah.
You're just gonna show me light and then brighter light.
Term, Brian, it sounds like you're talking about seeing the beam, like zip up in the air or not.
But what's the laser if not the beam?
The source of it. That's why I specified the source.
Right. So, but again, how are we?
I'm going to show you the difference.
The source.
Yeah. This is the difference. Okay. So this is being able. Look in the side chat. Okay. This is being able to see the beam of the laser. Now that's not hitting the camera. Obviously, you can see the laser beam, right? But that's not a direct hit into the camera.
I agree. So we're seeing the laser. We both agree that we're seeing the laser, correct?
Right. So that's not what any of the tests are saying as a direct hit, right? So it's not just seeing the laser is different to actually going into the camera sensor, right? I can show you what it looks like when it goes into the camera sensor. When it actually hits the target, it's completely different. It doesn't look like this.
Goes into the camera. We both completely agree that is what happens. That the light from the laser goes into the camera. But you're claiming that the laser does not bend or diffract or diffuse at all, right? In that 20-something mile distance, correct?
I'm saying that there's no evidence that a laser bends downward over a large distance observation
towards denser mediums. Does light bend towards denser mediums?
Yeah, it does.
Is laser light?
It's interesting. Yes.
There we go.
How come with all of the laser tests that have been done, we've never seen any footage of a laser bending down? Even Dr. John D said after 350 plus hours of laser tests, right, using different spectrums of laser, different weather conditions throughout different times of the year of it, all sorts of different places and distances, he's seen lasers bending upwards, right? He's seen lasers going straight. He's never once seen a laser bending downward. No globe earther has been able to provide us a laser bending downward over a long distance observation, over a body of water or land.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
You're claiming that the light doesn't bend, right? And therefore the laser isn't bending.
I didn't say light doesn't bend.
No, you say the laser isn't bending.
No, I said what Dr. John D said, that it goes in a straight line.
Right, so that's straight line is not.
No one's ever provided footage of a laser bending downward.
Stop me.
Right, so, again,
Brown, calm down, bro.
The claim, again, I keep saying the same. The claim is that the laser is going straight, right?
No, the claim is that the laser is hitting the target, and there's no evidence of Earth curvature.
You said direct hit. What does that imply?
See the laser beam directly hitting the sensor of the camera, right? It means you're not seeing a beam of light up in the air like I showed you in the previous pictures from Dr. John D. You don't see that, okay? You see the laser actually hitting the sensor of the camera. You don't see the beam, you just see the direct hit.
Right, so again, you see the light from the laser. Like I said, we both agree to that. The claim, right, is that it's straight line. It's a direct hit from the source of the laser to the camera. right? And the claim is that it hasn't been shown to bend downward because this is a straight view.
Yeah, there's no evidence of it bending downward.
Right,
Right,
so
we
then why
see evidence of it going straight.
Straight. What do you mean? It's clearly supposed to be a straight line. Why are you fighting that?
This is what I'm saying. The camera is getting a direct hit from the laser. In order for that to happen, it would have to bend downward over hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target. You don't have any evidence of that curvature in the first place. What we're seeing is just direct hit after direct hit, dozens and dozens of different tests. Right, you don't have any evidence of a globe.
Again, we both agree that there's plenty of given evidence for the globe that you would contest as real. Obviously, there's alleged pictures from space, so you can't say there's no evidence for the globe, right? We're referring to this specific evidence.
CGI. You can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing when it comes to your space pictures. I could prove that right now if you want.
Again, I am not an expert on CGI, right? Again, I agree to that, but to claim that you're claiming that all of them are CGI. Again, I'm not claiming to be an expert.
I didn't claim that.
The claim.
I didn't claim it's all CGI.
Then
lie.
Okay.
Why you gotta lie?
1 second. I'm talking about space pictures provided, right? What is your refutation to those?
My refutation is that you can't validate them, and you just have to have faith in those. Right. That's my refutation.
Again, they are validated by other space agencies, right? So, but why are those not real?
Oh,
how do you verify the other space agencies?
Again, they corroborate each other, obviously. Again,
how do you test them? How do you test the other space agencies? What have you done to test them in real life?
Again, I haven't proven any scientific method, right? But I have observed the ISS, right? Like, again, I've seen the light from the ISS travel across the sky.
So you've seen it a bunch. So you saw something in the sky with the telescope.
You're asking what tests I did, right? I'm simply talking about that clearly evidence for the globe has been provided, right? That is in contention. His claim is that no evidence has been provided for the globe because that's globe coverage.
Hold on a second. When you saw something in the sky through your telescope, which you claim is the ISS,
I didn't see it through my telescope. I saw it.
Okay, with your own eyes, when you saw that thing in the sky, how do you know it was the ISS?
Because it's in the exact spot purported that the ISS is purported to be in, right? And then I would look up other evidences of
wait.
Please let me finish. Other evidences of other people looking at the same object, zooming in, seeing the exact shape that the ISS is purported to be, right? And then traveling to other locations where it can also be seen from other perspectives with the exact same shape and relative distance from the Earth.
What spot was it in?
What spot was it in? It's in the sky. What do you mean?
You said that there was a purported spot that it was supposed to be in. What was the spot?
Okay, I can give you like the live tracking for the ISS.
But you do see how like other people seeing that, even if they're in a different position, doesn't verify what it is.
Again, I agree that doesn't necessarily guarantee what it is, right? But I'm saying that the purported position, the given position of the ISS at any given moment, right, can be verified from the ground.
Give me the position.
It's a leap of faith.
Give us the position. Stop. Everyone stop talking. Give us the position.
Again, it's a ridiculous thing, but I will look up the ISS tracker for you.
Yes. Give us an exact position. Exactly.
Well, Zodiac, this guy, what he's done, dude, he's just managed to take the conversation away from the Earth back into sky magic that we can't validate.
Yeah,
I'm just answering your guys' questions. I didn't take it to the space, dude.
All right, fine. Let's get back to the lasers. Test I did was.
Fine. But then let me just show you this. Let me give you the current position of the ISS. Here we go. 1 second.
Okay.
This is the reported current position of the ISS. It's above it's ground point 27.79 north and 123 east, right? It's ridiculous to claim that people don't claim. How
did you measure that?
I didn't measure this. I corroborated it. I corroborated it with my actual location. It's purported to be above near where I was at the time. I looked where it was purported to be and saw a light. Right, that's what I'm claiming happened.
So above anywhere in the sky, that's what it said. Like above where you're supposed to be, but it didn't give you like a distance or anything.
It gives you an altitude. What do you mean? It doesn't give you a distance. It gives you a ground point coordinate plus an altitude. That gives you an exact location relative to Earth.
How do you know the altitude?
It provides the altitude. I didn't say I knew the altitude. I said, given the purported position, I saw a light in the sky where the purported position was supposed to be.
So you never verified the altitude. You don't know
How
if it
how am I to verify that? How am I to verify that from the ground?
That's my question to you.
Right. So again, I never claimed I did.
Okay, then you just have faith. Let's go back to the laser test. Go back. You have
then
faith.
you have faith that the lasers are straight because there's no evidence to claim that lasers don't bend.
Oh, we have faith that the lasers are hitting the target, dude. We don't need to have faith.
We can show you the
but we can confirm that the lasers.
The question is,
Okay,
if lasers
the laser.
distances,
Okay, how does the laser hit the target?
The laser diffuses, diffracts, and refracts.
Diffuses.
Okay, so you're claiming, yeah, diffuses. What the hell?
Did you really say that?
Do lasers diffuse? Do lasers diffuse?
Do you know what light diffusion is?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, tell me.
I'll give you an exact definition.
You guys, man.
The scattering of light rays as they pass through translucent mediums.
Yeah.
Or bounce off uneven surfaces.
Yeah.
There we go. So do you think that lasers
going through a diffuser?
Do lasers diffuse in the atmosphere?
No.
They don't.
No, the air is not translucent.
They're absolutely translucent, but okay.
It's not translucent, it's transparent. Clown.
There you go. I can give you the AI overview, but yes, lasers do diffuse in the atmosphere, or more accurately, spread out and scatter as they travel through the atmosphere. But again,
scattering is not diffusion.
Well, then what is diffusion?
Dude,
I just gave you the definition. One second, dude. I gave you the definition.
Dude. Stop.
I defined it.
Dude. Just stop, dude, with your fucking Texas sharpshooter bullshit.
I defined it as a scattering of light rays, and you did not contest that. Why did you not contest that?
Look.
Do you contest that definition?
Look. So.
Okay.
If you wanna, so they make things called light diffusers. You put them in front of a light.
Yeah.
So that the light becomes smooth and doesn't have a hot spot. Okay? The air is not doing that.
What happens when a light ray hits an air molecule?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? The light does not do that.
You're claiming that the light doesn't diffuse in the atmosphere. That's the claim. I'm saying that's
under
wrong.
certain conditions like fog or something like that. Yeah, it can.
What is fog? It's just
water vapor.
Atmosphere. Right. Is there water vapor always present in the atmosphere?
Not to the point that makes the air translucent. That's why we have a separate. That's why we have a separate word to describe when it's translucent. It's called fog.
No, again, it just increases in opacity.
You're the most dishonest motherfucker that comes in this chat. You know that?
No.
No, you are.
All right, man. We agree to disagree. I think that you guys are all
this
pretty.
This isn't an agree or disagree thing.
Okay, well, it's your opinion that I'm the most. So again, if other people could disagree.
Yes, that is my opinion. I think born out.
Then how is it not an agree or disagree if that's your opinion,
dude?
What?
You're going down a dead end right now.
Okay, I agree. The whole flat Earth channel is a dead end. I agree, but again, you're just saying things to try and put me down.
Seems to have controlled your life.
It does. I love it here. I'm addicted to you guys, and I hate it.
Yeah, here you are.
I'm addicted to you guys. I admit it. I love you guys more than I love a lot of my real friends.
Yeah, well, watch how you act, dude, because you're close to getting banned. I'm going to tell you that now.
You banned me yesterday, DJ, or 2 days ago. Again, I get it. You guys don't like it. But ban me if you'd like.
We like honest people. You're not one of them.
I would say the same thing about you, Indio.
Yeah, but you'd have no basis for what you said, whereas I do.
Okay, well, I defined diffusion as light scattering, and then you said and then you didn't contend it, and then immediately after you said scattering is not diffusion, or diffusion.
All scattering is not caused by the same thing.
I agree.
All scattering is not the same.
I agree.
So you're just using you're just using a word context fallacy.
Both you niggas are retarded. The Earth doesn't even exist. You guys are fucking stupid, nigga. My God.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Am I still the most dishonest?
Hold on, you're gonna get kicked out of the server now. All right, okay. I want you to know that for saying the N-word. Because I'm gonna report you right now, and you're gonna get kicked out of the server. So congratulations. I hope it was worth it. Is it still your
opinion that I'm the most dishonest, given that All Right Son is in here?
Yeah, that guy's just a Todd, right? Like you,
I agree.
you're actually
ridiculous.
Yeah, you're still more ridiculous than him, just with the way that you're acting and your dishonest.
The question was,
passive aggressiveness and that kind of thing. Hey, just quickly, dude. I just looked up a video for you. I'm gonna put it in the side chat, and I want to show you what the difference is when the laser directly hits into the lens, right? So this laser test was actually done during the daytime. You can't see the beam, right? And you can see a bit of a light in the distance where the laser is, but it's not until it directly hits right into the sensor of the camera and you'll see it lights up. All of a sudden, it lights up like crazy. So it's at 6 minutes 53 in the video. I'll just grab the video. And this is what I'm talking about a direct hit of the laser into the camera.
For sure. I agree. The light gets brighter, but that's not
only when it goes. Yeah, when this okay, so laser beams are much brighter right in the centroid or center of the beam, whatever it's called, right? It's not until that part hits into the camera lens that it illuminates it. You see like a big bright green light all of a sudden just appear instantly into the camera. It's not like you can see it the whole time. It's only when it hits right into the directly into the sensor of the camera that you can see it.
Laser beams are collimated light that follow a Gaussian profile that extends radially from the center. There's a centroid of the beam where the beam is most intense. It exponentially, so from the edges, the external edges to the center, the brightness increases exponentially.
I agree. The center of a laser is brighter than the outer bits of a laser. I agree.
It's exponentially greater.
Okay, it's not an infinite amount of brightness, right? So
okay, who said the word infinite?
I agree.
Who said the word infinite?
I misspoke.
Nigger.
Ugh, these fucking people. I agree. I misspoke.
Well, in your case, he was right.
What? Are you saying that I'm
moving on? Moving on, dude.
Moving on. I don't want to move on from that.
Well, you're the one. You're the one that's like these people. Crazy. Now you want to? Yeah, just these people are idiots.
You saying these people is equivalent to what idiot just said. That's what you're saying. You're making that claim. Those are equivalent.
These people.
What was my reference? What did I say?
Come on.
Was it a hateful slur?
Are you? Can I ask? Wait. Let me just ask them this question. Have you ever questioned if the Earth was actually a sphere?
Yeah. When I first came in here, you guys almost got me for sure.
Have you ever had doubts? No, before that. I mean, before you knew about us. Have you had doubts about
before that? No, once I came in here, you guys introduced doubts, like you tend to, and then I doubted, and then I realized you're wrong, and then I came back to.
So before that, you were 100% convinced.
I had no reason to doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize we're wrong by being willfully ignorant about the subject you're talking about. So your ignorance is what propels. No, bro.
Okay.
I actually went to university.
I would say no to you.
I actually went to university and took physics and passed the courses.
For sure.
You didn't even take it in high school. Okay. You have no idea what you're talking about.
How is gravity?
Come in here and sit there, talk out your ass, and just randomly pick sentences out of ChatGPT, trying to pretend you know what you're talking about. You don't have a fucking clue, even a little bit, of what you're talking about. You don't.
Those claim.
You're not even at the level of pretender clown.
So what am I then?
Trash.
All right. If that makes you feel better, call me trash all you want, I suppose.
It's not about whether I feel better.
Okay.
Clearly, what is it about then? What is calling me trash?
Yeah, your little fucking pop psychological analysis don't mean anything to me. This is
then
very
your
simple.
Insults mean nothing to me either. So
you don't know what you're talking about.
No.
This subject, you know nothing about the behavior of light at all.
I think you know nothing.
Hey,
that's because you're ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
Everything I say, you can fact check. Everything you say is just going to end up being wrong.
Okay, I disagree. What is one thing I said?
I disagree. Doesn't mean anything.
What was one thing?
I'm saying it's objectively true. You're just saying no.
What is one thing I said that was wrong?
Everything.
What is one thing? Name one thing. If everything was wrong, you can name one thing. What's one thing I said?
At least.
That diffusion is scattering.
What is diffusion then?
Oh my God.
Is diffusion scattering? What's the definition of diffusion? Then what's the definition of diffusion? Enlighten me, please.
If you had a laser and a laser was being diffused, the beam would have no centroid. It would be smoothed out so that the intensity would be uniform radially across the whole across the center to the edges. It'll be the same. It'll be diffused.
So what's the definition of
spreading? It's spreading it out and smearing it so that the energy is uniform per unit area. Okay. Lasers. If you see the beam centroid and it's more intense in the center, then it's not being diffused.
I don't think you have any evidence of that claim, but if you have it, I'm happy to look at it.
What do you mean evidence of that claim? All you have to do is go on to Google, type in laser beam profile, okay? And it will show you, and click Google Images, and there'll be lots of diagrams of Gaussian profiles of laser beams with an equation.
I'll look up that. You look up do lasers diffuse. You look up that, and I'll look up yours.
Lasers can be diffused. Okay,
wonderful, wonderful. So then what is diffusion? Dude,
you're looping, dude.
No.
Okay, you're going to ask, ignore, repeat. You will be banned for that, dude. I will not play with that. Ask, ignore, repeat is not going to work, Brown Recluse.
Then why does it work for you?
Ask, ignore. Bye.
Okay. You can ask the same question over and over again, but I can't. Again, diffusion, as far as I'm concerned, is scattering.
Ask, ignore, repeat. So now you're going to straw man what I said. Bye.
All right. I miss you. Goodbye, guys.
Catch you on the flat side.
Love you guys.
It's flat, by the way. You should.
I believe you.
Loser. Piss off. Shut your hole. He should not even be entertained.
Any other Glovers ready?
That dude is here is only to obfuscate the conversation, the truth, trying to make sure that no information is passed, that everything is a fucking shit show, that nothing makes sense. His whole purpose is to just muddy water. Which, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is how I feel about it. That is contrary, I guess, to our purpose. It's contrary to my purpose. I want people to understand more when they come in here, not understand less.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
People will, like, say you don't know anything about this topic, and you come in here and you listen to us and him, because he's all over the place, gish galloping, contradicting himself, saying random crap that's unrelated, and then when you say, hey, that's wrong, him just saying, no, I think you're wrong, you don't understand it. As if that's some sort of valid refutation, and then you ask him again, and then you ask him to substantiate what he says, and then he just does the exact same thing again. Random crap, gish gallop, throwing it all together, and then you saying, no, that is wrong too. That doesn't substantiate what I said. Yeah, it does. You don't know what you're talking about. And just doing that over and over and over and over and looping. Anybody that doesn't know about this topic or the issues of this topic or the particulars of what we talk about is going to leave here more confused and more ignorant than when they came in. Now, you guys can do what you want. I think that's contrary to our purpose. I don't think we're trying to have conversations in here that confuse people. Because what's going to happen? They go, oh man, this is just fucking confusing. I don't know what the truth is. I'll just believe the earth is a globe. It's just fucking simpler.
Probably his whole purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the purpose. It's called obscurantism.
That alone says so much about the subject. They got to come here and do that.
It's crazy they even cared to fight that hard. Yeah.
He's been doing it a long time. And there's two others that are part of his little clique, obscurantism clique, that all associate together. JJ Fish, whatever his fucking name is. And there's another one. What the hell's his name? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's probably about fan, at least, of these characters.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same shtick. Those same song and dance. The gimmicks.
When you guys, when you guys used to believe in the globe, did they? I mean, did you ever like? Dude, I've never done anything like that. You know.
Of course not. Know. Why would anybody do that for any reason on any topic?
Yeah.
Unless you have something to hide. You know, if my girlfriend, if I've been cheating on my girlfriend and she asks me, hey, dude, what'd you do last night? Yeah, I'm going to obscure the truth. I'm going to try and make everything, my rendition of events so confusing that she can't figure out what really happened. Yeah. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that's a legitimate use of obscurantism, of why you would do that. Why you would do it in relation to this, to like a, you know, an informational topic. There is no reason for that other than
ill motive. It's the difference of trying to affirm your bias or actually searching for the truth. That's the difference.
Yeah. I mean, but no, he's not. He's also trying to hide it from others. Not just him. It's not. This isn't even just about him. It's that he's trying so that people that are listening, either in this chat or on YouTube, also are become more confused.
Yeah, you know, I actually remember he did say that he agreed there was a 6-mile laser that went straight, and he actually said, "Oh yeah," like, and he just like kind of skipped past that, like
he doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah,
he doesn't actually believe that lasers don't go straight. You know, he don't believe that.
Yeah.
They don't care to know. That's the thing. There's a whole group of young people who fancy themselves intellectuals because they can quickly GPT a topic and regurgitate it back and then not answer questions, completely divert, and play a whole nuh-uh game, right? They tend to have this argumentation almost in the fashion of my dad can beat up your dad. It's very childish. And it's back and forth, rapid fire, quick talking, fast with the tongue, but never actually answering anything and only Googling through a GPT or Claude or whatever spits them back their answers. And they'll repeat that, regurgitate it, not actually learning what they're talking about because they don't care to know the truth. They're just here to act as though they're an intellectual, even though I wouldn't even call them pseudo intellectuals that think that they're winning some sort of debate online.
Yeah, that's why I said he doesn't even rise to the level of pretender clown.
And then you called him a piece of garbage.
He is garbage, dude. Awesome. That's garbage, dude. I don't like this. I mean, if nobody figured out my I mean, you can call it personality flaw. I don't like dishonesty. There's no point in talking about this topic and being dishonest about it. I don't understand the point of lying, making stuff up, just filling in the blanks, and hey, I don't know the answer to that, so just make something up and say it.
Well, I feel like nowadays the internet is ripe with these kind of individuals. They are children, in my opinion, and they've grown up behind headphones on video games, talking smack to their friends. Now they've got AI to help assist them in what they're doing online, and they care not about the truth. They want to fancy themselves intellectuals, act as though they're some sort of influencer. They're some sort of huge debater when they don't actually understand what they're talking about. If you took away their computer and you sat them in front of somebody face to face, first of all, most people would have to restrain themselves from socking these kids in the face because I don't think they've actually been on the playground and had conversations enough to feel what it's like to get 5 fingers to the face.
Oh, dude. Yeah. So lucky you can't stab people over the internet, dude.
Yeah, he's just not taking it seriously. That's it. That's honestly the only.
I think he does take it seriously.
He does?
Dude, he's been doing this for like a year and a half of this identical, rhetorical gimmick, and has put in a lot of effort into it, to the fact where he's actually researched this topic and just to have little blurbs, right? Oh, I'll pull one sentence out of this fucking paper and mischaracterize it and just say it. And then people will think because I said this sentence that I have knowledge about this topic. So I'll say the sentence and then claim the other person is wrong as a refutation of what they said, where they don't actually refute. He doesn't refute it with anything of substance. Hey, what you said is incorrect because X, Y, and Z. You just say some random red herring thing that has nothing to do with it and then say, I don't think you understand it. Right? To give the illusion that somehow they know what they're talking about, that somehow you're on equal footing about the subject, that, in this particular place, the behavior of light, that like he knows as much as we know, and that this is just a disagreement about what the consequences are. No, he knows nothing. Literally nothing.
Oh, okay. So
he knows what to type into Google to have some output from which he's going to read one sentence, and he's going to pick what's the biggest fucking 50-cent word in this paragraph. I'll say that one, and then it'll give people the idea that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a sentence they don't understand. So they think, oh my God, he's freaking must know what he's talking about. He said diffusion. Because they don't know what diffusion means. They think because he used it, he must know what it means, but he used it in the wrong context, in the wrong application, and has nothing to do with, like I said, if it was diffused, then the intensity of the fucking light would be spread out. That's the point of diffusion. It diffuses it. That's what diffusion is.
Yeah, to be fair, diffusion is a subcategory of scattering, but it's not the same thing. It's not like atmospheric scattering of light.
Yeah,
right?
It's not Rayleigh scattering or Compton scattering or any of that type of scattering.
Exactly.
It's not that.
It's like light
That's why you brought up fog, though,
like a
and then he had
opaque.
to. You brought up fog, and he had to go back to the same thing, even though you'd already brought up. That's why you almost agreed with the scattering thing, because air can, when there is fog, cause that, right?
Yeah, there's types of scattering, and fog, right, turns the air translucent. But it's not just the air; it's the water vapor that's translucent. But that's a very specific, particular circumstance, right? So we have fog lights, right, in your car or in a truck, fog lights. And even though, like, if there wasn't fog, the beam would be very bright, blinding in your face. But when there is a fog, it diffuses, right? So you see the bright lights, but it's spread out, smeared out.
But I think all of that was just his ultra defensive, like being shown that he's wrong, basically, in that sense. Which was, for me, what was more telling was him thinking that he can corroborate where the light in the sky is, right? And him thinking that was somehow verification, like.
Yeah, well, he's like a usual suspect. I mean, garbage human.
What do you guys think about the north, the Arctic area where all the polarity is like has like a vortex of some kind up in the sky, and it like towers over it?
I've never heard
the
about
polarity
of
of
that.
what?
It's like a magnetic shield of some sort that like kind of, this is the flat earth theory, is that there's like the polarity shift has made the top
You're
area of the dome.
firmament.
Yeah, the dome area, like the top of it has the what do you
like
call
a giant
the
glass, basically.
electromagnetic whatever.
Yeah, like a giant glass blocking you from going out of space.
Yeah, possibly.
It's better not to make claims that you can't verify. So whenever you, because then you're believing in a religion. That's why.
It's just a theory. Started after the moon landing.
Oh, you said flat Earth. You said theory. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's a theory.
I thought you said it was fact. Continue.
No, it's not a fact.
It could be that it's just a shift. I think when the moon phase comes in, that there's an actual shift that happens where uh, the black hole like immerses into it and it comes on the outside. So it's like an inside outside, like a funnel.
You mean eclipse?
No, it's like a funnel. It comes out of one side and it shows up in the other side in the daytime. This is essentially like Helheim or the Hell realm.
Too crazy.
In Norse mythology.
Brother, what?
He's explaining.
So Helheim is the place of the dead. I think it exists before like time starts or whatever, or it's like part of eternity or one of the realms or something. I don't know.
Helheim.
But, yeah.
Okay, it's the afterlife.
Wait, this is what you believe?
Yeah.
There's a black hole passing through the moon.
No, I don't believe in it. It's just that so in Christian terms, I'm Catholic, so in Christian terms, it's just what do you call like Abraham's bosom as part of hell. Like that's where it's at. Which is like
what's the best evidence for it?
What's the best evidence for it? Yeah,
for what you just said, yeah.
Probably no one except that one guy, that black metal artist Carl, who like talks about like Norse stuff and talks about like Odin and shit, and no one understands what he's saying on YouTube. That guy will probably have some answers, but Gaal, 2 A's and HL.
Okay.
So he's a black metal vocalist, and so this is very similar to the Christian idea of eternity. So it's that eternity sourced in being becomes like this amalgamation of realms or whatever.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you just said. I'm not fully comprehending anything you just said.
What is the point? Basically, you cannot get out of Earth. What is the point of this theory?
No, it's once you get into Helheim realm, like your if you see it, then you know, like you probably died, like you're in an undead state or whatever, and like the aspect or like the outside world, like whatever it is, the dream aspect that holds you just like dissipates into the outside.
Let me get this straight. You can only prove this if you're dead.
Yeah, you can if you're dead.
So you can't talk to dead people, right?
No, but I went through it, so like I'm pretty sure
You went through this thing?
Yeah, I did. And
you went.
But you're here talking to us. You're not dead.
Did you die and they brought you back up? Like your heart stopped for a few minutes?
Something like that. Yeah, it was a weird experience. It was sort of like like those movies where you have that like one teenager just like stuck in like a room, and like everything's like black outside. It's sort of like that.
Wait, so you went to hell? That's what you're saying.
Well, it's not hell exactly. So I think there's parts of it. So there's one that's hellfire, and there's one place that is like Abraham's bosom or the netherworld. And there's one place that is like regular hell, which is like lost souls kind of thing. So yeah, it's.
But you didn't go to heaven, though.
It's not. It's not a. It's like a purgatory realm basically, and you just land up here at like when you die or whatever. I don't know where it's placed in like the spectrum of time, but I'd say it's probably like part of eternity, right? So yeah, eternity itself it collides with whatever else.
Alright,
so in this realm, you're all connected to the realm anyway at some point.
wait, so what does this have to do with the ground, the Earth?
Yeah, the flat Earth. How's it relevant to flat Earth?
How is it relevant to flat Earth? Because it's sort of like the part of you that is the part of you attribute to yourself. Like you when you grow up, you're kind of like I am what I am, and then you have that moment of premonition where you have to like decrease yourself or whatever stage you go through, like when you're dying, like you have that kind of feeling, that premonition that you're sort of like
Wait, bro, what?
you're living a life. You're living a life, and you're sort of like not.
Sounds like bullshit, dude. He's asked you what it's got to do with flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah, hold on. So it's just your own suspension of disbelief of yourself. That's basically what creates doesn't create it, but you get tossed into it. So some of us get tossed in earlier. I think I was like the first person or whatever.
It's believing. But if you just go outside, you don't have to believe anything to notice that the Earth is not a sphere if there's no globe. Like if you go outside and you see the Earth, there's no evidence of a globe.
Yeah.
This phenomena you're talking about could happen on either flat or globe. So why don't you talk about something that proves one or the other?
Well, it definitely happens on a kind of flat Earth, I guess, because the only explanation would be
you guess.
No,
You can't
the
link
only
it to the flat Earth. Dude, stop talking.
No, it's only
You
the
can't
realm
link
that
it to the flat Earth. Again, it's going to talk. You can't link it to the flat Earth. You just said you guess. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. Just admit it, dude, and let's try and talk about the flat Earth. Don't try and cobble your idea into the flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it.
All right, cool. So that's about it. Like, I'm happy you questioned me on that.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not like involved. I live in Mumbai. Like this stuff is all foreign to most people here, so I don't bother like thinking about it or anything.
Are you okay? But you don't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
He probably believes it.
I have reason to believe that it's like a disc that changes that breaks at a certain point.
Someone's stopping.
And what about?
Why do you think it's a disc?
It's not a disc.
Hold on, now I'm intrigued. Why do you think it's a disc?
Because it breaks at a certain point, and then you get the opposite of the realm. Like it's sort of like a frequent mirror reflection realm. It's the same realm, but it's.
We got a disc earther.
Wait, how do you know it breaks? How do you know it breaks?
It breaks because it goes from sun to moon.
That's not the Earth. That's the sky. You mean daylight breaks? You mean what do you mean by what is breaking physically? Like what is breaking?
It's like moving. It's like moving 180 degrees the other side, and then just like or whatever 360 degrees, and then it.
Wait,
just,
how do you know the Earth is
appears.
moving? How do you know the Earth is moving?
It's not the Earth. It's not a sphere. It's like a disc that it just changes. It breaks. Then
It's like a disc that changes and breaks. That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It goes through the damn fucking black hole or whatever, and then it comes out the other side.
Oh my god,
this is silly.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
Why are you trolling? That's weird.
No, I'm actually not trolling.
Do you have evidence of a black hole?
I have evidence that there's nothing like the sun's not like the sun projects itself on like a circumference.
No, I'm asking, do you have evidence of the black hole? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
I have evidence of the black hole. Yes.
Okay, post it. Let's see it. Demonstrate it.
I don't have it right now, but I have evidence from what I've learned. That's about it.
Right now. If I told you Santa Claus was real and you asked me for evidence and I told you I didn't have it right now, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
But that's a different story, I guess, out of context.
Bro, you're just telling us a story right now.
You're telling us a story, yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. If you meet not Foxy, I'm part of his cult, Christian cult.
Catch you on the flat side.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side or whatever.
The flat side, flat Earth. Get it?
The flip side, get it?
No, not the flip side. The flat side.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, get it.
I get it. Yeah.
All right.
You know your joke's not that good when you have to hold somebody down and make you get it. Do you get it? Do you?
But otherwise, nobody ever. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that believes the spinning ball space monkey religion globe? Anybody else? Moment of silence. All right. Moment of silence for the globe, guys. Moment of silence.
What's that?
Hello. Do you believe you are on a sphere?
I don't believe. I know.
Okay. What's the best evidence you got that you're on a sphere?
Sorry, first-hand personal knowledge. What's that?
Multi-location consistency.
What is that?
Multiple location consistency. Sorry, you said you know. Can you explain how you know?
Okay, so basically, you can have an observation from 1 point or 2 points, and sure, that can work on a flat or a globe Earth. But if you have observations with 3 or more points, and I'm going to go even up to 1,000 points, 1,000 different cities, and let's say far enough apart, like kind of spread apart. So 1,000 different cities at the same time, and matching one observation with all 1,000 observations is only working with the globe model.
Sorry,
What are we observing?
I'm sorry, Indio. I thought he said he knew. You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He said he knows the Earth is a globe.
The globe.
Sorry, my apologies. I've only been up half hour. He knows the Earth is a globe. Do apologise.
And then he started
1,000
talking about
measurements from
1,000
different
people.
cities to what?
So 1,000 different cities. Let's say the sun and moon positions at the same time for all 1,000 cities.
But that's the sky.
So?
But we're asking you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. How
you understand what knowledge is, don't you?
All 1,000.
No, don't ask me to imagine, sir. You said you had first-hand knowledge.
So you're not going to let me answer or explain. So how is it, okay, that you can match 1,000 observations with one single observation on a model, but you can't with any
on
other
a model?
Yeah. This isn't knowledge, dude. You just asked us a question. We're asking you how you know because you claimed you know,
how I know
the Earth is a sphere.
How we know is because that we have 1,000 different observations at the same time, which show us that we are on a sphere.
How?
Okay,
because for the positions to be consistent with all 1,000 observations, the sun and moon has to be in a specific position to which that only works if you are on a sphere. If you change that in any shape, way, or form, you will not have the same observations for all 1,000 cities.
And if it's observer dependent.
It's an absolutely baseless claim.
Sure, buddy.
The sky does not determine the floor.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, that's a straw man.
Just finding 1,000 people, it's not a straw man. Learn what that word means.
Yes, it's a misrepresentation of the arguments of the person. So saying the sky has nothing to do with the ground, that doesn't address the argument.
You can't prove the shape of the ground by looking at the sky.
That is
a logical impossibility.
That is false.
Okay, so tell me how you can make an inductive inference and reach a deductive conclusion.
What kind of question is that?
Because you know that proof has to be deductively, has to be deduced logically, deductively. Now, when you look at the thing that's not the thing,
those are your criteria,
look,
not
ask
mine.
your question. I'm going to answer. So when you look at
no,
when you look at the thing, when you look at the thing that's not the thing, namely the sky, to reach conclusions about the ground, you're making an inference from looking at something that is not the thing you're concerned about. Okay.
So you're trying to smuggle in that we're making an inference.
Yes, it's an inference. It's not smuggling it in. That's what it is.
Based on what? So what if it's not?
Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that's not the thing.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I'm inside a car, I can't know that I'm inside a car by looking at what's going on outside the windows?
No. Could be in a plane.
It's not. Yeah, that's an assumption.
Could be in a truck. Could be riding the back of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only looking out the windows and you're not doing anything else, you don't know if you're in a train. You don't know it. Yeah, that's true. You could be.
Oh, we don't look at anything on the ground either, huh? We don't compare with the ground. We don't have the observation of like where in perspective and in relation to the ground these things are and etc.
Well, then present that. Well, then present that.
Okay. For instance, in Sydney, Australia, you will have a sunrise at the same time. In California, you're going to have a sunset.
Okay, and
that's just two locations. But at the same time, between that, you're going to be at high noon, and people in Argentina will see the sun and moon positions according to this as well. But if you make the Earth flat, then the people in Argentina would have to look in a different direction to see the sun and moon, where they actually see it for it to be sun rising and sunsetting for the two other locations. And the more locations you add, the more complications like that are added as well.
First of all, you went back to that. You went back to not looking at the Earth.
Why are you interrupting me? I'm not done speaking.
Because you went back to the first thing, dude. You went back to looking at not the Earth.
No, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the argument I'm making.
Because your argument is the same as your first argument. It's an inductive inference about the sky.
Now you're just
conclusion about the ground by looking at the sky. Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky?
The positions in relation to the ground.
How do you know that?
You look at them.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the positions on the ground.
Yeah, you're on the ground. They're okay. And you see, is the sun at the west or at the east?
You stopped looking at the ground.
First question.
Now look back at the ground again.
To the west from where I am.
Now look back at the ground again.
I am on the ground. I'm looking at my ground here, and now I'm looking. Okay, the moon is at the east.
Back to the sky.
At the west. All right.
Back to the sky.
Now apply that on 1,000 different cities at the same time.
Okay, you're still making an inductive inference because you're not looking at the ground.
Did you
You're looking at the sun and assuming there's some geometric relationship between the observers.
I am looking at my ground position. I am looking at the ground now. I'm looking at the ground.
How did you find your ground position?
I am on it. I'm here.
Okay, how did you determine what the relative positions of the observers are?
So I determine with a compass where north is. Okay, and I'm looking.
Okay, that won't work.
And I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, that won't work.
Oh, really?
That won't work. Compasses are aligned with the magnetic field.
It won't tell me if where east and west is at the same time.
No, it will not.
Okay, so compasses don't work anymore. Okay.
They work in something.
I'm going to rest my case on that one. Compasses doesn't work.
Okay, Google magnetic declination. On every military navigation map, it'll have a magnetic declination, which shows you the magnetic north versus the geographic north. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're just making red herrings and like.
It's not a red herring.
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying. You're not addressing anything I'm saying.
Directly what you're saying. You said use a compass. I said the compass won't work. You tried to scoff at that, and then I demonstrated that why it won't work.
The compass won't work. Oh, this tool won't work. Oh, your lighter doesn't work
because
your computer doesn't work. Your processor doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work.
Yeah, straw man. So now there's the straw man. This is actual straw man.
Injo, maybe ask him what magnetic declination is.
Yeah. What is magnetic declination? Well, I just explained it to him.
Yeah, I know. I know he didn't listen, but let's see if he knows or it rings a bell in his head. Do you know what magnetic declination is, sir? Huh. I assume not. Probably.
Chat.
I mean, it's an angle, but why are you asking me petty semantic questions that have nothing to do with my argument?
They do, because you said find where you are by using the compass.
Mm-hmm. Compasses work. I'm sorry.
They follow, sir. Compasses follow magnetic field lines, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. Magnetic field lines don't go from straight north to straight south in 180-degree line. Have you ever studied a magnetic field line map? Do you understand that sometimes magnetic field lines can be 90 degrees off of north and south? This is why Injo brought up the correction, the calculation, the declination that you would use on a map, for example, because your compass won't always be pointing the true way that you think it is. You'd have to do a correction. Only by doing the correction will you actually be able to ascertain true north. You understand this, right?
Well, I mean, if my declination is at, let's say, 15 degrees west, my compass.
Okay, so you understand that we are now going to use declination.
If the declination is at my location.
Okay, but as long as we understand that declination is a thing.
Can I speak a sentence, please?
No, because you're not going to turn around to me and start using declination when I'm just trying to get you to agree that it exists.
I never denied that it exists.
Okay, good.
Bullshit.
So it exists. So we
I'm
can
just
pass it
saying
back to
that it
Indio.
doesn't make
Stop talking.
magically not work.
Dude.
Because
Excuse me. No, you don't need to explain.
Okay, so
we brought this, or Injo brought this information to you.
Ask me a question when you want the answer.
Don't need an answer. I just need you to understand that declination exists and not turn around to me like you already knew it.
Okay, and declination exists, but compasses still work.
If you use them correctly.
Duh. The compass is already wired to, if the declination at my location is 15 degrees west, my compass will point at 15 degrees west of true north. Duh!
You won't know that, though, unless you know what the declination correction is for your location. Duh. Please don't turn around and start educating us about declination, sir.
Petty semantics. Petty semantics that have nothing to do with the argument.
Dude, stop that. Okay?
I have to look
your little rhetorical gimmick of claiming things as semantics is not going to work.
Well, I mean,
it's not going to last long. It's not semantics. It's being particular and exact in our language and being rigorous. I know you want to be sloppy, okay? But we're not sloppy thinkers here.
You are. Because it is a red herring to shift the topic of conversation away from the original argument and into the semantics of getting your city location, the latitude, the longitude to get the declination.
What does semantics
mean? To make sure that the compass works. How about we say this? If I have a compass and I accounted for declination and I have all the information necessary and my compass is pointing to the right north direction, Therefore, I can have actual sun and moon positions in west, east, south, and north accurately from my ground position. But no, you don't want me to. You don't want to address that. You don't want to let me say this.
You don't know your ground position.
Flat Earth.
No, you don't know your ground position. That's what you're trying to figure out. And you said use the compass. But if you knew the declination at that place, you would already know your position. So then what do you need the compass for?
So, okay, so
you're a fucking idiot.
We do have the ground position. So we do have the ground. So we are using the ground.
Where'd you get that from?
Where'd you get it from? There you go. That's what I was trying to argue.
Where'd you get it from?
We are using our ground position.
Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, you get it from by, let's say, I have my city name, and then I can get my latitude and longitude.
Okay, how do you find that?
I have my declination, and with that, etc.
How do you find that?
Semantics. Again, it has nothing to do with the argument.
It's not semantics. You're talking about coordinates. And those coordinates, there's a whole system of coordinates called an arbitrary coordinate reference system. You say latitude and longitude, they mean specific things. You're not ready. Dude, you're getting banned, okay? Not dealing with this shit, dude. You're a child.
Your whole argument is a red herring.
He doesn't have an argument. He has a bunch of fucking sparging and fucking gimmicks.
We're trying to argue that the sun and the moon is telling him that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, that sky does not determine the floor. It's over. GG.
Yeah, but if you take 1,000 measurements.
If I look at my ceiling 1,000 times in a different place and I record my
He said, the funny thing is he started, just take 1,000 observations. Of what? He didn't even say observations of what you're even looking at.
Yeah, that was my first question.
Dude, man, politics is slipping, dude. The people in here, the last 2 days I've been in here, they're really, like TikTok is looking good, dude. Like the people on TikTok are looking like freaking rocket scientists compared to the people that have been in this chat from this server. It's like they can't even follow what you're saying. Now, you can chalk that up to maybe they're not listening. That's a possibility. But I think that you start saying words and they just don't understand them and they just go blank and go right into narrative mode. And that I don't know how many times today, just today, that it's like, oh, I don't understand what's being said. I'll just say whatever they're saying is a logical fallacy. There's even nothing to do. I'll just say it's semantics. If you know your latitude and longitude, well, how'd you find that? That's semantics. What do you find in the position? What do you just want it for free?
Like the Indian kids with the broken English on the the English server like do better than this, you know?
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that this morning. Like, English Hub is making these guys look bad. And that's like high school kids in foreign countries. They can't even speak English. They comprehend more of what you're saying and are more coherent in their responses.
These cats only wish they had the excuse of language barrier.
Look, we're trying to demonstrate the relationship, saying, hey, look at the sky. Okay. How do we know the relationship of positions on the ground in the sky? Look at the compass. Okay, that isn't going to tell you where you are relative to some other person when they look at their compass. Even know the declination, that means you already know their position. And you wouldn't need to look at the compass. How'd you find position in the first place? Oh, use latitude and longitude. Oh, how do you find that? That's semantics. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Earth, its relationship of these 1,000 observers to each other, so that when they look in the sky, we can draw a conclusion about the direction they're looking, where they're looking at it from, their distance apart from each other, the geometric relationship between them, their lines of sight, and the fucking things in the sky. Now, would that take me? A minute and a half to explain that? It's not complicated. It's very simple.
I'm looking for it, but essentially, like I said, it's a correction. So they're both measuring it and they're calculating it out again. But that's
and what are they comparing this correction to in order to know that it's right and or wrong?
You can say that they're just wrapping it around a ball or something, but
Yeah, that's not what I said. Start listening. What are they comparing it to in order to understand they are right or wrong? They need to compare it to something. We've gone out, we've taken our measurement. You've got your 5-degree angle. Now, what are you going to compare it to know that you're either right or that you're wrong? Exactly.
It's a
This is
different
completely a
question.
pedagogical mental exercise that has nothing to do with any actual surveying. Nothing to do with it.
He asked me to look up something, so I'm trying to get an actual surveying site.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Take your time. Just send me the DM after.
Yeah, retroactively find your evidence after you already believe it. You know, if you read any of the surveys that have been done, like the North American Datum or any of them, in the beginning, they tell the procedure for what they do. You could just read that.
Right. So this is the National Geodetic Survey NOAA manual for geodetic leveling. I think this is going to be a good enough resource.
DM it to me. Yeah, DM it to me.
I like how he says he thinks. That's the problem why you're here, boy, because it don't.
2.0, dude. We already dealt with Brown Recluse and this fucking random nonsense obscurantism bullshit. You're literally on here to make people more confused. You're here to prevent information from being transferred.
Should we move on? Just really quick before we move, before we continue with Dylan, is there any other Globers in here? Any new people that believe in the?
You got that geodetic? I bet you it's a fucking website too.
Oh yeah, he just okay. Let me paste it.
So this is the NOAA manual NOS NGS3 geodetic leveling supersedes Coast and Geodetic Survey Special Publication 239. Manual of Geodetic Leveling, published revised in 2020.
Okay, let me.
This manual furnishes instructions and background information suitable for establishing and maintaining vertical control. It presents general specification and detailed instructions for reconnaissance and benchmark setting, geodetic leveling, water and valley crossing, blah, blah, blah. So this should be totally legitimate.
Should be or is be?
Geodetic leveling, chapter 3.
And the only question now, does it have anything to do with what you posted?
Well, that's sort of besides the point. The point is...
How is that besides the point? That's the whole point.
What do you think the point is of our conversation right now? I'm saying
you said they do this. This Gemini Flash when they do surveying.
I'm just gonna search Earth's curvature, see if it comes up.
So if they're doing this, and then the surveying manual says they're doing something else, then they're not doing what you said.
I'm not saying I can't be wrong or wasn't wrong. My main point is that they measure curvature, and that they
don't.
They correct for it with a calculation.
They do not measure curvature, dude.
Well,
if they measured curvature
with their angle.
If they measured curvature, there'd be no point of needing an oblate ellipsoid. There'd be no point of having the WGS 84 datum.
Okay, so you understand that they don't want the curvature in their elevation maps.
Okay.
Is this kid stupid or what?
Look, dude.
Because this is this
for
this
elevation. For elevation, what you find is for elevation, what you find is the orthometric height, which is a combination of the geoid and the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know anything about any of this, dude.
You obviously don't understand it, and I'm trying to explain it to you.
Remember what I was saying earlier about brown recluses, their shtick? You literally just did it, dude. As soon as you point out in actual detail that you don't know, you say, I don't understand it.
What do you think I'm saying?
What is the what is the WGS 84?
That's it sounds like it's a reference ellipsoid. It's a shape of the Earth.
No, it's not the shape of the Earth.
It's a model of the shape of the Earth, right?
It's a reference ellipsoid, and it's an imaginary mathematical surface that measurements are projected onto. Okay, but it's not done just that way. Because of deflection of the vertical, they use something called the EGM 2003 Earth Gravitational Model, which is called the geoid, which would be the equipotential surface of gravity if you measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Basically, imaginary mean sea level, even if the water went under mountains and shit. They use a combination of this to get something called the orthometric height, which is the subtraction of one from the other, or the addition, depending on whether the geoid extends above or below the reference ellipsoid. But the reference ellipsoid is used because they don't measure curvature. Because when they do their measurement, they take an actual surveying instrument. The first thing you do is level the instrument. Okay? And because in geodetic surveying, the plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth because of lumpy gravity, right? And the fact that to map it, to project it, you need the plumb to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, but you have tilted plumb lines. That shit don't work. You don't know what you're talking about. You've imagined geodetic surveying to work one way. It's purely your imagination.
What do you think I'm saying?
I don't think you know what you're saying. That's the problem.
You said that they measure Earth's curvature. They do not.
Well, then why would they consider the reference ellipsoid in order to correct for their measurements?
The reference ellipsoid, for the purpose of that, is to preserve the celestial spherical coordinate system.
If they're just creating elevation maps and there is no curvature, then it wouldn't be
elevation relative to what?
If they're just measuring elevation with planar
relative
survey,
to what?
What do you mean relative to what? Like
relative
sea level?
To what? Sea
elevation
level.
Relative
That's
to
the
sea
geoid.
Level?
That's the geoid. That's the imaginary equipotential surface of gravity.
So you may disagree with what I'm saying.
You don't have any clue what you're talking about. In arguing about it.
I feel the same way
the same shit. You, Brown Recluse, JJ Fish, you come in here and you try to fucking bamboozle people. And I'm fucking sick of it.
It's just my perspective, for sure.
My perspective. Okay, let's use Dylan's personal opinion of how he thinks the world works and not how it actually works. Let's go with that. How do you feel, Dylan? How does Dylan feel the Earth is? Let's ask Dylan, how do you feel the Earth is? Let's just go with that. Let's follow your feelings around.
It's considered a correction if you don't understand that they're measuring they're measuring the curvature and then removing it. Then I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Because they're not doing that.
What do you think they're doing with it?
Assume.
Oh my God, I told you what.
Dylan, why'd you say they assume curvature if they're measuring it? Why'd you earlier you said they were assuming it?
they're doing both, right? They're assuming, just like I said with the refraction, right? You can take an elevation measurement with and if you don't assume refraction, you're going to get an error caused by the refraction.
So they
right?
need to assume
And so it's
curvature
nonsense,
to
dude.
measure it? Is that what you're saying?
No, they assume the curvature to cancel the curvature out.
What?
Of them, they call it spherical exceedance or spherical excess.
Spherical excess.
That's
No
the
one's ever
actual
met.
measurement, quote unquote, of the curvature.
Okay,
and
you
then
don't
they're
understand what
using
spherical
the
excess
known
is.
calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
You don't understand what spherical excess is. Spherical excess would be if you had 3 lines of sight and made a triangle, that triangle would internal angles would sum to greater than 180 degrees. This is not a measurement. You couldn't even measure this because lines of sight are straight. And 3 straight lines connected by 3 vertexes make a triangle that's 180 degrees. Spherical excess is not measured. It is made up by projecting a fucking regular planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. You ask what it's for, that's what it's for. So they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take their measurements and they reduce them to quote unquote mean sea level. But when they do that reduction, it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at some angle. And because they think they have tilted verticals and deflection of the vertical and lumpy gravity, for that to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, okay, that means that plumb lines have to be curved. It's way more convoluted than what you're imagining it to be.
The plumb lines intersect.
The plumb lines curve?
At the center. Plumb lines do not
don't.
curve.
If it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's not true, dude.
A plumb line just points down, correct?
Is it perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? Is it a straight line?
It's a straight line.
Not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down. It is
not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down and it's perpendicular to the.
Yeah, not in geodetic surveying.
I don't know what you're on about.
Plumb lines in geodetic surveying are curved and they don't go straight down. It's called deflection. It's called deflection of the vertical.
Okay. What are we talking about? Deflection of the vertical. What the hell is that?
It's curved plumb lines because of lumpy gravity.
You say because of what? Because of gravity? What?
Lumpy gravity.
Lumpy gravity. Oh my gosh. Indio, you know.
I don't believe this shit. This is your idea.
No, it's the way that you try to interpret it is so.
It's not an interpretation.
Yeah, it is.
It's not an interpretation.
You're looking. Whatever.
Okay, I'll read from curvature of the plumb line.
Like your pear-shaped Earth.
Deflection of the vertical changes with position along the curved plumb line. Therefore, the deflection of the vertical at the geoid does not necessarily equal that of the Earth's surface, and vice versa. In order to equate these two quantities, the curvature of the plumb line between the geoid and Earth's surface, WGS 84, is required. This quantity cannot be observed directly because of the presence of topography, so must be estimated using a model of Earth's gravity field within the topographical masses.
How much of a deviation
is that? What did I interpret out of that?
You interpreted an extreme level of deviation that makes you think that proves that the Earth is flat when it doesn't.
Dude, what did I interpret out of what I just said?
You interpret that the deviation is so extreme that it somehow proves that the Earth is flat.
Who said extreme? Who said anything about the extremity of it?
What is the deviation? What is the scale of the deviation? 1/8 of an inch.
You will answer questions or you will leave.
There you go.
That is your only choice.
I don't care, dude.
Bye.
I'll see you in 2 days. Fuck you.
No, you won't. Obscurantism. Will not tolerate it anymore. I've had enough. In here to fucking hide the truth.
Yeah.
Before, just before we.
Well, hold on. One more thing. I just want to make one last post to just substantiate what I said. This is from Featherstone, WE, 6 Southeast Asian Survey Congress. The use and abuse of vertical deflections. Proceedings of the 6 South Asian Surveyors Congress, Fremantle, November 1999. I'm gonna post the diagram from there.
Okay, I can read this part here from the NOAA manual. It says the sources of error in leveling can be classified into 3 groups: those affecting the line of sight, those affecting the heights observed, and blunders. The line of sight cannot be exactly level because of the effects of the imperfections in the instrument and variations in the human eye, refraction, curvature, and tidal accelerations. The heights observed are not exact because of imperfections, blah, blah, blah. So curvature is considered an error that has to be accounted for when they measure it.
Look, dude, they're not measuring curvature. It's not even possible with the fucking instrument. They measure angles, but those angles have a starting reference position. Okay? And if that vertical line from which they're measuring a dip, because the curvature would be measured as a dip angle, okay? If you're not plumb, if that plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth in the first place, you're not measuring curvature. It's like you don't understand what they're doing. Like it's like I can't. Do you not understand? They take an instrument and level it. That level is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. Do you understand what that means? It's not straight up and down, dude.
Level is tangent to the surface of the earth, right?
Level is not tangent to the surface of the earth. Horizontal level in geodetic surveying is 90 degrees from the plumb line at the point of the instrument. You guys just make up your own shit. And try to say you're using surveying. You're not.
This is just language that I'm using. Maybe you don't understand what a tangent is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's my lack of understanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
I just read from you from the manual that curvature is considered an error, is considered something that needs to be corrected.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then. I consider it an error.
If it's an error, then it's something that they're measuring, and it needs to be corrected for.
They're correcting it out?
That's what they use the calculation for. That's
okay, what units of measure are they measuring curvature in? That they're getting this erroneous reading?
Whatever height measurement that they're making.
What do you mean whatever? So feet, inches?
Yes.
So they're measuring a height?
Yes.
Okay. And they're like say the field are like 6 feet. And they level the instrument. And when they look through the telescope, their crosshair is looking at 5 feet 11 inches. Is that curvature? Or is that refraction? Or is that the tilted fucking plumb line?
That's the refraction and curvature are both part of the measurement that they make, and that's why they have to correct for those.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
That's not the accurate height.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
Well, the plumb lines at point A and point B are going to have a slight angle difference because they're at different positions. But I don't know what you mean by a curved plumb line.
Plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. The first thing you do when you set up a theodolite is level it. 90 degrees is the horizontal line from that plumb, even if that plumb is fucking tilted. You just don't get it, dude. You've imagined something, and you're so stuck in your imagination, you can't even conceive of the way it actually works. It's crazy, dude. It's like you're in a fucking weird cult, dude.
Ditto.
Okay, you see that diagram I posted? The curvature of a plumb line diagram?
Let me take a look.
That's the first time you looked at it. Unbelievable.
The 1208?
Yeah, that. See that diagram?
I see the diagram.
See all the little squares? So you got dashed lines, and then you got the plumb line, and you got all these little squares. Those create 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, if I draw a horizontal line off of those plumb lines are not parallel. They're all over the place. So I'm going to draw it out. But you're not getting, dude.
This doesn't seem to be relevant to the.
Oh, yeah. Now it's not relevant.
It doesn't seem to be relevant. Tell me how
it is relevant.
Well, I gave you the document. The curvature is considered an error. They use the reference geometry of the Earth in order to cancel out
the geometry of the Earth. It's an imaginary fucking mathematical surface.
That's
imaginary.
How you feel, but that's what they're doing.
Who cares? It's not the Earth. They can do all the mental exercises they want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you want supposedly evidence of people measuring the curvature of the Earth, but when
you haven't given any yet. All you've given evidence of is you have no idea what you're talking about. You see all these red lines in the diagram I just posted? All of these are horizontal lines. All of these red lines are horizontal lines, dude.
You keep repeating yourself. What is your point?
So, if I take a theodolite and I measure the vertical, say I'm at the top there, I'm at that top line, and my theodolite's 6 feet off the ground, and I sight in, and like you said, if I sight in at 5 feet 11, that's the curvature of the Earth. No, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because this horizontal line is pointed fucking up. You don't have a vertical that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth from which to draw the conclusion that dips are curvature or refraction or any other thing.
So you're saying that surveyors can't.
They're saying it.
Elevation?
They're saying it.
That it's impossible to measure accurate heights. This is the technique that people are using to produce elevation maps.
Oh my God.
Are they not producing?
So you're going to straw man. You're going to straw man what I said.
Well, you're talking about your diagram.
Who said anything about measuring accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights?
That's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying you're derailing the conversation.
No, it's not what we're talking about, liar.
What do surveyors do?
We're talking about measuring the curve of the Earth. Remember? You tried to straw man me saying that measuring a dip off that horizontal is not the curvature of the Earth. You have a tilted plumb line because your horizontal line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And you tried to say, I'm saying they can't measure accurate heights. You are a fucking weasel. fuck, dude. How many is it going to be today? Lying fucking snakes. Now, despite your best effort, Dylan, people that are listening, they did learn something. I did educate them on how this shit works. I did not let you fucking confuse them with your bullshit. With your fucking fantasy of how geodetic surveying works and how they measure curvature and how they correct for curvature. They don't do any of that shit in reality. Oh, Eskimo. Aren't you the one that posted that 3 picture thing earlier? Something dipped over the horizon? Eskimo Greg?
Yeah, I have nothing to say to you, man.
Yeah, that's from a video game. That was from a video game.
You're retarded.
That was from a video game, Eskimo Greg. Why did you post? Yeah, you better leave. Posted something from a fucking Steam video game
just got
and said that it was the
bro.
curve of
Just
the earth.
Take it easy. Take it easy for a little bit.
I don't need your help, dude. I'm sick of liars, dude. It's just like a parade of liars, one after the other.
Just balance.
Who cares, dude?
A little bit.
So, no. Stop defending liars.
Oh, they left. Man, there's like there's like 3 trolls, one after the other, right there. You know what's crazy? I heard Dylan say they have to assume it and measure it at the same time. He said we assume Earth curvature and we measure it. Like, what the heck?
They fucking admit in surveying they don't measure Earth curve. They admit it. Only retard anti-flat earthers on the internet say they measure Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I've seen surveying where they said the only thing we actually measure in surveying is the gravitational potential. And that is really all they measure because that's what their instrument measures. They leveled the instrument. That is the spatial reference. What the Earth, look, the Earth could be gone, right? Or fucking transparent or unseen. And you could take the instrument, right? And set it up. And you could level it. The instrument itself is oriented not relative to the Earth, but it's oriented relative to the gravity vector. Okay? That gravitational vector is what you're measuring. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, in geodetic surveying, all they do is map the topography relative to the gravitational vector within a celestial sphere coordinate system, namely latitude and longitude. It's 3 mappings. Well, it's 2 mappings and kind of like a filter with the WGS, or with the with the gravitational model being the filter. The point is, doesn't work. You guys imagine it works a certain way because it's like, if I want to measure a fucking ball, and really, this is what I would do. But the Earth's a ball, so this is what they're doing in real life. They're not doing it that way. They're not doing anything. Whatever you imagine they're doing, they're not doing.
I actually had another question. When Dylan was saying like they needed a 90 degrees for the sextant, I was thinking they used the Earth, because in order to get 90 degrees, they need 2 straight lines, right? But the Earth in their worldview is curved. So is it true, Indio, that the tangent or whatever they're using for the 90 degrees, that bottom line, is that a straight line? Because it's on a curved Earth. So how can it be straight?
What do you mean? The only time they're finding 90 degrees is if they use a bubble sextant.
Oh, okay. So are they using the Earth in that case? In that 90 degree thing?
They're using there's a level inside the sextant. It's called a bubble sextant.
Okay. They're not using the surface of the Earth as one of the lines as 90 degrees. Is what I meant.
No.
Okay.
No.
That sounds better actually.
And then you run into the same issue as you do with the because that's what the theodolite uses. A bubble level. I mean, some use prisms now, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Just finds the fucking gravity vector, and and the surveying part just tells you the relationship of the topography to the gravity vector in the celestial sphere. And they take that and they map that to a reference ellipsoid. But they don't map it like a projection. They map it point-wise using curved plumb lines. So it's a mapping function. It's really kind of like a filter. That's the way I think of it. It's almost like a, where they take, imagine like you're ray tracing and you were projecting your ray tracing through a filter that curved the ray trace lines to have certain relationships. That's what they're doing. They're running it through this like filter before they project it onto this reference ellipsoid.
Got it.
You gotta think there's like layers. There's the sky, and then there's the reference ellipsoid, but then there's also the measurements, right? So that's like, there's the sky, there's the actual measurements, there's the reference ellipsoid, and then there's the geoid, right? The geoid is finding, hey, what's the relationship of gravity to the surface of the Earth? It can't straight just use the sky. It doesn't, I mean, I know it's hard for these guys to believe, but it doesn't match up. And that's why they're doing all this. The reason it's this complicated is because it's hard to get a ball from flat measurements.
I have a question for the flat Earth believers.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So and this is just me genuinely curious. So, assuming the Earth is flat, like does everybody like in this model like live on one side of Earth, or are there people like living on like?
It's not a disc.
Oh, okay. So what is?
There's no outside the Earth, dude. There's no underneath.
Okay. So everybody.
There's no edge. There's no outside. There's no underneath. There's none of those things.
Okay, so could you explain the model then? Because I don't.
Model of what?
Of like a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, dude.
So like
the shape is the overall shape. The overall shape is unknown. The size is unknown. But flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming a shape. We're just claiming that it's not curving, and the size is unknown. And we're not floating in space or anything crazy like that. Especially without we're not in a vacuum without a container.
Okay, so we're all, regardless of the size, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to get an understanding. We're all like on a plane.
Yes, topographical plane. It's mostly water, right? So.
Right. So there is a lot of water. So we're all on a plane, and so when we look up, we're all looking at the same sky.
Depending on where you are, if you're close to somebody, you're looking at the same sky.
Well, I mean, if it's like,
look, bro, like if you were in Walmart and you looked up, would you be looking at the same ceiling as somebody on the other side of Walmart?
Well, it depends where I'm looking.
Well, you're not going to, if Walmart's big enough, you're not going to see what's over their head.
I mean, let's just say, I mean, that's a great example. Let's say if the Walmart had 500 feet ceilings that it was just empty, and if anybody looked up at any point, you would wager, unless there were like other things in the way, that you could see like the four corners. Let's assume it's a square Walmart. You would likely be able to see all regardless of where you're standing within Walmart, you'd be able to see all four corners, right?
No.
Why?
Because of perspective.
I mean, again,
you ever draw before? You know, the horizon is and the vanishing point and all those things.
If there's no obstruction, you would be able to.
Perspective, I said. you know what perspective is?
Yeah, I understand what
You know how you look down a long hallway and they converge to a point?
Right, but we're talking about like a ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling appears to come down, the floor appears to come up, and the walls appear to close in.
I don't know if maybe you understand what I'm talking about.
Does the floor on a long hall, does the ceiling on a long hallway appear to come down towards the floor?
No, we're talking about like a big warehouse. I mean, it doesn't appear to. I mean, I've been in like giant warehouse buildings. and it
Okay,
doesn't
but
appear
yes,
that they would
even in a
come down like that.
warehouse, the ceiling of the warehouse will appear to come down.
I've never seen that.
It'll converge to a vanishing point. It's perspective. It's how just when you have a 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, that's how it works. That's how images are formed.
You ever seen a deck of clouds in the distance and how a deck of clouds?
Right,
looks
but
like
I'm talking about. I
coming
mean,
down?
in extreme distances, sure. But I'm talking like specifically about like a scenario in which you're like in a Costco. Like imagine you're in a Costco, right? And there's nothing inside of the building. At any point, wherever you're standing, you'd be able to see all four corners of it. At any point.
No, like he just
maybe.
told you, because of
If
perspective. I mean, it depends on how big it
the
is.
size of the Costco, dude.
Okay, let's say a reasonable Costco within the visible milestone of what humans can see.
Okay, how far do you think humans can see just because of the air? Not curvature.
Well, let's just make it. I mean, we don't have to get ridiculous with it because I don't know the scientific definition of how far humans can see. Again, let's say 500 feet in the air.
I already know where you're going with this.
Let's say 500. No, okay, but I mean, you asked me the question, so.
Why can't I see the end of the earth? Why can't I see the Mount Everest from China?
That's not what I was gonna get to. That's not what I was gonna get to, at all. So.
How far do you think you should be able to see, dude?
That I would like to discuss what I was talking about.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, we can. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, listen, most Costco's they're not 100 fucking million square meters.
I know, but it was a thought experiment. It was a thought experiment.
The corners of a normal Costco.
It was a thought experiment. I'm just simply asking you to rationalize and think about a Costco that is, let's say, 1,600 square feet. Okay. And it is completely empty inside of it. At any point in which you stand in this Costco, if you look up, you would be able to see each of the corners, assuming there is no blockage within, like, there's nothing blinding you, like there's no light obscuring your vision, and there is no like tall aisles. Let's assume that it is completely empty. You'd be able to see all four corners, regardless of where you're standing in the Costco. Yes?
Okay, I already told you. It depends on how large the Costco is.
I just gave you I told you 1,500 square feet.
Dude. That's like 20 by 20 or something, dude.
So yes?
Tiny.
So yes?
Yeah, in a 1,600 foot Costco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the size of your house.
Okay. So distance and scale matters.
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. We have a baseline. I like that. So,
but you have distance, but what it matters. But as far as Costco goes, things like Costco, you have things called distance cues. You have an idea of the size of objects, and because the floor isn't some uniform thing, so you typically made up of tiles, you can see from the orientation of the tiles and how they're getting smaller, how far away things are. So there's other cues we use to judge distance. None of that works for the sky because all the stars look the same distance. So all the distance cues that you would use to look at a floor, you can't use for the sky.
You can. Because why do we see different stars in different hemispheres? Why does the northern hemisphere see different stars?
You don't have a hemisphere.
Southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere.
I understand. I understand that you don't believe that we do, but
I know we don't.
You could literally go to. I mean, have you ever been to Australia and taken a picture of the night sky and then compared that
Didn't we just do this yesterday?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay, I just did this with somebody else yesterday.
I mean, that's just the biggest, like, that's just like the biggest example of how you can nakedly see with your own eyes that I mean, if it's not a globe, like and I'm not going to say your model because you haven't given me a model, which is fair. There are different variations of what different flat earthers believe, and that's completely fair. But within the sphere, right, within the globe model, it is explained every single time how that could work, and the flat Earth model does not have an answer for it.
Okay, you're full of shit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a sphere from which there could be a hemisphere.
Okay.
Just don't say magic buzzwords, dude.
That
shit don't work in here. We deal with evidence, okay? So really simple, okay? For the same reason, how far is Australia away from, say, Canada?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that.
Like 15,000 miles or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to look that up too, right?
Okay. Well, I know UK to Australia is something like 10,000 miles. Okay. So I'm assuming Canada's 5,000 miles further because it's across the Atlantic. So
I don't know. Yeah.
15,000 miles, let's say. Okay. The sky is going to appear to come down and converge into the horizon. In the ground, it is going to appear to ramp up and converge into the horizon. Now, you're not going to see all the stars. The only stars you're going to see over your head are the stars over your head. Stars that are 1,000 miles away, they're not going to look like they're over your head. Why would they look like they're over your head?
If the Earth was somewhat flat, you would. If the Earth was somewhat flat,
that is nonsense. It's nonsense. So if I walk around on a flat Earth, the stars that are over my head in Australia follow me around.
They wouldn't follow you around, but they would look. You would be able to see the same stars. You would be able to see them. They might look skewed. They might look different. But what I'm saying
Why would I see the same stars?
That's what I'm asking you. You wouldn't.
No, I'm asking you. You're making the prediction that on a flat Earth you would see the same stars. Why is that?
You'd be able to. Well, because ultimately you're looking up.
Okay.
And you're presenting the idea or making the notion.
Are all the stars in the sky at zenith?
Are they what? Sorry?
At zenith. The zenith is directly over your head.
Well, I believe in a globe Earth, so
okay.
No.
Zenith exists on a globe Earth too. Are all the stars
but the Earth is rotating
directly over your head?
Some stars are, but at different times during the day.
I can walk out from underneath that star, right?
I mean, you can like walk away and still see the same star.
Yeah, but I can walk out from underneath it so that the star is no longer directly over my head.
Well, I think that's more so the rotation of the Earth that's doing that. But yeah, I mean, like you moving would absolutely add to it.
Oh yes, the star wouldn't be able. That's not exclusive to a fucking globe, dude.
Oh, you mean to like a flat?
Yeah, to move around and to have different stars over my head because I moved around.
Right, but
that's not exclusive to a globe.
Maybe I could like explain it a little bit more on a smaller scale. Like if I look up at my
you came with a gotcha and it's fucking dumb, dude.
That's not an I gotcha, bro. I literally was just asking questions. You're just being so like really like I get it. You're very
steel man what I said. Steel man my argument.
I'm not trying to steal you.
Steel man my argument.
Questions. I'm just asking questions.
Steel man my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
Is anybody actually enjoying?
I want to make sure you're listening. Steel man my argument.
In what argument? You've made no argument.
Yes, I have.
What
Steel man my argument.
Your argument was that we can move under stars.
That's
literally
the only thing you said. Over my head. That if stars are in one place over one spot, and I said this way back when we were talking about Walmart, that the lights over my head on one side of Walmart are not the same lights that are going to be over my head if I'm on the other side of Walmart.
They're not the same lights, but you can still see the same lights.
If I can walk across, depends on the size of the Walmart, because eventually, because of perspective, they are going to merge into the vanishing point, and they're going to be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
All right, I got a great answer for you. So throughout times of the day, if you walked through that Walmart and literally took pictures in I don't know, let's say a 10 square foot square, and you literally took a picture. You took a picture.
Just pretend I didn't say it.
I'm literally answering you.
You're answering how the stars don't follow me around over my head. That's what you're answering right
to
now.
be fair, you didn't answer what I said. I literally asked you a question that you never answered from the beginning, and I've just been entertaining this.
What was the question?
Why do we see different stars in the northern and southern hemisphere that you
I did
can't
answer
see
that.
otherwise?
Perspective.
You didn't. You didn't. You didn't answer that. You didn't answer.
I said perspective. The sky comes down, the ground ramps up, and they vanish into the horizon, which is the vanishing point.
Okay.
It's called the vanishing point. Take an art class, dude.
Okay. That's great. That's great. But there are literally no astronomers that would agree with you.
Who cares?
Oh.
That's how weak your argument is. Now it's an appeal to credentials.
An appeal to authority. Yes. Yeah, that's a great fallacy. I also don't go to doctors when I need a medical treatment. I go to somebody that works at Pizza Hut.
And that's a false equivalence.
That I don't think so.
I do.
I think it's close, but not quite. Because if you're going to discount every single astronomer, is there any astronomer that you
the all or nothing
find any
fallacy.
credence into?
So any more logical fallacies you want to stack on? Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
Would you like to answer my question?
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
No. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Go try somewhere else with your bullshit, bro. One after the other, fucking dude. It's like literally a fucking parade of fucking speds.
Yeah. All right, next.
And what the most aggravating fucking thing is, like I said before, they are not trying to figure out what the truth is. They are just trying to hide it.
Yeah.
In the case of this guy, he's just trying to quote unquote win the debate.
Another lights in the sky type argument.
Dude, I answered it right off the bat. If I walk to the other side of Walmart, there's different lights over there. It's real simple. If Walmart's real small, that ain't true. But we're comparing it to the Earth. You're asking me, why does it happen on Earth? Earth isn't the size of Walmart.
It's there, and they're always looking. Yeah, this one. You know what's crazy? I actually prefer Dylan's argument to this argument because at least Dylan is looking at the Earth, or at least kind of looking at the Earth. You know what I mean? This one, he's just looking up at the sky. So
I don't like Dylan's motives. That's my problem with him.
Yeah. Hello, Nick James and Talent X. Are you guys globe earthers?
I'm a glober.
You believe the Earth is a globe?
No, I know the Earth is a globe. Knowledge.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe it. I know that the Earth is a globe. It's knowledge.
Oh. Okay, how do you know?
Because there's facts and evidence.
Okay, name one fact.
It's measured, and there's a picture of it.
Can you post the measurements? Let's see.
I could.
Let's see.
You want to see the?
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, post the measurement in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay. This is, I don't have permission, but I can send it to you.
DM it to me, yeah.
Called the Great Trigonometrical Survey. The direct physical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me see.
You're welcome to post it in the chat.
Got it. Okay.
It's very
All right,
famous.
let me read this one sec.
There's a lot of coping and seething that goes on behind due to the Great Trigonometrical Survey.
Let me post a picture.
So I have read the survey.
Yeah, I'm just
It's
gonna
just you
post
guys misunderstand what corrections are, what calculations are, what measurements are, especially clipcord. But they're not even in the voice chat. It's so weird how many people you have it.
Did they hang on one second. Oh, they use
Let's see the
theodolites, right? They use a theodolite?
Yep.
Okay, wait, let me see here.
Towers and survey towers,
Literally went over all this.
custom instruments.
Wait. Is this the same? Okay, sorry. Theodolite. For the theodolite, are you using? You need 90 degrees, right? Like a 90-degree angle.
Well, they got over 180 degrees. It was a 300, it's about
Sorry.
4,000 mile radius, give or take.
Let me
A little bit less.
Okay, so when they're using the theodolite, they're measuring an angle, so they need
Correct.
2 straight lines. So can you describe what the 2 straight lines are?
Well, you can see they're triangles. It's thousands of straight lines. Do you see the picture, the blue lines on the map? If you look at the blue lines on the map of India.
Let me check. Oh yeah. Let me post that. Yeah.
Right. They use triangulation.
Okay, one sec. Let me see.
Yeah, see, I have a little diagram of how triangulation reveals the curve.
Straight lines. Okay.
When the angle is greater than 180, angle sum.
Is there a physical? Hold on. Let me see the Wikipedia again. I'm trying to look for like a real life physical theodolite demonstration where
Hi, YouTube.
They did it.
Does that work? That is how they did triangulation.
What do they aim the theodolite at?
A mirror. A point of reference.
They're aiming the theodolite at a mirror?
Yeah. And there's 2 at the other side.
Okay.
On the other side of the line.
I don't see a mirror in here.
They're shining a mirror. That's separate. They just take a mirror. It's just like a 8x10 size mirror. They shine the sunlight at the.
Wait, in your Wikipedia, I don't see any mention of a mirror. Where's the citation for the mirror? Or is that just like a default theodolite thing?
Yeah, that's the default.
So there's a mirror like inside the theodolite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The theodolite's aimed at the other side, the other point, which has a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they're aiming it somewhere in the distance, and then there's a mirror at
like when you see how triangulations reveal curvature. So they go from like point tower to tower. So you have to go theodolite on one side and the mirror on the other, and then you get the measurement.
Is there like a physical demonstration where they're aiming it at is there like one instance that shows a real life demonstration where someone has a theodolite, they're pointing it at a mirror in the distance? I just want to see it.
I don't think that's how theodolites work. You know the guy, how like there's like usually one guy on one end. There's always like 2 people, one on one side and with the theodolite. The other side's got the little stick, little mirror on it.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can find one.
And that's like really elementary use of surveys. You do not know how surveys work? There's 2 people involved, 2 teams.
Look, wait here. How to find the distance? Yeah, I don't remember any mirrors. I mean,
That's
okay,
what I'm
here. You see this? You see this? Here, wait, look. You see this in the chat? Is this accurate?
Huh?
I just posted a.
Sure. That's similar. Sure, that's a similar triangulating. That's a triangulation of a height.
Here.
That's triangulating height from the horizon or something. I don't know what that is.
Wait, so are they measuring Earth curvature using a mirror? Like, or how does it?
Theodolite.
The theodolite is aimed at a mirror,
right?
And they're measuring. Okay, let me be more specific. How many inches of drop was there in one of the measurements that they took?
What? 8 inches of drop.
Over what distance?
Over thousands of miles. Or over per mile or something? I don't know. The average was 8 inches.
Like, just give me one instance of their measurement and then tell me how much drop was there.
I mean, just the measurements themselves were just angular measurements measuring over 180 degrees.
Okay, can you give me that in inches and feet of drop over distance?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No. Why? Why do I need to do that?
That was notorious for bullshit.
Okay.
Well, again, like that's a bullshit question. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
if you can't explain why you're asking a question, then
because
you
what you
obviously
said
have no
isn't
fucking
true.
idea what you're talking about.
What you said isn't true.
Bro, what in the world is this thing showing here that Joe put in the chat?
I'll leave you guys to it. Indy is too bad faith for me, so
Yeah.
I
So tell me,
Indy can just go and run his mouth.
How you have 3 lines of sight with 3 Yeah, you better run away.
Instantly.
He's another one, dude. He's another one.
Yeah. India, is it true? Do they use mirror? You can use a mirror, right? In a theodolite measurement. That's true, right?
They used to. So Lewis and Clark. The only time I've
never heard of it before.
Maybe a retroreflector.
Oh, you mean off the moon? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they make for the automated theodolites, the ones that do automated measurements. They use retroreflectors to do some of the measurements.
Okay, and they aim the theodolite. They physically put a mirror out in the distance somewhere on the Earth.
Well, it's like the retroreflector that's at the end of a pole. They stick it's like a tripod, right? They just stick it on the ground, and they know the height of the retroreflector, and it'll make lots of measurements, right? It'll do something like, I don't know, 100,000 measurements in a few hours.
Cool.
They do this in like building surveying. I've watched them do it outside my house and shit. And they put up like a 20-story building, and they would come out like pretty much every day, and there was retroreflectors on the building, like on the corners of the building, because they want to know if it's sinking or you know what I mean. And they would come out, and they had a geodetic control point. They take their little automated fucking theodolite, push their buttons, set it up, and then it would just make bunch of automated measurements, and the dude would just sit there and pick his ass until it was done.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the Great Trigonometrical Survey?
The India one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the thing's a mess. They don't even have a uniform methodology.
Damn.
Yeah, like depending on which group of surveyors, they kind of each did their own thing.
I was trying to ask.
And they assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Oh.
So the datum they use is the Bezel spheroid.
I was gonna ask him for like a specific instance, you know, like just 1 point, like a one physical demonstration of one of the measurements that was taken during this. But it's just a Wikipedia thing.
So what they don't understand is that, or haven't heard, even though I've told these guys a bunch of times, they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so they take measurements. So you have 2 points. Now, is your theodolite tilted away from the other theodolite? Is your theodolite at the same level as that theodolite? Because that matters, right? You have one theodolite set at freaking 1,000 feet, and the other one's at sea level. Now, your calculation of that triangle will be different than if it was at the same level. So what they do is called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take all the measurements before they're entered into anything, and they reduce them so that all the measurements are at the same on the same datum. So they reduce it to sea level. So now you have a bunch of triangles. Well, what happens when you do this, when you change the elevation of the triangle, the angles relative, if the Earth is a ball, right? Now you have tilted verticals. The verticals are not in the same plane. The plumb lines, they're not in the same plane, right?
Okay, Globy.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth, whoever that.
So
are you going crazy?
So when they reduce the horizontal direction, they have to rotate the azimuth. So instead of, like, say, pointing at 85 from true north, they have to adjust. It gets adjusted by calculation to say 86. This excess, this extra bit, is the spherical excess, right? The greater than 180-degree triangle is the result of this calculation from measuring a planar triangle and projecting it onto a curved surface. Understand? You have a triangle, and if I take the triangle and put it on a ball, project that planar triangle onto a ball, now that triangle becomes distorted, right? Because it's a curved surface. And the directions, right, relative to north, south, east, west, are slightly altered from that distortion. So the reduction of the horizontal direction changes that direction. So let's say I have a planar triangle. One line is going north south. One line is going, let's say, freaking 85. And from the end of the 85 line, that's going, say, 230 or something. Now that makes a triangle, but when I project that onto a spherical surface, I can't maintain that planar relationship if it's projected on a spherical surface. So those directions at 85 and 237 and north-south, right, they're all going to slightly have to be adjusted to have it on a spherical surface. Now, that's why I said they're not measuring greater than 180-degree triangles. It's the result of them reducing the horizontal direction and changing the azimuth. Because if you just think about it for a second, I have three, because they're not measuring the sphere. They're not on the sphere. They're off the sphere. The theodolite is above the sphere, the lens, right? I have 3 points. They're all not on the sphere. They're above the sphere. Now, if I make lines of sight that connect those into a triangle, that's a planar triangle. They don't become a spherical triangle until they get projected onto a sphere. The sphere wasn't measured. It was assumed.
Did you just say spherical triangle? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a so-called spherical triangle, yes. I mean, it's called a Rouleau triangle, technically.
Got it.
So, I mean, someone posted a diagram of it a little while ago when I was talking about it. Well, let me scroll up and see if it's still there. Yeah. Yaga Bruno posted it. This. Here, I'll post it again. This.
Oh, there, I gotcha.
Yeah, so this planar triangle, this would be the point where the theodolites are, off the surface of the sphere, above it. But when you take this triangle and you push it down to the surface, those the directions of these of the sides is going to slightly change because of the curved surface. That's the azimuth direction, so that's like the compass, north, south, east, west. Those are your azimuths. So it's going to change. It's going to slightly change when they do the reduction of the horizontal direction. They take this planar triangle, project it on a spherical surface, and what they're trying to do is just change the azimuth. And they say this azimuth and so this azimuth change. So you've changed the angle between the lines by changing by doing a calculation and changing the azimuth direction. And if you measure that angle, it'll end up being greater than 180 degrees if the triangle is big enough. But that's not what they're measuring. They're measuring the blue triangle, not the right triangle. The blue triangle is the measurement. The red triangle is the calculation based upon assuming the Earth is a globe.
Oh, it's the same thing that Dylan was doing, I think.
No, he said that they measure greater spherical excess. They don't measure it. They're just parroting stupid people like McToon when they say this. McToon is like the first person that really pushed this forward, and they've been freaking carrying that water of that dude just being wrong for quite a while.
Is McToon still? Is he still around? Like, is he still going?
I mean, he's taken a beating a couple times. I think he's like in stealth mode right now.
He's healing.
DJ fucked him up. Have you ever heard the DJ DJing him?
I did not see DJ.
DJ went into a server and debated McToon. It's one of the worst destructions I've ever heard. It's really good. I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I just been watching too many QE videos.
Oh
That's
god.
all yeah, I've been just watching QE.
McToon was literally like begging DJ to leave. It was in a different server. I think the server's name was QOps or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's where we had the Tourette's episode and called him an asshole 80 times in a row.
Yeah.
How do you manage to sit through a QE episode? It's fucking. Can't even imagine hours of it.
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago when he was on the other FAD server, it was actually really not the videos, but like a random Glover would join, and then it was just so funny. It was like, "Are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Okay, what is the scientific evidence of the globe?" And then they couldn't even comprehend that that there is. It's like every question was a death sentence essentially, because they didn't realize that there's no science for a shape, and then oh man. But anyways. Really quick, is there any Globers in here? Dylan was before we before we go back to Dylan, let me just see if there's any other ones in here, because I know he
he's here, but I want to see if there's any other delivers.
Indio. What's up, babe?
Huh? Oh, what's up, dude?
Hey, man. Long time.
Yeah, man.
My fucking Discord's all screwed up, man. On
Yeah,
my
I
computer.
remember you saying that. I heard you say that in the stream.
So, I'm getting a new computer here this weekend, so I'll be back soon.
What's going on, dude?
Sweet, bro.
What's up, Timbo? Timbo
Hey.
Matrix and yeah, you guys all sound the same to me. Damn it.
What's going on, man?
I heard you jump in, man. You took a break, huh? That's good, man.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah.
Again.
I'll be back soon. I've just been doing my own little thing, man, doing some live streams and shit. But hey, India, that kid, man, with 182 IQ today, man, got so wrecked. That kid was pissing me off, man.
Oh my god.
I was screaming at my phone, man. I was driving, but I was like, oh my goodness.
It's kind of like that all day, man. Zodiac's been here all day watching me just like take scalps, dude. It's just like I have a pile of bodies that's so high right now.
That's awesome, man. I do a lot of listening, guys. You guys been killing it. It's been fun to listen to, man. I wish I could jump on more often.
By the way, what was he saying to get you to scream at your phone? What was he saying?
Fucking, he's just would not answer the most simplest questions. And he just kept, calling us, calling us stupid, and he's smarter, and he was just getting racked. And I'm like, you fucking Mongo, come on.
Was it another?
And he's 20. He goes, oh, you guys are old, and I'm smarter than you old guys. That was pissing me off right there, man. He doesn't understand what experience is, man. He might be 22 or 7, whatever he said he was. But
was he one of those lights in the sky people, or was he like at the yacht?
He was doing lots of lights in the sky, the moon thing. You guys were talking about the moon, but he wanted to take it up there, but India wouldn't let him, man. Tried to keep it down here on Earth. And
did he have any ground thing, like any non-lights in the sky stuff, like any ground things?
No, he just had his religion, and
okay, just lights in the sky.
He was NASA. I've been to NASA. He goes, I've been to NASA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was like, what? Yeah, I've been there too, man. Ding dong.
I said, where's the proof of that globe? And is it in the coffee cups or the frickin' t-shirts?
Wait, he said he'd been to NASA?
Yeah, he went to NASA. Yeah, over there.
Like, what do you mean, Ben? Like, what did he say? Like
Cape,
Ben?
I don't know. He went to whatever, Cape Canaveral or whatever. I don't know. One of those.
Like an office?
No, where they got the rockets, the tour.
The rockets. So he might as well just say he was an astronaut.
Right. Anyway. Poor kid. I felt bad for him, man.
It's been a parade of rhetorical gimmicks, one after the other. One will come in, they try to pretend that oh, I'm just a reasonable person asking questions. Then their mask falls off and the rhetorical gimmicks come out. And then, and then it results to, well, you're just a flat earther anyway, so nobody takes you seriously. And, then there's the coping, and it's like a stupid cycle, dude. It's like, they all think they're so original. And it's like, man, 10 of you just did the same thing in a row. And you thought your stuff that you came in with was clever. And you're just an NPC, man.
Wow.
All of them, man.
That old physicist was on there yesterday. Did you? I don't know if it was AI or
I missed him.
It was AI. I was talking with him. Well, he was kind of cool, man. He kept saying when he was done talking, he'd say over. It was very polite. He was a nice guy, man.
Yeah, I missed it, man.
Yeah.
I've been looking for a normal person, man. Hard.
Hopefully he'll come back. But
I haven't been trying to be confrontational either. I'm really not trying to do that. They just draw it out for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys put up with a lot, man. I do appreciate you guys, and I don't know if I could ever buy you guys dinner or something. But man, you guys have just been putting up with it lately, man. It's been pretty fun to listen to anyway. I'm learning, still learning, man.
I'd say the theodolite conversation, if you're not familiar with theodolites, it's actually kind of interesting to listen to. But then, like the next day, it gets old really fast because then you realize it's all nonsense. But like the first time you hear it, it's like, oh wow, this is interesting. And then like you realize it's all nonsense.
And then the Sticks and Shadow guy was in there today, I think.
Yeah, that also, like, for a person who's not familiar with it, that also might sound interesting. But then, like 10 seconds later, you realize it's nonsense again.
Total. That was that guy. It was the cop. You were talking to the cop this morning, right?
The cop.
Yeah, maybe not you, but India. Were you talking to the cop this morning? Maybe that was a different channel. I don't know. I was flipping around. It could have been.
What were they talking about? Was it like?
Oh, he's like, he does studies on people and studies on. He's a gang enforcement officer, and they have to profile people. And he came in to profile us.
Like a detective. That would be nice.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. He's pretty smart. He knew a lot of stuff, but he was like, you can do this in your backyard. You get 2 sticks, or maybe,
Oh, he was defending Aristophanes.
I was like, oh, dude. And he's like, yeah, most of you flat earthers are low IQ. And I was like, oh, man, poor guy.
Could he actually recite Aristophanes pretty accurately, or was he just like winging it?
No, it was just rough around the edges. He'd be like, the 2 shadows, you measure the length, and then he didn't know how to actually do it. So yeah, just part of his religion.
Did you guys mention that light source was like the location of the light source that determines the shadow angle is unknown? Did you ever mention that?
No, I don't know if they got that far. I don't know. I wasn't on the call, but I was just listening while I was packing up my car for the day or whatever.
That would be kind of interesting, like a professional. Like, imagine there's like a professional forensic or homicide detective, and they try to look at the evidence of the globe and see if it matches the.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think he would be willing to do it. I don't know. He seemed a little arrogant. I don't know. We could just knock him down a couple pegs, but maybe he'll come
They have
around.
a stressful job, man. I would not want to be a cop.
Oh goodness, it's got to be tough, man.
That's a real match. That's like a alpha male type of job right there.
Oh yeah, man. Lots of testosterone.
Confronting criminals, like that's some crazy shit.
A friend of mine's an FBI agent. He's he's on a task force. He's on a task force for bad guys, gangsters mostly, and criminals. But he doesn't do like white collar criminal. It's like the guys, with guns and shit. And they took down like 38 guys in one day, like a month ago. I was like
arrested or like?
I'm like, yeah, they got all of them, 38 of them. I go, that was a busy day, huh? He's like, yeah, fucking A, man. Because I was in the van. I was like, well, that's a good place to be. Yeah.
That's some warrior shit right there,
man. Yeah, suiting up and going getting bad guys, it's kind of like going to war.
To be fair though, I feel like doing that would probably make the average guy feel a lot more important and fulfilled than just sitting at a desk, you know?
Oh, absolutely, right?
But at the same time, it's like terrifying, you know? But on the flip side, you feel like you really like are actually doing something and not just sitting behind a computer. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you get to see, you're getting the bad guys off the street, man. I mean, there's a lot of them out there, but there's a bunch of freaking whacks out there right now, man. I've seen so many like people acting so weird lately, man. I don't know what the heck's going on. I guess
that's what the globe does to the
fucking
mind.
just whack, man. People like hitting their heads against a wall, and yeah, it's crazy, man. People driving, trying to get away from the cops. It's like, you got to be kidding me, man. Yeah.
You know, it's harder to outrun the cops if you have to accidentally trip on a spinning object that's going 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. There you go.
It's easier to catch someone on a flat Earth because there's no, you don't have to trip on Earth curvature, or you don't have to fall because it's spinning.
Man, what a world, man.
I think DB Cooper, he landed in China because of the Coriolis effect. The rotation of the Earth. While he's falling out of the plane, the Earth spun, and he just landed in China, and they never found him.
Wait, I got a question. Your cop friend, you should ask your cop friend, when you do target practice for the police with your firearm, do you take into account the Coriolis spin?
No, he's not gonna take that in.
That's what you should ask him. You should, next time he comes in here as cop. Yeah.
That was another gambit today.
That was another gambit today, man.
The artillery gambit.
Yeah. You explained some artillery, how they would pinpoint how, raise or lower the barrel, basically, right?
Yeah.
And have spotters out there going, oh, no, man, you missed that to the left of,
Yeah, they have forward
100
observers,
yards.
man. They don't
Forward
just
observers,
fire blindly into a city.
Mm-hmm.
They have people that can see where the fucking shells land.
Right.
And they go, okay, that one was too far. That one was too short, right?
Too left,
it's
too
called
right.
bracketing. There's a name for it. It's called bracketing. So they bracket the target, and then they walk artillery into it, either forward or back. Because there's an uncertainty to every round.
Yeah, when you said that they did this in World War II, I was like, I remember saying to myself, I'm like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how they did it. I wasn't sure. I mean, that makes total sense. It's totally logical. How else you going to target?
Well, let me guys ask you this question. When Tom Brady makes a throw to one of the other football players who's running to the end zone,
right?
Does he take into account the Earth curvature before he throws the ball?
No.
or the Earth spin?
It depends on whether the player's a flat earther or not.
Apparently, Neil deGrasse Tyson used that analogy for a field goal, extra point or field goal or kick or something. I don't know. And he was like, the reason he missed that field goal is because of the Earth spin. I did some quick calculations, and I was like,
no, that was the reason he got it in. It bounced off the upright and in because of the Earth's rotation under the ball.
It was in?
And that's how they won the Super Bowl.
That's right. That, the Super Bowl that he was at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. When you throw a Hail Mary in a football game, you have to take account in the Coriolis spin whenever you throw a Hail Mary.
I love it. That's hilarious. That's why my golf game's all fucked up, man. I mean, I have not.
Yeah,
Next time I go golfing,
Tiger Woods takes the Coriolis.
I gotta bring a compass. Make sure okay, if they're spinning this way or that way, I gotta.
Yeah.
I got to adjust. I got to bring a compass with me.
Yeah, he tried to say that guy. He was like, it goes one way if you're in the southern hemisphere, and the other way if you're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, he was pulling something up on Google when he was doing that too. I could tell.
Well, I mean, he ended up posting something in the chat, which is just like the typical. It isn't even like the official artillery manual, which is like FM 107 or something.
Right.
Field manual 107. Now, all these artillery manuals, they'll all say some shit about Coriolis effect. But then when you actually look at it, they don't actually calculate it at all. It's just like, because they're not writing it, right? They've contracted somebody out. Hey, write, a manual for firing artillery. And they're like, okay, I'm a scientist. We got to put in Coriolis effect.
Right. We'll pay you $20,000. Write the manual. Oh, okay. We'll put in Coriolis and wind and direction and humidity. I'll bring in anything they whatever. And at the end of the day, man, you shoot the shit, it gets there. That's good, man.
Well, there's an uncertainty. Just like with a bullet, right? You have a pattern, right? You have a cluster.
Right.
Even if you had the gun fixed, right? Say you had a pod, and that was you had it you had a
cement.
Yeah, you could cement it exactly. You could cement it into place,
right?
And have identical bullets that you all made, loaded into the gun, and fire each round. They're not going to go through the same fucking hole. Okay?
No, they're not.
There's going to be a spread. There's going to be a random spread.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a globe earther, Yakko 1X. Yakko 1X, are you there?
Yakko.
Yakko,
check.
come on.
Yakko, check 1 2. Open your mic. Open your mic.
He's in the chat. He's talking smack in the chat.
Chat skanker. Yeah.
He's also new to the server, so.
All right. We'll give him some slack.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, continue with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, Indio, is that you cement the goddamn gun into, there's no way it can move. It's totally aimed. You set up your target and you fire 10 bullets in there. You're lucky to get 2 that go through the same hole. You would be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that cluster, right? It's going to have a size, right? So let's say it's freaking 3 inches. Right? It's like a 3-inch radius circle.
Okay.
You can't say for certain where the bullet's going to go. You know it's going to go somewhere in that circle, but you don't know exactly where.
Right.
Okay, that's the precision of the instrument, or the uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean,
okay? But hold on. The corrections that they're doing are 1/10 of the size of that circle. There's no point in doing the correction. It doesn't improve anything.
Yeah.
So you moved it around in the circle 1/10 of the circle size.
Right. Which is negligible, huh? So it might as well be 0.
Well, it doesn't improve it. It doesn't improve it. You still have the large uncertainty, right?
Yep. Yeah,
but think about you don't know where it's going to land within a foot, and your correction will adjust it a 1/4 inch. Fucking, you don't know where it's going to land within a foot. What the hell's your 1/4 inch going to do?
Right. Nothing. Not going to do anything.
Because that uncertainty isn't oh, now you know where it's going to go within 1 3/4 inches. No, it's still, you don't know within a foot. All you're doing is adjusting it within the uncertainty. That's it.
The fact that these Mongos still bring up Coriolis, man, just defies my brain. I'm like, dude, we were crushing that stuff back in 2015. I was talking to artillery guys, airline pilots. There's no Coriolis, bro. It's just not there. None of these guys use it. Not one of them.
You know, does drive me up the wall a little bit that we've been researching this, right? This topic for going on a decade now.
Yep.
And they think somehow they're going to go on Google or ChatGPT and somehow find information that we missed after 10 years. And they're going to find it. And that somehow they're going to show us like something we didn't know, and that they're going to prove us wrong in their 15-minute search. Like, it's crazy what they think sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if
I searched for 15 minutes. Dude, I searched for 15 days. What are you talking about?
Fucking search for 10 years, man.
I'm just talking about one particular subject. Like Coriolis, I probably looked at time in hours, at least fucking 20 hours just on that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Exactly. But yeah, there's nobody accounts for that. It doesn't happen in reality. In the physical real world, no. Man. Well, keep going, guys. I appreciate you guys so much listening and learning. I'll be back. I'll participate more this summer.
Thanks, dude. I'm glad we're entertaining you. It's our goal, dude.
Oh, dude, it's so good, man. Every day I wake up, I'm smiling, going, "All right, what manga is going to bring up, Coriolis today, or the moon or something?" I'm like, okay, yeah. Yeah, you guys went into the moon today quite a bit. You were talking about
I looked at the sun and proved that the Earth is not flat.
Right.
Well, how'd you do that? Well, I looked at the sun again. Shut. Ugh.
You should go stare at the sun some more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
Right at noon, lie on your back, stare right at it.
Hello and good day, guys.
Hello, what's going on?
Not much. Not much.
Are you under the impression that you live on a spinning ball, sir? Is that funny? Did I say something funny? Do I amuse you?
The question sounds funny.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, just like I said, anything is possible at this
So
point.
it's possible you live on a spinning ball. How is that possible? Because the water's laying flat. Is the water lying to me? Our bodies are water lying to me, man. Are they?
Well, I don't really know. I've never been to space. I've never.
Why do you have to go to space to see a body of water? Do you have to do that?
I don't.
No, you can go out to the beach and go to see a body of water, can't you?
You got an accent. Like, are you from like a specific part of the United States, or?
No, I'm actually calling you from Zimbabwe, Africa. You don't like my accent?
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining.
You think I'm kidding. I'm not really in Zimbabwe. I'm in the Midwest U.S. You know where Kentucky is?
I guess so.
I have a lake here in Kentucky that I went to, and there's an 8.5 mile stretch of water that I went and did a test on, and I could see my buddy on the other beach 8.5 miles away. So the water isn't curving, so we do not live on a globe. End of story. What do you think about that?
Well, in a glass of water, yes, indeed, you are 100
Did I say
completely right.
glass of water? I said 8.5 mile stretch of water.
Oh, well, I haven't personally tested that, but as far as the
I have. Why don't you go do it, man? It's fun. Get a buddy, go to the other beach. If you can see him, unless he's 60 foot tall, you don't live on a globe. But anyway, I can't stay on here much longer. Somebody else might engage you here. Go ahead.
I see. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a question for the flat earthers.
You have a question? What's your question?
Ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
But like you gotta be really honest about it, and be completely sincere.
All right.
Better be a good
Just
question.
ask your question, man. Go ahead.
It better be a
All
good
right.
question, yeah.
All right. So, what's like one argument that one glober had that you could not disprove, you could not defeat, you could not go against?
Zero, bro. All of the Glober's arguments are trash, right? They all require on the water being curving, which it is not. Okay, they require the Earth being a globe. They just have
Exactly
a
what
bunch of they just have a bunch of baseless explanations, okay, that can't be validated. Yeah, it's
I
easy.
concur with that.
Yeah, it's extremely easy to defeat a Glober in a debate because they're arguing for something that doesn't exist. They've kind of lost from the start. It's no competition really.
Okay. I've said this before. How I've come across the flat Earth thing. I've been in several Telegram channels where I've been reading and watching videos and um, seeing pictures. So I've talked with a friend when we went to hang out. We were drinking some beer uh, at a bar, and I told him about this so-called theory or whatever, and I've showed him pictures, videos, everything, and he told me something. I was not really prepared for what he was about to tell me, but um, some of the things I really want to know about from you guys about the flat Earth is exactly what he told me about trying to prove me that the Earth is actually a kind of a sphere. So when I told him I believe the flat could be flat, he asked me actually how um you know how could eclipses could happen, like if it's flat.
Before you answer that, DJ, I want to point out that he went right to the sky. Go ahead.
Right, so we could just debunk eclipses really quickly by proving the Earth isn't curving here on the actual Earth. Okay, so when you're looking at an eclipse, you're looking at something up in the sky. That's not the Earth. Okay, you've just been told a story about how an eclipse happens. Okay, we can debunk it very easily by proving that the Earth is not curving. Would you agree that if the water is not curving over the surface of the Earth, then whatever you're seeing when it comes to an eclipse is not caused by the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, but what causes the eclipse? The shadow that goes over the moon and completely covers
Okay.
it.
Okay,
What
We can
so
worry about that later.
um
Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo.
What's up, Dina?
Pretty little baby. I you get the flowers. I sit for hours. You get the birds and the good birds. Pretty little baby. Hi, hi. Pretty little baby. Hi, hi. You can miss the flowers. Got it for hours. Telling all the bluebirds and even the cool birds. Pretty little baby.
See, Neil, that's the voice you want to copy.
My voice.
The voice of that singer that we had on there.
We had a singer.
Well, an attempt at singing.
Oh, I must have missed it. I mean, I could give my best singing voice, but I don't think anyone wants to hear Nelly Furtado this early in the morning by a man.
Hi. I thought Nelly Furtado was a man. Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, 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 Bertie
Are you
Ciao.
Filipino, Sam?
Yes, brother?
Are you a Bobo?
Ow.
I knew it.
Anyway, how you been, see?
You are from the Philippines?
No, brother, I'm from India.
Oh, that sucks.
Why? Are you gay?
But why would I be gay? Just because I said that it sucks you live in India and not the Philippines?
I don't know, brother. But
Surprised you didn't ask for my PayPal, damn.
Or access to your Microsoft computer.
This is Caden from Microsoft Support. I love when they give like the most white names possible. It's so funny.
This is Frank.
This is Michael from Microsoft. I'm gonna stop. Like that.
One of the recent scam calls I got was somebody pretending they're from Bell, and it even had like a pseudo realistic Bell recording before you got switched over to an agent. And they're, oh, Bell is adding fiber in your neighborhood. You need to update your modem.
That's hilarious. Is a Bell a big provider where you're from? Because we have Bell also, but like I find I've never had a single person I know like go to Bell.
Yeah, I have Bell because the other Cogeco is terrible on their. They've had fiber in our neighborhood on the pole in the air for like over a decade. They never offered it to anybody until Bell Fiber started offering it here. But their internet service is terrible. It's 1,000 down, but only 30 up. I'm like 30?
What?
You should have at least 100 up. You shouldn't have 30 up.
Well, they have to match, right? So whatever your so if it's 30, that means your up is 30. It's not 1,000. So even if it was like 1,000 to 100, it would only cap at 100. So you need to have like both the numbers balanced.
Well, to a certain point, yeah. But it's like I use just as much up as I use down, so I like the Bell because it's async. They're both up and down are the same.
Yeah, we get shafted here. Like I think maybe TELUS, like some places, if you actually like hardwire the internet, like you might get a gig. I'm not 100% sure, but I know for the longest time they were advertising 1 gigabyte, and then everyone would only get like 350,000, or every 300, or like 500, and they would never
Because you're
actually.
trying to Wi-Fi 5 it or what?
No, even through the frickin' cable, like the straight cable, they wouldn't get the 100, but or the 1,000.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I think this was like a couple years ago, so I don't know. Like I said, I've been off grid for freaking 2 years now, so. But I'm on a data box right now. Let's see my stats.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Neil how much like what's your speed up and down? How much do you pay?
Dude, it's way more than before now. This is sick. Okay, download is 105. Oh no, okay, never mind. Download 105, upload 11.
Yeah, see, that's reasonable for that speed.
How much do you pay?
$50 a month.
With that?
Yeah.
Shit.
It's like 45. I got a deal, so it's like 52 or something like that. But yeah, I get 500 gigabytes of data, and I get to bring the box wherever I want, like just put it in my pocket.
Oh yeah, it's a mobile thing.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and like the guy there originally at the place was like, "Oh, you can only stream up to 720p. Like it automatically like reduces your tethering. Like the YouTube option doesn't even pop up for that." He was like literally trying to discourage me, and even like on the internet, like the reviews were saying the same thing. But I'm like, bro, I don't. They don't offer. Sorry.
YouTube will automatically adjust your stream, right? So if your limit, like you're hitting your limit, the tooling will recognize your speed and kind of just adjust it for you. So it's not like, like I don't know why he's trying to freak you out over it.
Yeah, I've seen
Kinda
that, but I've also seen that was the case where it wouldn't even like it put you on like a separate network, which made it like YouTube Lite, and like it said like. But anyways, I was like, I have no other option. They're not offering internet in my area because it's off the grid, so I just tried it, and instantly I logged on YouTube. Boom, watched a 4K video on my phone, no problem. I'm like, okay, sick. So haven't had any problems since.
Yeah, like I said, they can throttle YouTube and streaming, I guess, if the people do too much of it. So
Yeah, where I'm at here, I think I have 100 something down and like 15 up or something like that, and I pay with tax about $75.
ouch.
I'm gonna double check that. I think it's better than what it sounds. You know, I haven't really had any problems. The biggest thing that I have is I run through a VPN, right? So that cuts the speed, but it's still actually like really good. You know, like if I was paying for anything less, the VPN would probably maybe also be lower. So hang on, I want to check now.
You guys are really ugly. What the why?
Okay, yeah, the plan it's called a 120 unlimited, so no cap. 120 down, and then probably like 15 or 20 up or something like that for 64. So with tax, it comes up to like 70 something.
Yeah, the only problem with having 1 gig down is it doesn't make the internet any faster. If you run into a slow server, it's still slow.
Yeah, I just tested it now. 127 down and 21 up through my VPN because I have a VPN plan that like I don't pay for, and then one that I do, and yeah, the one that I do, I guess it's pretty consistent. So yeah, 127 down, 20 up. I'm okay with that. I mean, fuck. How much do you really need? And like you said, really, like, where there's bottlenecks anywhere. So
Yep. Even if I upload to YouTube a video, I'm still capped because I'm a smaller account. I'm capped at like 250 megabits.
yeah, I gotcha. The thing is, the whole 1 gig download plan stuff, it's only really useful if you have a lot of people on your network. When you think about it, you got yourself, your wife, and your kids and shit all sharing the same router and shit, right? And that's where it can be helpful. But apart from that, if you're living alone, like Neil and I, whatever, you really don't need much.
Yeah, because if you got 4 or 6 people using it all at the same time, then yeah, it makes sense to have more bandwidth.
I mean, I've got multiple devices, but they're not all consistently being used. I have a couple of servers of my own, but it's really low key. It's just for availability. It's not really doing that much all the time.
But yeah, even with my 1 gigabits here, once in a while YouTube will act stupid and like a 4K video will start playing in like 1080p.
Is it direct, or what do they call that? I forget the terms. Like, there are plans where you share like an X, gigabit plan speed thing or whatever with everyone on your block versus like know what I'm talking about. I forget the terms for it.
Yeah, I think it's like like a shared node.
Dedicated, that's the term.
Yeah, the
Okay.
dedicated versus shared. Yeah, most cable is shared node. Your whole neighborhood shares the same internet. Because cable customers used to call all the time. Says, "Oh, my internet's slow." I said, "Well, everybody just using it at the exact same time here after dinner. It's what it is because it's a shared node through the entire neighborhood to save on cost, right?"
But I mean, when is it not really? I mean, isn't it always technically shared? Because at some point in the network, there's going to be a node that branches out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, but depends on, like I said, depends on the infrastructure, right? So if they're only putting 10 gig into the neighborhood and you've got 20 customers trying to pull a gig at a time, well, it's obviously going to slow down. So yeah,
Right.
it all depends on the head end there and how much they're feeding into the neighborhood.
Right. Okay. So it's a mix of both the hardware and what they kind of like programmatically dedicate to that branch or whatever.
Yeah, because
Okay.
20 years ago when people were getting all this broadband through cable, 10 gigabyte equipment still it was very expensive. Now you can buy 10 gigabyte stuff from Amazon, right?
What do you mean, like a router or something, or?
Yeah, you can get routers and switches now with
Oh,
10
okay.
gigabyte stuff on it, and you can buy it
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Amazon. Couldn't do that 20 years ago.
I thought you meant the 10 gigabyte like per second, bit per second or something.
Yeah, like I
like
said,
from the ISP.
the networking
So,
equipment, because
oh yeah,
you need Cat6 cable of at least up to 55 meters to do um, you know 10 gigabits of data, and then so
is
this
the
is
loss
all
really that
recent stuff.
much? What?
Yeah, 100
Over
meters of Cat6 can do 5 gigabits.
5? What?
Yeah,
yeah, if you have a cable too long, right, the signal will
yeah,
kind of like die out or not be strong enough to reach the end, for it to be reliable. So it tends
yep,
to slow shit down. Packets get lost and whatever.
yeah. You need Cat6A to do 100 meters of 10 gigabits because it's got thicker wire,
Eh?
better better noise reduction. So it's got shielding,
Yeah.
whereas the other cables don't quite have any shielding. Like regular Cat6 doesn't have any real shielding in it. All
But
it
those are
has
the
is
cables. Those are the cables that you have on your network, like at your home, right? You have your router, and then you have your PCs and shit, and you're bringing it up to the router. But
yeah,
outside, like these cables and fibers and shit like that. I mean, those are fucking long, right? How come it doesn't like diminish that much over those wires?
yeah, because usually the head end to the node is fiber, so there's no real data loss there. If it's copper to the home, then it all depends on what type of copper they're using, right? Cable
Okay,
networks use like a thick coaxial cable, not your standard cables. Because
right.
even in the I'm running Cat6 right now in one of the suites in the building I work at, and they ran coaxial into this particular suite, and they're using not R6, they're using R8. That cable is much thicker than R6. Then they switched to R6, and the R6 is only like like 8 foot long. So
Hang on, you're fucking cat
yeah,
cables and shit. I have RJ45 cables in my head for whatever
yeah.
reason. Hold on.
And
Okay, yeah,
I've got
those
some
are
Cat
things.
6 and some Cat 5e cables here. I'm using a Cat 6 for my 2.5 gigabit connection to the computer.
What are you guys doing here?
Oh, we're just chilling, bro. Lord. Okay, I see what you mean here. Yeah, they look like standard Ethernet cables. Yeah.
No, I do, but even though I have a 2.5 gigabits link between my modem and that, when I plug in a fast thumb drive into the modem, transfers to that is still faster than the 1 gigabit, but still slower than it should be. It's only about twice as fast as the 1 gigabit, where it really should be like 2.5 times faster. So now that I got a box of Cat 6 there, I'm going to try to make a better cable and see if that makes any difference. Because it could be, like I said, the cable's picking up noise or something, and because I just bought the cheapest cable I could find on Amazon.
Hey, Randy, have you ever gotten into hardware, like circuitry and electronics and shit?
A little bit.
Yeah. I learned a bunch of
Yeah.
shit like early in high school and stuff like that, but never really much. Trying to get back into that now because it's actually kind of cool. Like bedrock of everything, right? Actual hardware.
Hmm. Yeah,
Have
because
a little.
back in the Radio Shack days, I would buy occasionally stuff from there and make repairs or fixing stuff and all that.
Yeah, I have a little Raspberry Pi board with like GPIO pins and on it stuff. So I'm able to like connect a little breadboard and programmatically kind of like turn certain pins on and make little circuits like that and combine programming into it. So it's actually really cool. I buy a little pack of transistors so I can make little logic gates and shit. Whatever. It doesn't do anything, but it's fun. Like to think on our phones, we have, CPUs or whatever, with billions of transistors on them in like the size of a thumbnail. I got this pack of like NPN and PNP transistors or whatever, and each of them are like, half a centimeter, a couple millimeters thick or whatever. It's like, it's crazy.
Yep. Well, even the first integrated circuit was like a massive step up from before, but it was barely functional kind of thing. Like it barely had anything in it.
Which one are you referring to? Like back in the 70s?
Back in the 60s, here.
Okay. What was the size of like your table or something?
No, it was pretty small.
Oh, okay.
1958, September 12th, 1958. Jack Kilby working at Texas Instruments.
Guys.
So he integrated a transistor, capacitor, and 3 resistors into a single piece of semiconductor material. See, tiny little thing, but it worked,
Hmm. I have a little.
And then
Sorry, go
the
ahead.
monolithic silicon IC was 1959. That's where they started using connecting the components directly on the chip. So
I've been playing around with a little setup in my kit that I got. It has an 8-bit shift register on it. It's first time I ever had to like synchronize shit like that. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Where on my microcontroller I have like a program that just turns a pin on and off, in cycles and whatever. And then I have to coordinate, turning other pins on and off to like, actually like allocate quote unquote memory into the chip. I don't know. It's pretty cool the way it's designed, And I look into it more and all sorts of like funky combinations of logic gates and capacitors and whatever to actually like allow you to have 2 ins, a clock and a data in or whatever, and on certain combinations of these things at different timings, different things happen. I don't know, like I don't know, I find that pretty fucking cool, man.
Well, I'm just surprised they've got now down to like what the 7 nanometers on writing these integrated circuits.
Yeah.
Because I remember that there was a physical limit for this using the size of
I thought that
the
was the limit.
well, it in the old day, different methods they use, like the masking methods and stuff like that. There was like 30 nanometers or something was the limit for it, and now they've got new techniques and stuff like that.
And so this is basically the limit of the thickness of the wires inside the CPU, right?
It was the method of flashing the ICs, because whatever wavelengths they were using to flash them, had a physical limit here.
Oh, wait, I thought the 7 nanometer was the thickness of the wire over which the current, traverse.
Yeah, I think the 7
Right.
nanometers is the minimum size for components.
Okay. What was happening? Were they just melting or something, or?
Well, they were just physically running into a barrier. I think they were using UV light or whatever before, and it just wouldn't pass through the mask. I think the diffraction limit, they hit the diffraction limit there.
Oh, okay, right. You're talking about like when they're actually manufacturing them. Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
remember seeing something where they create like little layers of some sort of substance. They kind of like make the little they etch the wiring and whatever, and then they apply light to disintegrate the other material so they can go on to the next layer. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because they call it lithography, optical
Right.
projection, right? And they're using a deep ultraviolet lithography. They use some techniques here. It says they use argon fluoride excimer lasers with a light wavelength of 193 nanometers. By placing a layer of highly purified water between the lens and the water, the light refracts to mimic a shorter wavelength. Interesting. They're using water to mimic that.
Huh.
So the physical limit was 32 nanometers in a single pass. To bypass this, foundries use complex multi-pattern, splitting a dense pattern across 2 to 4 different masks to stretch the physical limits down to about 7 nanometers. And now they're using extreme ultraviolet lithography, and that uses a shorter wavelength of 13.5 nanometers.
Okay. And then they pass that through a lens, which will cut it down even smaller, I guess, right?
Yeah. So this particular wavelength of ultraviolet, they have to do it in a vacuum because even any kind of air will absorb the light.
Okay.
So the ultra UVs can do 13 nanometers in a single pass. And the next generation says they're going to do 8 nanometers in a single pass. And they think they can get down to either 2 nanometers or 1.4 nanometers.
My God, dude, that's so small.
Yep.
God.
And just imagine the quality of the materials you need. Like the silicon has to be ultra pure and all this stuff to do that.
Not only that, but the other materials too, right? Because you got to get, if you're going to create like a transistor at that size, you got to get some, P-type and N-type material kind of somehow, sandwiched together or whatever at that scale to create one transistor of whatever, 2 nanometers, 5 nanometers, whatever there is. Like there's silicon, and there's they dope that shit with like another whatever is phosphorus or something like that. When you really think about it, dude, it's fucking crazy.
And it all started with 1958 with a chip that only had a couple of pieces on it.
What did that whatever article you were reading? What did it say that the thing was capable of?
I don't know if it goes into the entire capabilities here. Just
No specs.
what is the known ones right now, and then what the potential. Because they're making here one about the ultimate theoretical limit is approximately 1 nanometer. It says no matter what manufacturing methods used, the ultimate scaling limit for silicon-based ICs is bound by physics. Once a transistor gate channel drops below 1 nanometer, electrons begin to teleport straight through physical barriers via quantum tunneling. This causes catastrophic current leakage.
I
Means
thought
that
that
there
I
can
thought
no
I
longer
thought
be
that,
reliably turned off.
I thought the limit on that was 7 nanometers. I remember hearing about that. Like when we hit 7 nanometers, they were talking about all that shit. Like, what do? They just gotta like lower the current or something, and then it doesn't behave the same or something.
I don't know what they exactly do. So,
Huh.
let me ask it. How do they make? Let's do like 7 nanometer work reliably. Oh, it says the secret. The most foundational reason 7 nanometer chips work reliably is that no physical part of the transistor is actually 7 nanometers wide. It's just a commercial marketing generation name.
What the fuck?
Because on a real 7 nanometer chip, the distance between transistor gates is roughly 56 to 60 nanometers. And the width of the functional wiring lines is about 36 to 40 nanometers.
What the fuck?
So that's how they're avoiding the quantum tunneling, making them bigger. But the 7 nanometer lithography just allows them to make the transistors and the lines more precise.
Okay.
I'm just surprised they can put all that stuff in so tightly, even that 50 to 60 nanometers and not overheat everything.
Well, you don't need much, to get something done. A little bit of current through all that complexity, the output is what it is, no matter how minuscule of a charge. And then you just amplify it or something like that. I don't know, if need be. Yeah, it is pretty quite phenomenal.
Yeah, here's the weird part. It says foundries use massive supercomputers running algorithmic models to intentionally distort the stencils. It says if you need to print a perfect square on a 7 nanometer chip, the software modifies the stencil to look like a bizarre shape with flared corners. When the light passes through this intentionally deformed stencil, it naturally corrects itself and lands on the silicon as a perfect square. Now that's some freaky refraction they're doing there.
Whoa.
But they do say here at 7 nanometers, a single speck of dust or a microscopic variation in chemical thickness can ruin an entire batch of hundreds of chips.
And for contrast, does it say what the thickness of a speck of dust actually is?
Well, let's ask. How big of a speck of dust? Or how small of a speck of dust? Particle as small
Or
as 10 nanometers can completely destroy an advanced microchip.
okay, but like dust in like your everyday environment, like in your house and shit like that, like what's the average size of a speck of dust?
Oh, that's quite bigger than that, probably.
Okay, you know what I mean? Like if you take a flashlight at night, you see little particulates kind of, flying around and shit.
Yeah, it says typical household dust particles are 20,000 to 50,000 nanometers.
Oh my god. Okay.
So 10 nanometer
Wow.
wide can damage a lithography. So if you made a 10 nanometer dust size as a standard soccer ball, single speck of normal household dust would be like a boulder half a kilometer wide. They say if you
The
used a
craziest
city
part.
here, if you said household dust was the size of Manhattan, a 10 nanometer killer defect would be about the size of a school bus.
Oh shit. Come to think of it, the real crazy part about all this is standard practice, right? It's not
Yep.
theoretical. It's not, a one-off. It's like the shit they do on the daily in a bunch of places now, right? You got fucking, I don't know, Foxconn, the factories everywhere, China, making shit for Apple, whatever, Dell, and what have you, right? Like this is going on all the time.
Yep. These
Crazy.
fabs out there are standard practice now.
Yeah, dang.
Like if you look at the motherboards of many laptops these days, like the small thin ones, in the old they had to make the laptop like an inch thick just to hold the battery and the hard drives and the motherboard and potential expansion memory and stuff like that. And then sticking cards in the sides or whatever. Now you got these motherboards that are about half the size of the actual physical keyboard.
Yeah.
And
I have a
it's got
I
everything
think
on it. It's got the memory on it, it's got the hard drive on it, it's got everything all integrated into one small little board.
yeah. I have a 2021 or 2022. I think it was around that time. MacBook Pro M1, and like maybe it's about less than 3/4 of an inch. Excuse me, less than half an inch thick. Right, like when it's closed.
Mm-hmm.
A large part of that thickness is like the casing, right? And that's old compared to today's standards, right? It's 4 or 5 years old.
Yep.
Good evening,
Awesome.
flatties.
Oh, who's back?
Good evening.
Mondo.
Hi. Hello. My lovely flatters. Flatties. How's it going?
Making a coffee. Yeah, just geeking out at the moment.
Bro, why people get on Discord and not talk? Like, why?
Well, we were before you got here. We were just chatting about computer
Everybody's so
hardware and stuff.
quiet.
Yeah,
Like, so quiet. Like,
just finished the conversation as you got in. So
really?
yeah,
What is it about?
we're
Clue
just
me in.
geeking out. Yeah, we're just geeking out talking about computer hardware.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just how incredible it is. You know, we can get, such
Yeah.
small components
Type
for
shit.
everyday
Type shit.
computers, you know.
Right. Type shit. Type it.
Hey.
Are we live? By the way, is this live?
Hell yeah, man.
Oh. Mm.
What's good, y'all? Yo, everyone is muted here. What's going on?
Dude, chilling, dude. What's up?
Yo, are you a flat earther?
Me, yeah.
Could you explain to me how?
What do you mean, how? Earth
Or
measures
why,
flat.
I guess.
Earth measures flat.
But you believe the world is flat?
The Earth measures flat.
But is it flat?
It measures flat. Yeah.
And how deep does it go?
I think the deepest hole ever dug, or the deepest ocean, is like 7 or 8 miles or something.
So like 10 kilometers?
Ish. Maybe less. Or maybe more.
Respect.
But the point of the flatness is not necessarily how deep or how high it is. It's the orientation.
Okay, can I ask a question? And I'm not trying to be a dick, but before I joined, was everyone here muted?
Yeah, we're just chilling there. We were chatting a bit earlier.
Yeah,
Then we
but why
took
is
them
everyone
down.
muted though?
Because we're waiting for people like you, bro.
Yeah, makes sense.
We weren't.
But
Muted.
what? Yeah, I get it, I get it. But how can you explain the moon being round and the sun and all the other fucking planets?
Are they?
I mean,
Well,
they
round
seem.
in so far as like when you look at it, like you see a circle, yeah. But when you say round, are you talking like spherical?
Yeah, I
Right?
mean spherical. Yeah.
Are they? That's a very good question. They might be.
Oh,
But let's
you a
say they are,
Democrat?
right? No. But let's say they are spherical, right?
Hmm?
Do you walk into a forest and say, I'm a tree because there's a bunch of trees around me?
No.
No. Like there's different characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all taught to think that we're the same as the things up in the sky, right? For whatever reason.
Yeah.
Okay. But the question is, are we? Are we a giant sphere, and how would anybody prove it? How was it proven? Were you ever taught how it was?
Okay. Were you born a flat earther, or did you become a flat earther when you grew up?
I was taught the heliocentric model growing up. Then I looked into it.
Oh, okay. 20 cups. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a dick. Can you explain me your reasoning without using big words? English is not my first language.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah.
By the way.
So I was taught that the Earth was a ball,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought it was true.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you look into it, it can't be a ball because balls have curvature on their surface.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There
Oh,
is no
yeah.
measurable curvature, so it cannot be a ball. Right?
Yeah, because it changes, right?
What changes?
Like when the sun's mass is pulling us, a lot of I mean, I guess the equator gets larger or something like that.
Is the sun's mass pulls us?
Yeah, kind of.
Where'd you hear that from?
School.
Was it ever proven to you?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist. That's what I'm asking.
Right. So the big question is, who proved these things that were taught to us in the standard curriculum? Right? Everyone goes to school and we're all taught more or less the same thing
Yeah,
or something like
I
that.
use that logic a lot actually. Like most scientists just say this is this because that's what they pay to say for.
Not only that, but it seems theoretically reasonable. Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Like think
could you
about
explain me the thing of that why can't we see past 8 kilometers on the horizon? I mean,
dude, you asked like 10 questions already. I'm not even sure if we've even really finished one. All right,
Mhm.
all right. The 8 kilometer thing, I
Oh
don't know where that.
yeah.
Who told you that?
I mean, my system, I guess. School,
Your-
TV.
Well,
All I know when it comes to the Earth's shape is from TV. So
all right. So the question would then become, who proved that for it to then become a standard thing that everybody is taught? And when you look
yeah,
into it, at best, you find that it is theoretical and quote unquote reasonable to assume that,
yeah. Hmm.
right? Like if I take a basketball and I take a
Yeah,
ruler,
yeah.
I can kind of like gauge the curvature rate of the basketball, right?
Paul.
Take the
Yeah,
I would take the ruler, I put it on top, and then I move it over, and then I have to tilt the ruler a little bit, and then I, move it over again. I have to tilt it some more, and you can
yeah.
do,
Measure it
some
basically.
calculations and determine, yeah, the curvature rate. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm simplifying it, but you get the point, right?
Hmm.
You would think that somebody has employed some method over the giant ball that we supposedly stand on to determine its curvature. I don't know anybody who ever has. Do
I
you?
mean, but theoretically, would I be able to see Los Angeles from Kosovo?
Dude, why
Since
don't you answer my question?
no, I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I'm asking.
You don't know. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. I don't.
Right on.
Yeah, that's
Right
the
on.
whole
Right
point.
on. Right on.
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to ask questions.
Yeah. But that's the interesting part. When you really think about it, right? We don't actually know that, but we're taught it to be true.
Hmm.
So we just assume it's true. But we don't have any of the
Facts.
underlying detail.
Facts.
Right?
Hmm.
So when you investigate, you realize that at best, it's theoretical.
Yeah. When you ask why does mass attract mass together? Are you guys Christian?
Some, not everybody.
Mm. Why are some Christians flat earthers though?
I don't know.
Does
Because they notice that it's not measured to be a ball either.
But does the Bible say that though?
One could argue that, yeah, that there are a bunch of passages in the Bible that would allude to the notion of it being flat, stationary, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because I've heard a lot of Christians say that I'm a flat earther because the Bible says so.
They might say that. Not everybody would necessarily
No,
lean
yeah,
like that.
but
You know,
realistically, I am
like
generalizing.
yeah. But what I've heard a mix, right? Some people would say um, they recognize that it measures flat, and then that it just so happens to be echoed in the Bible, right? It's like, oh, well, it measures flat, and it happens to say so in the book too, right? That's an interesting, happenstance, right? But the important part is that it's measured flat, or it's not, right? Like if it wasn't measured flat, and the Bible said it was, there would be a problem. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you know,
Wow, 20 cups.
what's up?
What do you think of black Israelites?
I know nothing of it.
Mm. Rest in peace to my granny. She got hit by a bazooka.
Consider this, dude. Okay.
Hmm.
If you
What's
take
up?
a glass of water and you pour, you take a glass and you pour water in it, right? How would you describe the surface of the water?
Flat.
Okay. If you take a pool, right, like a swimming
Mhm.
pool, you pour water in it so you can swim in it and shit, right? How would you describe the surface of that water?
Flat.
Right, like assuming there's no wind and shit like that. No one's in the
Yeah,
pool.
no waves. Yeah. No curvature.
Yeah. So the question is, at what point, what scale of a body of water do we need to actually have measurable curvature?
Yeah, my question, I guess, is like, how come we're at the sea? At some point, you stop seeing the water because of the curvature.
Out over the distance, right?
Yeah, like I think I don't know what it's called, but event horizon, I think.
The horizon, yeah. Well, that's a very good question, right? Is it that you stop
Mhm.
seeing beyond or approaching the horizon because of a hump of water, like a curvature dropping down, or is it
Yeah.
because shit is too small for you to see? How
Or
would
maybe
you
our
know?
render distance is just too low.
Well, that's it, right? Things get smaller as they get further away from you, right? Because here's the thing, right? If we're on a ball of a certain size, and you're a specific height above that ball, 6 feet, 5 feet, whatever, and you
Yeah.
look over the horizon or out to the horizon, geometrically speaking, or mathematically speaking, you would be able to expect that hump of curvature to be at a certain distance from your eye,
Now
right?
that you actually mention it, whether we did live in a spherical world or a flat Earth, the event horizon would happen either way. I was
Sure,
just thinking about it
things get
because you know
smaller, and yeah,
no. I'm not even trying to make the point that things get smaller. But like if you take a look at the mountains, like when they're hella far off, they start to look like they're covered in snow. But when you get close to them, they actually look pretty normal, and it's because of all the things in the air that
sure.
makes things disappear.
Well, one thing is for sure is light doesn't travel forever in through
Yeah,
the air,
that's my point.
right? So that's
Mhm.
another thing, right, to consider is when you're looking far out, the fact that you can't see something, right, could be just that it's too far away and the light bouncing off the thing to get to your eyes just kind of, that light just gets absorbed, so it never reaches your eyes, so you can't see the thing. Not necessarily
Yeah,
that down below, uh, you know, uh, a curve or anything. It's just that you can't see it because the light doesn't reach you,
yeah,
right?
fam.
That's very reasonable, isn't it? Right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my first language by accident.
That's okay, dude. I get you.
But yeah, you have a point.
So the big question is, how big is the ball? How far should we see if it's a giant ball and we're 6 feet
Yeah,
high?
and yeah, why is it
Do we
always
see?
8 kilometers?
Well,
Like
is it 8 kilometers?
someone living
Maybe.
in the mountains and someone living in the beaches is not the same. So how
Well,
come
watch
these
it this way.
circle
Check,
earthers always say 8 kilometers?
check this, right? So the math would dictate that, let's say, if you're 6 feet tall and you're
No,
at like a beach or
no,
something like that
sadly.
over the ocean, okay, the horizon would be at about 3 miles away from you. Before, let's say you had a thing like a boat or something like that, right? If the boat goes out from you from where you are at about 3 miles, it should begin to disappear bottom up,
Yeah, theoretically, yeah.
right? Problem is, we see shit like boats and other objects, shorelines, what have you, way beyond 3 miles away at 6 feet tall. There's a problem.
Yeah.
Right. Now, maybe it's a bigger ball, right?
But
even if it was a bigger ball, it would put a, throw a wrench in the gears of the heliocentric sort of worldview or system that we all been taught. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Are you religious by any means?
Not particularly. I have my faith, but I'm not really practicing.
So, okay, you're a theist, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
creator.
Yeah. I understand. Most people where I'm from are like that.
Yeah. I call them big guns upstairs.
But what happens in the edge, though?
Sorry, repeat that?
What happens in the edge? Like,
What
how
edge?
does gravity work in the edge of the world compared to a circle one? Or
Well,
the
you
center,
have
I
to.
guess.
Here's the problem, right? You have to assume there's an edge if you want to ask that question.
Oi!
What's up, dude? If you assume there's an edge, like here's the thing. One thing to keep in mind, dude. Just to be clear, we're not in here talking about like a giant pizza flying in space.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Fingers is cube.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's not what we're
Let me
talking
ask
about.
you a question.
So ask it. Ask it.
But do black people believe in flat Earth?
That's a very specific question. I don't know.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Dude, people of all walks of life have been in these rooms. Okay. It's not the
I think
ethnicity.
Earth is cube.
Yo, Sammy, what's wrong with you, bro? Trying to have a
Well,
conversation.
I don't know. Okay,
Wait,
sorry.
bro.
My bad.
We have the same name. He's Sami and I'm Sammy. Which one are you
Yeah,
talking?
exactly. Nice to meet you, bro.
Brother,
Yeah, I'm
are we
talking to the one that jumped in to interrupt you.
the Luffy one?
Yeah. Don't you think it was kind of rude? Are you jumping in and interrupting your train of thought, bro?
I'm sorry. Or not.
Okay.
So continue the topic.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, bro. You'll have your turn.
Okay.
Semi, as you were.
Yeah. Because
What were you
my
thinking?
mom is from Nicaragua, and she, I don't know what's her religion called this, but here in Europe we like to refer it as paganism, but it's something different. And she does not accept a circle Earth, I guess you could say, spherical. I'm sorry for my English.
That's good. Okay.
Do you think certain religions were right about it when they say like we are on this flat Earth? But I'm not gonna lie, they did believe in edges.
I think they were onto something, right? If you look back in history, like however
Yeah.
many cultures there were with various faiths, right? My understanding is like a shit ton of them, almost all of them, actually espoused or spoke of some sort of, stationary plane, right?
Oh, yeah.
That like they had a lot in common, right? Some of them may have, spoken about an edge. I'm not necessarily familiar with that, but the main theme being it's not a ball is what I find very
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, that's what she says. But I forgot what the religion that she says is. It's like Kyria, something like I don't know, man.
You gotta ask her, man. Might want to ask her.
Yeah, but she's not here. That's the problem.
Ah, sorry about
But
that.
thank you for the information.
No problem, man. Come by anytime. It can actually
Thank
get
you very
quite.
much.
It can get quite rowdy in these rooms sometimes. We got a lot of great people,
Nah,
great speakers.
today was pretty
Oh,
respectful. No
oh,
interruptions
it's all
from
good,
you.
man.
Thank you very much.
It can be it can get really bad in here, from time to time. But today seems
Yeah.
pretty quiet. This was well appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ciao.
Have a good one.
So, a fun fact about the Kola super deep borehole here. To get samples out from the deep, they use like a shaft within a shaft, and they manufactured out of lightweight aluminum alloy. So it only weighed 200 metric tons. And they said that makes it manageable for the surface rig to lift.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so they had the main metal drilling thing, and inside that they put another casing to pull out cores
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff.
okay.
And if they made it out of steel, it would have weighed over 1 million pounds and would snap under its own weight. So they made it out of lightweight aluminum alloy, and it only weighed 200 metric tons.
Only.
Yeah, no.
How much is that in pounds?
200 metric tons in pounds is a lot.
I mean, compared to the million or whatever.
Yeah. That's about 44,000 pounds.
Okay. Still like a 95% reduction or something.
Yeah, they're good. Because they lost 600,000 pounds by making it out of aluminum. So
Oh, 600. Okay. So, wait, you said 44,000 or 400,000?
440,000 pounds. Yeah.
Oh, 404. Okay. Yeah, 60% reduction
Yep.
or whatever. Yeah.
Well, like I said, instead of weighing 1 million pounds, only weighed 44% of that. So that's pretty good.
That's a giant drill bit, dude.
And then they had to lift that all up here. Apparently took 18 hours to lift it. It says the core barrel could only hold a limited length of rock before filling up. And it says the drill bits were burning up from heat and friction after about 4 hours of drilling.
How wide were these bits, though? Like a foot in diameter type thing?
I think the borehole was something like 9 inches.
Oh. That's it? Really? Dang.
But like I said, and I guess they and then they had to put a brand new drill bit on the end there, and then put the whole 12 kilometers of pipe back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 18 hours of continuous work to secure a single rock sample is typically only 6 to 10 meters long. So by the time they reached the deepest layers, actual drilling happened only about 3% of the time. The remaining 97% of the project's operation was simply lifting and lowering the pipe.
And this was done when? Like back in the 90s or something?
Well, they kept drilling until 92, but it started in the 70s.
Oh, shit. Okay. What? They were drilling for fucking 20 years or something?
Oh, yeah. It wasn't continuous like through the entire time, so there were times when they kind of
Yeah.
stopped for a bit and that. But
Okay, okay.
I'm just surprised they were able to get a pipe that long to work without it twisting itself to death.
I know shit there. I see in your link, the thumbnail, it wasn't straight down. At
Yeah,
least not the whole.
they hit a couple sections where they ran into trouble, so they skewed it a little bit to try to go around it. So they said it's kind of like a Christmas tree near the bottom. So they skewed the cutting a little bit.
They just hit like too much like rock or something.
Yeah,
Many
they hit
rocks.
something that prevented them from going forwards. They moved the drill bit into different angles to try to go around it.
Okay. Let me see this.
Okay, so the piping didn't twist because that wasn't what was spinning the cutting head. They used turbo drilling. The engineers attached a fluid-driven turbine motor directly to the bottom of the drill string, right above the drill bit. High-pressure drilling mud was pumped down through the hollow center of the stationary pipe. The rushing mud forced the turbine blades at the bottom to spin at high speeds, which rotated only the drill bit.
Hello, guys. Let guys, are you here?
Yo, you too. Um, no, I have not been. Yo, Sakatowski. Yo, Sakatowski. Hello, Sakatowski. Hello.
ಯಾವನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಶಟ. ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುಂತವನೆ. ಈ ಒಬ್ಬನು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು ನೋಡಿಲಿ, ಯಾಗ ಬ್ರೂನೋ, ಅವಳ ತರ ಹೆಸರು. ಫೆಮಿನಿಸಮ್ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಏನ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ?
ಶಾಟ Here we go. Well, it's me on. It's me here. Just no one talking about me. Just me talking about myself. Oh my god.
Namaste, namaste. Raja Alfazi Allah. What'd you say? Anybody here?
Nope.
All right then.
Do you guys know if there is another room that people are meeting up in, or is this it for now?
Is that?
Roger that.
Actually, I lied. There's one person in politics.
You bastard.
Oh yeah, I saw Effie Batman, I think, over there holding it down. I gotta do some vacuuming, so I'm gonna be useless for a while.
Hello, everyone. What is the topic? So everybody is in a chat, but no one is speaking. That's crazy.
Okay, give me just a second, brother.
You're a flat earther, just confirming before, you know.
All right, go ahead, Knowledge.
What?
Can this phenomena of a lunar eclipse occur over a flat surface?
So the illuminated side of like the moon always points directly towards the sun in like 3-dimensional
Wait,
space.
hold on.
We
I'm
talked
looking
about this
for a
before.
yes or no. That
Huh?
was a yes or no question.
No, I'm explaining it to you. Be quiet. You don't understand how
Well, no,
this
we can
works.
get the explanation after. I asked the yes or no question. I don't know if you realize that.
Do you know what the lunar tilt paradox is? Do you know what that is?
I'm asking, can we have
Do
lunar
you know what
eclipses
the
over
lunar
a
tilt
flat surface
paradox
or no?
is to answer your question, sir?
No. So check that out. See how I answered your
Of
yes or
course
no
you don't
question?
know.
Okay,
If you
awesome.
don't
So can you
know,
answer my
how
yes
do
or no
you
question?
know? You believe that the sun and the moon
Can
hover.
you
That's the
answer my
problem.
yes or no question? I answered yours.
No, you didn't. You said you
I
didn't
said
know.
no. Yes, you said, do you know? That is a yes or no question.
Exactly. Then that's a
And I
problem.
said no.
It's a
Okay,
problem for your
awesome.
model if you don't know.
So can we have this phenomena occurring over a flat surface?
We can have like it occurring like okay, so the moon generates its own light, right?
Brother, I'm asking a yes or
And
no
like
question.
lunar phases are like caused by some like shadow object, like you claim, right?
You're demonstrating a lack of comprehension of the English language right
The
now, brother.
moon is a solid piece of rock.
An emotional
Okay,
meltdown
do you
at this
understand
point.
that? That acts like a giant mirror. It reflects its own light from the sun. Okay.
Okay, we're not talking about that right now. We're just talking about the
You're
phenomena
talking about
itself.
like lunar surface, like lunar
No, I'm
eclipses
talking
and all
about
this
the
shit.
lunar eclipse.
You said you
The
didn't
lunar
understand the
eclipse was
paradox.
brought up.
You keep asking dumb
Yes, I
questions.
will
Then
look. Check this out. I could say this right now. I do not understand the lunar eclipse at all. Okay, cool.
exactly.
Now,
I just
can
told
this
you.
phenomena? I'm asking a yes or no question. Can this phenomena occur over a flat surface?
Flat surface.
Yes.
The moon and Earth are not flat. That's your problem.
I never said it was. I'm just talking about the phenomena itself, brother. Holy, I'm asking a yes or no question. How come I can comprehend a yes or no question coming from you, yet you lack comprehension of the English language when I'm asking a yes or no question?
Yeah, dude. Why we gotta sit through this pain, Mr. Car Picture with a cat on it? Just do it like this. Let me show you how it works. Can this phenomenon happen over a flat Earth? No, because such and such and so and so. Wow. Now that you know how to answer the question, for the love of God, holy crap.
Okay, I'll give you guys a hint. Okay, we are looking for something where you're going to answer yes. This can only
I
happen
don't do yes or
on
no.
a curved surface. So if your girlfriend tells you, "Hey, do you love me?" What are you gonna say?
I have many.
Okay, so what are you gonna say if one of them asks you?
I would say that like a light source can only cast its shadow of the object that blocks like the light from like okay.
Oh
So
shit!
the moon
I
is a
thought you were just
sphere,
kidding.
right?
I guess
So
you really
the
understand yes or no
so the
questions. Holy
sun
shit.
fully illuminates one hemisphere that's called the day side, right? While the other hemisphere like is the dark.
Okay, brother,
illuminated.
I know the story. Yes, I know the story.
You told me you didn't
All I
understand the
asked,
paradox on the globe model, so what the fuck are you talking about?
I
You
know
have
what
no
a
clue what
lunar
you're
eclipse
talking about.
is. I don't know what paradox you're talking about. I was being honest. I answered no when you asked if I knew what it was.
Exactly. You don't understand how it works. So you're useless. Conversation ended.
Okay,
Bye.
so I'm asking, can this happen over a flat surface? Go ahead.
Ooh, damn, it's quiet, man. I at least understand something. You're making yourself look bad.
Okay, here. Okay, Ipo, here. Since you understand English, let me ask you: can a lunar eclipse happen over a flat surface?
Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh.
Okay, perfect. Why can it not?
Because okay, wait, hold up. Because it's too perfect, bruh. Like it has to be like wait, hold up. Because I'm looking at a picture of how like a lunar eclipse happens. And like give me a second. Because like I know what a lunar eclipse is, but like I
You're
ain't
saying a
really
lot of words, but like they're not meaning anything.
obviously I'm telling you to give me a damn second.
Okay, so I'll give you a hint real quick while you're looking it up. Okay, you don't have to stop what you're doing. If I stand on a flat surface, right, like a parking structure, I can observe the lunar eclipse. So the answer is going to be yes. A lunar eclipse can occur over a flat surface.
No. It
So I
can't.
will then ask the question, if it cannot, right? When will this phenomena cause these flat things to not be flat anymore?
What? That wouldn't even make sense because y'all said the Earth. Y'all said, the sun and the moon is like kind of above Earth, so that wouldn't even make sense. A lunar eclipse wouldn't even happen in that way because a lunar
What
eclipse
direction?
happens
What
because they're
direction
all
do you
straight.
have?
They're all going straight, not
What
one being
direction?
up and one being down. That wouldn't make sense.
What direction are you looking when you're looking at a lunar
I'm
eclipse?
looking. If you're looking at a lunar eclipse, you're looking at it left or right, depending on which side of the Earth you're on.
Left or right? So if the moon and the sun are above your head, what direction are you looking?
Up.
Okay, so it's always going to be occurring in the sky, even if it wasn't happening in your sky, it would be up for somebody else, yeah.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
if the space between you and that other observer is measured to be flat, that means that the sun and the moon are always above the ground.
No, it's not what that means.
Brother.
It does not. That I don't know how y'all think, but that's not what that means. Like how do you even see how do you even see the North Pole? Like that doesn't even make sense. If the North Pole is at, I think it's at the
What are
bottom of the
you
Earth. If
talking
the North
about?
Pole is at the, because y'all don't make sense. Like flat Earth doesn't even make sense, bro. Like the Earth wouldn't even have a core, and it wouldn't even make sense. Gravity wouldn't even be able to pull anything down because the Earth doesn't have a core. The Earth has to have a core for everything to be pulled down. So that doesn't make even
I
sense.
already
And
told
I can
you.
look that up for y'all right now. If the Earth was
Yes,
flat, it wouldn't have
yesterday,
a core and it wouldn't work. Thank you. Anyways, all the water
yesterday,
would be flowing off. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't work. Anyways,
Damn,
okay,
you guys changed
on
your
top of that,
batteries,
that
bro.
doesn't
Like
even make. Oh my
your
gosh!
bird is seriously begging for food right now. So please feed it.
Leave me and my bird alone. Let's see.
I already
It sounds
told you.
like
And
three different smoke detectors within the vicinity that we can hear.
oh my gosh, dude, do you act like I tried to fix them and then they didn't want to fix them, so it's not my fault anymore. I literally bought smoke alarm.
You literally
Just
just need to
join
put
the
new
battery.
batteries in. What?
No, it's
Smoke
much
alarms
easier
are
than that. No, it's much easier.
expired. Y'all,
Listen,
how
guys,
much y'all
listen.
talk about smoke
Check
alarms?
this
Y'all
out,
should
friend.
know that
Check
smoke
this
alarms
out.
are
Check this
expired.
out. Check this out.
I'm not gonna argue
Just
with
hit him with a
ignorant people.
hammer. Just smash him with a hammer. Problem solved. All right.
I
Go
can't.
ahead.
Obviously, I can't. I just literally said that I tried to fix them, put new batteries in them, and they're still beeping. It means the smoke alarm is expired. But
Right. So take the
a
battery. If
person
they're not
that I live
hardlined,
with, she didn't want to listen,
just take the
so now
battery
they're
out.
up there.
Are you in a rental?
No, I'm in the house. What the hell?
Okay. So who's responsible for the house?
My lovely sweet grandma, but she doesn't want to listen.
Oh, I got you.
Anyways, like I was saying, what was I talking about? Yeah,
It's like
that wouldn't
every
even
10
make
seconds
sense.
though. Like how could you not be annoyed with that every 10 seconds? A beep going off.
Because I'm so used to it that my ears don't pick it up. But when it's completely quiet, I can hear it.
Oh my god. Alright. Hood birds got it. No, continue.
Just pretend like it's a bird or something. Like I got 3 birds in my house.
No, hey, no stereotypes were harmed in the filming of this broadcast.
Great. Okay,
Except
whatever.
for brain cells.
I have brain cells. Obviously, I'm not retarded.
Not you, honey. These guys.
Anyways, like I was saying, if the
I'm on
Earth
your
was
side.
flat, we would have a core and gravity wouldn't work. So all of that denying about shadows and the moon going up and the moon not
Wait,
rotating and the
hold
sun
on.
being big and
You remember
you're
what I
playing
told you
for all
yesterday?
the time. Because if the Earth
Remember what I
was
told
flat,
you
it wouldn't have a
yesterday?
core, and if it wouldn't have a core, then gravity wouldn't work and all the water would be flowing off.
I said yesterday to you that if gravity was pulling all matter on the Earth to the center, that means that there would be curvature on the surface. They give us the size of the Earth, so we should be capable of measuring that curvature. Why is the Earth measured flat?
What? I can look it up for you right now. They measured the Earth as its curvature. I don't know where y'all come with this theory
Okay,
that.
where is that measurement at? Yeah, where's that measurement
Okay,
at?
I'm gonna give it to you right
Okay,
now.
perfect,
I'm gonna go on
perfect.
Google and I'm gonna give it to you right now.
Yeah, yes, queen. Go get that curvature measurement. Let's go.
All right,
Oh,
period. Hold up, y'all.
oh yeah.
Okay,
Period.
so the
Slay. Let's
surface of the
go.
Earth is about it's about 170 million square miles.
Wait, what?
What? I said cover. My bad. Curvature. I did. Give me a second. Curvature. It's about 8 inches per mile.
Okay, so where is that measured? We're looking for a measurement. It's like right now, if I tell you that my bust, like I'm a K cup, right? Wouldn't you ask who measured that?
What?
If I told you I'm a K cup in bra size,
I will measure the
Damn.
curvature of your boob. What the hell are you talking about?
that's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you a random measurement, right? I'm using my words. I'm telling you, hey, I'm a K cup.
K cup. That I don't think that's even a fucking thing.
Yeah, that is real,
Big
by the way.
believer in the Keurig.
That's the real size, by the way, for
Like
bras.
K cups. I've got them. I just need coffee.
Yeah.
Shade,
You
I
know,
ain't know that.
you're supposed to ask the question, hey, who measured that? Who verified that? Where was that done? Can I repeat this measurement? You know, you can meet me up. Well, actually, you know what? Somebody else is measured K cup. You're not meeting me up, sorry. But and that person, you can verify. Okay. I'm asking you, who did this for the Earth's circumference or its drop?
You're saying who took this measurement?
Yes, who, what, when, where,
Okay,
how,
I'm gonna
all
go
these
put this up, and I need to know who took the measurement of the Earth being flat because they dumb as fuck. Anyways, excuse my French. Who took this measurement? Watch how easy it pops up because I don't know what y'all talking about. That just sounds crazy.
Okay.
Who is that?
Go ahead, try saying his name. I'm curious how you're gonna pronounce it.
Wait, E for
Wait,
curviness.
hold on, wait.
E for
Eva
curviness.
Curvinus? Oh
Yeah,
my.
something like that.
Yo,
E for
somebody clip
curviness.
that shit, please. Pretty please.
E for curviness. R for curviness. R eratophrodinis.
What in the world is going? Are your tongue stuck with a twister?
Chill, that's a hard name. But his name was like Alexandria.
No, his name was not Alex. Oh.
Alexandria.
Profile
Oh,
says bimbo with big eyes. Okay.
If you can pronounce his name, we'll give you a mod position in this channel.
Huh?
If you
Exactly.
can pronounce his full name, we'll give you a mod role, and you can be a moderator.
Oh, trust. You're gonna give me that mod. Hold up.
Seconds to pronounce his name correctly.
Yeah, you have 3 seconds.
And free
Wait.
3, 2.
Full name.
Wait, hold up.
1.
Jesus.
First and second name.
Eratosthenes.
We heard you look up the pronunciation.
Holy shit. Yeah, we heard
Yeah,
you look it up.
Eratosthenes Alexandria Drea.
No, that doesn't count.
Oh, whatever.
Just so you guys know, a K cup means that your band size to chest size is 11 inches differential.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. What
That
was
is
that
my
needed
actual
for?
cup size, by the way. Anyway, we'll continue. Go ahead. So what did he do?
He discovered one of the very first one of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth was Eratosthenes, a Greek philologist,
Eratosthenes?
a Greek philosopher who lived in Alexandria around 250
Holy
BC.
crap. Hey, listen. You know what? One time I got pulled over by a Philly officer. It was when I was in Pennsylvania.
Funny. No, I wasn't saying Philly officer. I said
Eratosthenes?
Hold up, wait.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Brother.
I said Eratosthenes.
Okay, so
Y'all
what did he
are
do again?
liars. Oh my gosh.
Wait, so wait, what did he do again?
He made a very important measurement of the Earth's circumference. I just told you that.
Okay, so what was the measurement?
Oh, let's see.
Up.
What?
Type into your chat GPT, what did
I'm not typing on
Eratosthenes
ChatGPT. I'm
do?
typing on Google, mind you.
Okay, you can type on Google, what did Eratosthenes do?
All right. I just told you. Wow.
I know, but I'm still asking.
No, you can't do my anyways.
Come
It doesn't.
on, Slay Queen, you're supposed to be the queen of the Globers right now.
No, I'm supposed to be the queen of the world, but we don't get every. Anyways,
Anyway, go ahead.
The round world.
yes, the round world, not the flat world, because that's
Thank
for
you
dummies.
so much, Queen.
Anyways, wait, I gotta read this. Please, that's our final.
Spell this.
Spell what? This?
This.
No, wait. Oh shit.
Brother.
Yeah. THIS. This. There, I said this. Like, you mean like this is important, or like a disc? I don't think it was funny.
How are you going to be the queen of the world if you can't speak English?
First of all, that doesn't mean anything because everybody speaks a different type of language. So I can speak my language and y'all will have to learn.
This is
it English?
embarrassing. This girl is smarter than you guys. That's so funny.
Oh, knowledge. Wow. Does she have a model? Does she have a model?
A model? I am a model, period. I'm so pretty.
She does have a model. I can explain it very simply. Get asked question, ask Google the answer, first result, read off.
Yep, exactly. Because Google is right and y'all are just a bunch of can't say that.
Google's always right.
It's righter than whatever y'all talking about. I don't even know what y'all theory is. That don't even make sense.
It's not
they
a
don't
theory.
Have one. This is like a
It
fly
is a
trap
theory.
where they just trap
It
people
definitely
with
is.
questions.
It definitely is. It definitely is. It's
Okay,
a theory. That's what's
all right. So if you measure water to be flat,
we're not talking about water.
70%,
We're not talking about
and
water.
70% of the
We're talking about my third.
Excuse me. Did
Your
your parents
excuse.
teach you to? Did your parents teach you to interrupt people?
We're not talking about water.
Well, you didn't hear what I had to say, though, did you?
No, because it's wrong. You can't even measure
Okay.
water. You have to measure from
Okay,
where
so
it
what?
starts.
Okay,
like,
so
you
what
really
was I
can't
going to
measure
say?
water.
What was I going to say?
I don't know. Something stupid.
Oh.
So why'd you interrupt me before the end of the sentence?
All right, man. Finish your sentence. I'm so sorry.
If water measures to be flat, and 70% of the known world is water, then the Earth is flat.
The water doesn't even measure to be flat. It's the way how the water is sitting. You can't really measure water unless it's like in a cup or something.
What about a lake?
Like, you really can't measure that either.
A lake.
You can measure how far the water goes and like maybe how heavy the water is or some shit, but you really can't measure. Water doesn't have a shape. Water doesn't have a shape, so you cannot measure the circumference. You cannot measure it. Like, you probably can measure it as a circumference or being flat, but water does not have a shape. So you using that point is
Okay, so you saying, right, you said what? You can measure the distance, right? So if you have a globe and you have distance, then you can measure the drop over distance because it's a curve, right?
Y'all ever
Understand
try
what I
Costco pizza?
Do you understand what I said?
Not really.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
My feet hurt. Oh my god. Anyway, as I was saying, water does not have a shape.
Doesn't
Therefore,
have a shape, so
it cannot be used in an argument. If something
okay,
is flat
so
or round, it
but does
has a
water
shape and it can be measured. Water does not have a specific shape, so you can measure it anyway, but doesn't mean you're right.
Okay, does water conform? So does water wrap around the earth?
Yeah.
So it would have a shape called a sphere, right?
No, water does not have a shape. The way how water is placed has a shape. Like I was saying, like if you measure
You just
water in a
contradicted yourself
bowl,
in
I
one
didn't
sentence.
contradict myself. I just told you water does not have a shape. The way how
You
water
just
is going around
you just
the earth
contradicted yourself in
has
one
a shape.
sentence.
I just literally told you the way how water plays is going to have a shape, but water
Okay,
itself does
go.
not have a shape. I know what I said.
Okay,
You're
I know you
contradicting.
like talking, so just explain that to me then.
What do you mean explain? How water has a shape and certain
Because
things?
you said a shape. You said water has a shape, but it doesn't have a shape.
Oh my gosh. Water has a shape the way how it's placed. Like, for
Yeah,
example,
what does that mean?
water
Stop there. Stop there. So what does that mean?
based on where you put. Oh my god, who just did that? Because you just did that so you can't come out and smoke
No,
along.
concentrate. Concentrate.
Like I was saying, for example, I have water in this bowl, right?
Yep.
Obviously, the bowl is round, so you can measure kind of the water from
Okay, so
this bowl
what's the
round.
top of it? What about the surface of it?
It's obviously flat. What?
Ah.
That
Okay.
doesn't mean it's flat.
Why not?
Brother.
Because it's round and it's flat.
What the hell?
Oh. So you mean that the water is curving and flat at the same time?
Yep.
Yeah. So the surface, right? The surface is flat.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you say, all right, well, 70% of the known Earth is water. So the surface where that water is flat, right?
What the hell? No.
Okay. So when does it start curving?
Because the Earth curves.
Oh my gosh, dude. How low IQ can you be?
You know, this is your average Glober, though. We have to realize that this is what we have to deal with when we're outside of Discord. She just happened to wander in, but we ended up getting into it yesterday, so I guess we decided to come back. So
First of all, Discord is a platform for everybody, even for retards like y'all, and it's okay.
Oh, we're the retards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
she's
bro.
got
Most
friends in here, right?
most normal people would call you guys retarded. To be fair.
Okay, so
Let's
you're
go
next
back.
She's got a
then.
point.
All right.
Okay, I got a
Okay. So
question. How would gravity work?
no, you need to stop
No.
now.
I already answered your question with the circumference of the water and all that shit. Water is not flat.
All right. That's enough from you. So who wants to jump in?
No, I was just saying you guys are retards.
So
if water measures to be flat and 70% of the known world is
When does water measure to be flat? Who the fuck says that?
Okay, so you get a laser over a lake, right? We're going to do this one at 20. Oh, let's just do it at 10 miles.
This is
to
just
keep it simple.
fascinating. This really is just fascinating.
All right. So if you let me finish, then we can go ahead.
Yeah. So okay,
right.
you got.
So what's the drop over distance at 10 miles?
On your left.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, who's more retarded, the person with like a smoke alarm going off every 10 seconds, or someone who doesn't have that problem?
Well, that'd be the
Yeah,
girl
that
that
guy
we were talking to before, though, wouldn't it?
had a alarm going off in the background. The beep. Guarantee it. High percentage
How do
chance.
people know? How do people not know that that's when you have to change the battery?
My goodness. What? Can we not hear smoke alarm batteries going off anymore? For the love of God.
Oh shit, I'll go on mute.
Thank you.
And while you're on mute, go and change your battery.
I just
save your
told
life.
you I tried to change the battery. The smoke alarms are expired. I don't know what to tell you.
I knew
your
of.
life.
Hey, listen, I have a nonprofit organization, and what we do is we send brochures to loved ones of people with inappropriate smoke alarms, and it shows all the dangers and the insurance problems and how you don't love your family if you don't change the smoke alarm. Makes them feel real guilty. Then we even send them the new smoke alarms in the mail at a 500%
You gotta
markup.
send that whatever the hell you're talking about to my grandma, because she's not gonna listen.
You know what would happen then, AI? The smoke alarm would sit on the kitchen table until the battery went flat. And it would start beeping, and they'd say, "Why is this thing beeping?"
I'm telling you, even if you change the batteries and the smoke alarm is still beeping, that means it is expired. I cannot use it anymore. I keep trying to tell y'all that, but
Oh,
y'all don't want to listen.
shit. Can we talk about something different, please?
Says who?
Who was the white knight for this girl? Because he said that he was on her side, so he must agree that water is both curving and flat at the same time.
Oh,
Was
he
that
left
Jay?
already.
Oh, he
No, he's
left. Oh,
gone.
shoot.
Yeah. He came in here to call retarded and dipped.
No, he's here. Knowledge. You agree that water is both flat and curved at the same time, yeah?
Well, some other dude, his name started with like a P or something.
Knowledge won't talk to you unless you've got a model, says who.
Oh, well, I guess I can't talk to him then because there's no globe model. Okay.
Yeah, and the model has to be the same as the one they used for the final experiment, because that's the flat Earth model, and he won't accept anything else.
Yep.
Oh man, he's that beat up about it, huh? Wow. So he's struggling so much with the fact that the Earth is flat that he will not accept anything except the straw man version. That's pathetic.
Yeah. Yep. And in the space of 5 sentences, he uses model 10 times.
Wow. I'm calling that a win.
Yeah, he thinks we needed like a model for everything. Like to determine if a banana is a banana, you need to make a model of a banana to determine if that banana you're holding in your hand is a banana.
Yeah, because he said, if you don't have a model of the flat Earth, then what are you testing? He said the globe Earth. That's the claim. No, but you don't have a model to test the flat Earth against the globe Earth. Yeah, flatness versus curvature. Where's the model? That's all he says. It's cold out here. Heard you guys complaining before that it was too hot.
Oh yeah, dude, it sucks right now. Well, in Vegas anyway, it sucks for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Oh, you're in Vegas.
Yeah, it's 1:15 in my car right now. That's what my temperature gauge says.
What's that? 115. Is that like 35 or something?
That was like 42-ish, maybe.
Oof. Oh,
Why would you want to live in
Wow.
Vegas?
Let me double check. Hold on. F2C.
We get that on extreme days, right?
Oh, 46.
Oh no, we don't get that.
Yeah, shit is ass. It's hot.
But it's winter now, so we got almost. I'm out walking the dogs at 6:30 in the morning, and it's like close to. I think it's about 4 degrees, 4 or 5 degrees. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Maybe 20. No, got to be 30. Well, what's your zero? Is 30, 32 degrees or something?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Yes. There's stuff that's disgusting number in the side chat. Look at that. Gross. Wow. Just keep my message all the way up there. Hold on, let me post it.
Right, well, we've got ice on the car
There we go.
windows, so
Dang, lucky. I'm jealous.
we only get that down here though in Australia. All the other boys who are on Discord, they live further north. They don't get that. We get this cold weather from Hyphens, Antarctica.
What's up, dudes? Why is there
What's up,
so
dude?
many people muted in here?
Because everyone's got good mic etiquette.
Oh,
Yeah.
not valid.
No, you're all right. You did the right thing. You waited for a break in the conversation, said hello. Well done.
Thank you, bro.
Believe
Do
Earth
you have
Are there
is a
not
anybody?
sphere.
any debates going on here? I thought people were like
Yeah, we can have
debating or
one with
arguing or
you, or we
something.
can just have a chat if you want.
I
Or
prefer,
depends what you want
to
to do.
like. I usually I sometimes come in here and there's people like screaming at each other. You know, I like to just listen to that.
Or we can talk.
I have to say I'm not convinced, man. I don't think you're gonna convince
Not
me. I
convinced
looked
about
into it
what.
a little bit. The Earth being flat. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to be. You know, I respect all beliefs, but it's like you're not
So
gonna
what?
convince me. I think.
All right, cool. So you're already concrete on a decision, right? Without even hearing any evidence.
Yeah, I just feel like, you can see with your own eye. You can see, like, my friend's dad has a really expensive telescope. You can see planets and shit, and the
What's
moon
that
and
got
all
to do with the
that.
shape of the Earth?
Well, I mean, if there's like planets in space and they're all round, right? So why would we not also be round?
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Why
No
does
wonder
it?
you're
Yes,
not.
it
No
does.
wonder you're not
Yes, it
convinced.
does. What do you mean? If planets and space and gravity and all that stuff is real, you can see planets, right? You can see them like spinning, right? You can see them spinning and doing all the same stuff.
For starters,
Why
you
wouldn't
can't. But right.
you can see it through
All
a
right. So you're
telescope?
going to go in. I'm going to go into a forest. Right? I've never looked in the
Yeah.
mirror before, but see a lot of trees around. Does that make me a tree?
But no, but I mean, in this context, like obviously there's this whole theory and thousands of academics and all this who have this theory about gravity and space, and if you can see
All right.
literally
What's that got
planets
to do with the
orbiting,
shape of the Earth?
well, because if you can see planets orbiting, you can see the solar system, you can see all that. I feel like we would probably
That's not a tree, though.
also,
So what's the
If you
similarity between
well, we
those
seem to be
things that you
spinning
see in
as
the
well,
sky
right?
and the thing that's below your feet?
And we
What's the
have, I don't know if
similarity?
you believe in that, but we have like footage from space and all that.
Hello? What's the similarities of those things you see in the sky and the thing that's below your feet?
Well, again, like based off of the videos from space, it would appear that the Earth is also a globe spinning, but I feel like you guys probably think that's fake.
Okay, so I can I can show you images of it being flat. So where are we going to go from here?
Really, people took pictures from space? or
Well, not
whatever you
from
guys believe in,
space,
like
but up in the
from beyond
sky,
the
right?
yeah, from beyond the firmament or whatever, or
No,
like
you're
just
just
above
up
it.
there. Yeah, up there. Yeah, so where are we going to go now? We're going to come back down to the surface and we're going to measure drop over distance, try and measure either Earth's a sphere or Earth's not a sphere, right? Isn't that the best way to do it? It's like a physical measurement. Instead of
I
relying on people
guess.
you don't know, you can actually do this yourself.
No, but it's like ever since like I've looked through a telescope, I've seen like I've seen like the moon and like fucking Venus and shit just
Okay,
like spinning.
we've already concluded that the things in the sky are not the thing below your feet, right?
Well, I mean, we agree to disagree, I guess then.
So you think the things above you are the things below you?
Well, I'm talking about in the context of obviously the whole
Same
other belief
context.
system, right? Of
Exactly the
space and
same
gravity
context.
and all, and planets and the solar
Yeah,
system
but
and all
you got
that.
no evidence. You got no evidence of that, dude. You just got
What do you mean?
stories.
Well, you can't say that.
Okay, what have you got?
What do you mean? What have I got?
What evidence have you got? You said I can't say you don't have any evidence.
Well,
What have you
I
got?
saw it with my own 2 eyes. You know, I've seen planets
On a
spinning and shit.
screen.
No,
On a
through a
screen, right?
telescope. Was my friend's dad like faking? Like he was actually a part of like the conspiracy, and he
Okay,
was
I'm
actually
going to
just
ask
showing
you
us like a
again.
fake.
How
Right.
does the things in the sky show you that the thing below your feet is the thing
Well,
in the
no, but
sky?
you asked me about space. No, you said you have no evidence for that, and I'm telling you
I
there
didn't
is
ask you
obviously
about
evidence for
space.
space. But if you believe you concede that space is real and planets are real and the solar system is real, then
What do you mean by
why
real? They're up there and we can see them? Like that?
Yeah, like the concept of it is real, right?
Yeah,
Like
okay.
all the things that
All
we've
right,
measured
fair
and all
enough.
that.
Let's
So
assume
then
that they're all
why
real,
would we
right?
be the odd one out? Like why would we only be the ones that are like floating? And because
Because we're
I thought
not
if you
the things in the sky,
yeah.
dude. I don't know how many times to keep on saying this.
Because I thought your whole the belief was that space isn't even real and it's just
But
land
you didn't
and
ask me
sky
that though,
wherever
did
you
you? You just
go.
came in with an assumption, and now you're going to run with the
But
assumption
do you
because
believe in
the
the concept of
argument that you
space or
came
not?
in. So the argument that you came in with is not working anymore.
Well, I'm just asking a question, right? Based off of like, do you think space is real or no? Are you like a flat earther that is like
Well,
you
for the
don't
sake
believe
of
that?
this conversation, it doesn't really matter.
Well, it does because if you concede that space is real, then it would be extra weird to
How do
say
you
that all
see
these
that space
planets
is
or Mars and Venus are all round, but we're floating as a disk, right?
okay?
That
So how
seems
do you
especially
see that
weird.
space is real? Like, what are you talking about?
Like, I looked through a telescope with my own 2 eyes. It was like a
Yeah.
20K telescope. I saw like the moon, and I saw like Venus or whatever it was, and you can like
Yeah.
see it's like a planet, right? You can see it. It's really like
Okay.
actually pretty clearly.
All right. So now, for the sake of this argument, I'm going to agree with you and say, okay, there's planets, right? Now, how does those planets? How do you know that Earth is a planet? The same things as those are.
Well,
Same thing as
because
those
the
are.
idea is right, gravity pushes in on all sides. So any type of mass, right, it's going to become like this
No.
perfect sphere of rock.
Know?
And so,
How do you
yeah,
know
that's
the
I'm
thing you're
explaining it
standing
to
on
you.
is the same as the thing in the sky?
Yeah, I'm explaining it to you. Like that's literally physics have like laws in them, right? Things that just happen the way they do. And as I understand it, like gravity pushes in, creates like this perfect
Okay,
spherical
where's the
mass, and that no
where's the
matter like
evidence
the
of that?
object, if it's big enough, it'll become a sphere. You know, and
Okay,
we're
where's the
obviously on a
evidence of
sphere.
that?
Well, but don't you think it's kind of bad faith to ask me where the evidence of that is? Like, obviously, we have
No,
like
you just made the
thousands of
claim.
universities and study. Like, have you ever taken an astronomy class? You're asking me
Okay,
what
so
the
what?
evidence is, but have you
Okay,
ever
what have
like
the
actually taken a class?
universities? What have the universities shown you that makes gravity turn things into balls?
Well, I'm not a flat earther. You know, this is what I mean. It's always like, oh, about me, what I gotta find out. But it's like you guys are the one who believe this, right? Yeah, I've heard you use this tactic with
Okay,
other
so
people
let's go.
too, but it's like
All right,
you're
so
the
let's
one
go
with the
back to
wacky.
the
Yeah.
Earth then, right? Let's go back to the Earth and
Yeah.
measure it. See if it's curved or not.
But why would
But
you only
you just asked
rely
me.
on
You just asked me to
measurements
show you
and
some
discount?
evidence, right? So do you want me to show you some evidence?
Is if it's just gonna be like some measurements that are probably like not even accurately adjusted,
Okay,
I'd rather skip that
you just complained
because
that
I feel like I
you're
already
was
know
the
where this
one
is
getting
going. You
asked the
know.
questions, and then I offered you to show
Well,
you
what
my
I'm trying to
evidence,
get
and
at,
you said,
what
"No,
I'm
don't
trying, I
worry
feel
about
like
it
you're
because it's
pivoting a
just
little
going to be
bit
bunk
because what I was
measurements."
trying to get at, and I feel like we got really close there, is like if you concede space is real, then why?
Doesn't make
Because
the
is
surface
like
that
you
we
have
live
to.
on a sphere.
So what is the idea then? The solar system is real, and there are planets orbiting
No,
around
that's
the
your
sun, but
idea.
there's just yeah.
I
I'm
just said for the
asking
sake
you.
of
I'm
this
asking
argument,
you.
though.
So, and there's one that's just like a disc. Like, is that the idea? Because that's
No,
weird,
that's
no?
your idea.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, if
Okay.
what like
So the thing,
what's the
if you're
idea
going to
then?
listen, are you going to listen?
Yeah, are you gonna tell me about like actually how like a disc fits in space? Like that's what
Yeah,
I want to
I'm going to
know.
tell you. All
Yeah.
right. So,
Okay.
so let's start with my idea is the things in the sky have nothing to do with the thing below your feet. So essentially, the Earth is its own place, right? So we can measure that place because we live on it, right? So if Earth was a sphere, a radius of 3,959 miles, and over 10 miles, there should be a drop of 66 feet of curvature over water because water conforms to the shape of the globe. You said gravity, right? That's what it should be doing. When we shoot a laser over these bodies of water, they detect no drop over distance.
Yeah, but
Therefore,
you're
Earth
not.
is flat and not
I
a
thought you were gonna
sphere of the
explain how a
radius
disc
of
fits into a solar system.
3,959 miles. I
I
just
guess, but
explained it to you.
I feel like the whole laser test thing and the measurements, like that's been debunked like 50 times now. Like that's a
Okay,
silly
what have
way
you
of.
got? What have you got to
We
debunk it?
we have we have okay we have. You're just gonna say it's fake, but we have cameras that we shot into
Okay,
space
so
and shot
now
footage
cameras are
of the
better
Earth,
than
and you can
measurements,
see
right?
the Earth. Yeah, you can see the yeah for sure, and you can see the
Yep.
Earth spinning. You can see it's a spinning globe, right? We have footage of that.
You can't
So I
see. You
feel like
can't see it.
objectively
Sorry, dude,
that would
you're
be
a
better,
retard.
right?
You can't see something spinning when you don't have a frame of reference.
What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean? You have, I mean, I guess I kind of get you if the
So
background's
how do you
just
send a camera
blackness, but
up and know that something's spinning when
okay, but
when
it's
you don't
definitely
have
a
a
planet
frame of
then, right?
reference?
You can see that it's a planet,
Well,
like a globe, like a
you can send
spherical.
things up. You can send things up in the sky, and it shows you a flat surface sometimes too.
Yeah, but what do you
So
make of
where
the
are we going
footage
to
where you
go
can
with that?
see it's a
Which one's
spherical
correct,
object?
and how do you prove it?
Yeah, no, but I'm asking you, like, what do you make of the footage where you can actually see it's like a spherical, like a globe shaped object,
Well,
or
I
like
just
far
think it's
enough away?
cameras, right? Because
Think
sometimes
it's
it shows
fake?
as a flat surface, sometimes it shows as a concave surface.
Yeah, but I mean, I get what
So
you mean with like
there's
sometimes
three
it's super
different,
close and
but
you
there's
can't really
three
see it
different,
clearly, but there's
but
other ones that are so
there's
far
three
away.
different types of surfaces, right? So then
What the
how are we
fuck?
going to know which one's correct?
What do you mean? I'm talking about like on the way to the moon type shit. Like they're so far away, or like
Yeah,
a
I know.
probe,
Have you ever
and you
watched
can
the footage?
see it's like a globe. Yeah, you can see it's a globe.
Take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
That was
Have
crazy.
you ever watched the footage?
Yeah, I have. I've seen, but that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, don't you think like my
Have you ever
50
seen the
hours of
shape of the
footage is yeah.
Have you ever seen the shape of the Earth change? Like it go flat and then convex, and concave.
No, I don't
You
know
ever
what you're
seen
talking
that?
about. You know what I mean, though, right? Like
You've
it's like a
never
probe
seen
they
that.
sent far away. I don't know. No, I just don't know what you mean exactly. But what I'm trying to say is, if you can see it's a globe, right? You're already conceding. You can kind of see it's
All right,
spherical.
Can you
So
show
why?
me something to reference? I don't know what you're talking about. So
What do you mean? How?
just
But you're a flat
just
earther.
put
How have you not
something.
seen? Never seen it?
Well, just put something in the chat so we can reference what you're talking about.
You never seen a video of like the Earth just like from far
Okay,
away, and it's
for the
clearly a
sake of the
globe.
argument, no, I haven't. Can you please show me?
I got one for you.
I have to get my phone out and shit. Holy fuck. Give me a second. so much effort and shit. I feel like this is silly, you know? Because if I were to put like my 50 hours of footage to your like measurements with lasers, I feel like I'd beat that out of the water. No?
Yeah, we can put footage up there as well that says it's
Like-
flat, but where are we going to go and we're going to measure it, right?
No,
Just put
because
what you're
I feel like
referencing
your
in the
footage.
chat, dude.
No, but you.
Stop,
This
I'm
is
not going to
bad
get
faith because your
distracted.
footage is just footage from high up in the sky, right?
Dude, I
Whereas
don't
our
get
footage is like
distracted,
in
right?
space.
So just put
No,
your footage. Put your footage or your image in the
It's
chat.
not a distraction. I feel like I've
I don't
cornered
get
you a little bit
distracted.
here, and you're trying
Right.
to
We're
desperately
gonna stick
pivot.
we're gonna stick to the thing at hand.
I mean, I've
Plane
already
was
gone.
made by
I've
you.
already gone you to concede space is real and it's a globe sometimes. So I
No, I
feel
said
like
for the
that's
sake of
already
the
like
argument,
80%.
let's say
That's
space is real.
80%
It
your
has
argument
nothing
gone,
to do.
right?
Okay, so I've still got 20%. So let's talk about that 20%.
I still got 20 for you.
Yeah,
Worldview to have that just crumbles
these are
that
your
easily.
numbers.
Like, isn't it?
All right, put it in the chat, dude. Hurry up.
Here
Yeah,
we
I'm
go.
charging
Here
my
we go.
phone, bro.
I got one. Mic check.
Yeah, someone for me.
Yep,
Can you hear me or not? All right. All right. XM4. Look in the chat. Right.
I'm on
one
a
of these
PlayStation, bro. I'm
pictures-
playing a game right now.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Sorry, bro. I like playing a game. I like talking.
You can't see the side
No.
shot though. Got a phone?
No.
Discord on your phone?
Yeah. I'm charging my phone right now. Give me like a couple of minutes.
Right.
Well, go on, bro. Just narrate what you see. Just describe it.
All right. So there's a
I
bunch
trust
of
you.
globes. There's a bunch of globes on the screen, right? It says which
Yep.
one is from NASA. One of them is from the Artemis mission recently, and all of the rest of them were just made using CGI. And then
Okay. Well, what's your proof that
we
they're
want to
oh
see if you
just
can tell the
CGI by the?
difference. Yeah, we want to see
yeah.
if you
No,
can tell
I
the
probably
difference
couldn't.
between NASA and CGI.
I probably couldn't.
Right. Right. So they could just be tricking you then.
Yeah, but don't you think like the argument of like, oh, it's fake, all the footage is just fake. NASA just faked everything. Like there will be reports about that. I don't think you understand how these institutions work, right? You can't
No one
just
said
like
that it's all fake.
you can't just buy like fucking you can just bribe like
You can have
fucking
real.
hundreds of thousands
You can
of
have
people
real
like that.
footage that's. You can have real footage that's taken in a way to show something different than what's in reality, right? You can agree
So,
with that.
but that's what I mean. So you're already conceding
Hello,
that
hello. I just
sometimes
asked
it's a
you a
globe.
question. Hello, I just asked you a question.
What's the question?
The question was, you can have real footage and take that footage in a certain way that shows something that's different from reality, right? You agree with
Yeah,
that?
you can fake shit. Yeah.
Well, it's not really faking
I
because it's
understand
real footage, right?
Yeah, but you can make
just
like a deposit, like a CGI deposit of it or some shit. It doesn't mean
but
it's
you
real
don't need
footage. Yeah,
to.
but there's stuff added.
You don't even need to. You can just do it with real footage.
But again, like the idea that they faked most
I
of
didn't
the
say it's
footage.
fake. No one said
is-
it's fake.
So then, what the fuck are you? So you
Okay,
admit that
can you
the
have? I'm gonna
video
ask
of
you,
the
can
Earth
you have
is
real
real?
footage?
What?
Can you have real footage that is shown in a certain way that makes it look like it is not?
Yeah, like what you mean, like an optical
Yes.
illusion or some
Okay,
shit?
great.
Yeah,
Good
for
answer.
sure.
So you can, right?
Yeah, but then what's the idea that
But
the
then
footage is just an optical
but then
illusion?
the footage would not be fake, right?
Yeah, but you know what I mean when I say fake, though, right? Let's say doctored or like tampered
Okay,
with.
no one made that claim in here.
Then just explain what you mean. Like you mean tampered with or like altered somehow, right?
How
That
do
your
you
claim?
think?
Because that's the
How do
same
you
argument.
think?
Like fake, altered, tampered with, it doesn't matter.
No, not tampered with.
It's just
Just
silly, you
taken
know?
in a certain way that makes it look like it's not. Like you can change angles, you can use a different type of camera that show different things, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they
you
could have
can,
just like
can't you?
made a CGI thing of like Earth in the distant
Oh my
space,
god.
right? I get you, but I don't know what your point is.
You
Like,
sound like you're starting to sound like that girl that was in here before. Just no fucking
well, I just feel like
education.
your
It's a retard.
logic isn't. Well, I feel like that's projection.
Okay, what
But
logic
your
did we use?
logic isn't logicking because
Okay,
I feel
what
like I've
logic did we use?
dismantled almost every point you've made, and I've gotten
Okay,
you to
what
concede.
logic did I use?
You admitted yourself that
Hello?
you conceded like 80% of your argument already.
Hello,
So I
what
feel like,
logic did I use?
and I'm not even that smart.
What
What
logic did I
logic? Just
use?
your shit about like we are so everything's like the sun exists and Venus exists and all the planets are real, but that doesn't mean that we're the same, right? We could be different. And all this shit, like
Well,
it's retarded.
but,
I'm sorry, it's
okay, but
stupid. It's a
that is
stupid way
logical,
to.
right? That's
It
logical
really
if you
isn't. It
follow it.
really isn't. It's a child's way of looking at the world. I'm not gonna lie.
You've got the child's way of looking at the world. They've shown you a
No, I don't think
cartoon,
so, man.
and you
I
just
don't think
believe
so.
it. It's like believing in Scooby Doo.
But do
Same
you,
thing.
again, don't you think that's objectively bad faith to call like what, let's say 1,000 hours of footage or whatever the fuck it is, like a cartoon? Like obviously, institution like NASA and whatever the fuck the Russians have, like all this shit, it's
No, I
incredibly
didn't
hard to
call that a
fake and bribe
cartoon.
everybody.
I didn't call that a cartoon. I called
Right.
you
So what are you talking about?
saying you said talking about the planets and things like that. That's a cartoon.
Yo,
You've never
that's
seen that before.
Fucking niggers.
Yo,
Learn some
that's
goddamn
crazy,
physics of the
bratan,
universe, you
bratan.
goddamn Neanderthal ass monkey.
Damn, bratushka, bro, bratushka. That's crazy. Sorry, bro. That dude's wild
Who was
as
that?
fuck. I have no idea. I recognize his name though, but I don't know. It's a famous name,
got him.
infamous name.
Idiots.
But go on. What were you saying?
Yeah, so you talking about the solar system. That's cartoons, right?
Yeah, I don't
You
know
agree?
why you would
You
say
agree
that.
with that?
No,
Okay, have you ever
of course
seen a
not.
picture of the solar system?
I've seen it. I feel like I explained to you. I've seen with my own through like a $20,000 or euro
Okay, have you ever seen a
telescope. I
picture
saw
of the
this shit.
solar system? We're talking about the solar system.
But I
Right?
saw it with my own two eyes. Like I don't understand. I feel like you guys are in some sort of
Have you
denial.
ever seen a
You're in like a
picture of the
denial
solar
stage.
system?
Yeah, plenty, I guess. Like illustrations. Oh, picture? No, we
Yeah,
can't take a picture.
illustrations, they're cartoons,
Again,
right?
this is what I mean. Like you're fucking. Are you asking me if it's possible to take a picture of the solar system? Really? Like that's what a 10-year-old would ask me. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Okay, so you've never seen it. You agree that you've never seen it.
Well, how you, my dude? How are you gonna take a picture of the solar system?
Okay,
Explain
so
to me.
you're relying on cartoons to show you your worldview of the solar system.
What? Are you trolling me?
Okay, we'll start again. Have you ever seen a picture or a photo or the solar system in
Yeah.
real life?
How? No, because you
Okay,
can't
so
take a
you
picture
admit
of
that
it.
there aren't any, right?
No, because it's too big. Am I
Okay,
like?
so what you're relying on
There's
to
no
picture
way. There's
what
actually
you're
no way.
relying on to picture the solar system is a cartoon that someone gave you in school.
No,
Right?
no, because we.
Okay,
So
so
do
what
you
are
think
you
our only
relying on?
illustrations is either a picture or a cartoon? You don't think there's like
Okay,
an in
so what are
between,
you
like
relying on
composites or
when
yeah,
you picture
yeah.
the solar system? What are
Okay,
you relying
yeah.
on?
So we got the sun, right? And we can actually see all the planets orbiting around it, and we use
Well, you
that to
can't see
map
all
the
the
solar
planets, but
system.
yeah.
Yeah, well, you can see most of them. You can see like 9 of them or whatever it is. And you can use that to map
No,
the
you can't.
orbit. You can use that to map the orbit of the planets around the sun, and that's what we call the solar system. This is like shit you learn when you're like 10. You know
Can
what
you
I
see
mean? So
Mercury?
you can see again. I saw like I think it was like Mars or Venus, and I saw the moon and shit. And there's like even bigger telescopes that can see like even more shit orbiting around the sun and all this, and like you can see that, right? So it's like
Okay,
I
where?
feel like
Can you
that's
show me
kind of
that?
dismantled your argument
Can you
right
show me
there.
the
You
picture of the
should go
solar
look up a
system that you're
telescope.
referring to?
If you're really doubting about your plate, like about the shape of the Earth or the solar system, you should go to an
See,
observatory.
it, right? So you made a claim before that you can
Yeah.
see the Earth, but you won't post an image. Now you're saying you can see the solar system, but you won't post an image
Mm.
of that either.
But I feel like you're just gonna say like, "Oh, that's fake. That's a fake
Well,
illustration.
why
That's
don't you
not
try me
actually what
out?
it is."
Try me
But
out.
I feel like I've done and heard this before, and I'm gonna do
Because
it.
I don't
And
know
then you're
what you're
just gonna
referring
say,
to, though. Like when you say solar system, I don't know what
I
you're
feel like you're
referring
just
to.
trolling. I feel like you're just rage baiting me. Like, is there somebody in this VC who actually has like an
Rage
education that I
baiting,
can
dude.
speak to
It's
that knows how to
okay.
engage in like academic debate?
So we can start again if you want. Have you ever seen a picture of the solar system?
You understand that some objects are too big to photograph, right? Are you like I'm generally asking, like you
Okay, so what are
understand
you
that
relying
concept,
on?
right?
Okay, so what are you relying on? Well, your
But hold
image
on,
in
no,
your
no, no, hold on.
brain
Do you
of the solar
understand
system.
that concept? Do you understand that concept that some things are too big to
Okay,
photograph?
I already asked you a question.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Alright.
You're either rage baiting or you genuinely your
So I'm
IQ
going to
is
say
like 80.
yes. I'm answering your question. Yes.
So this is not a serious conversation, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just not trying to be dick.
I
I
just
genuinely
answered.
can't take it serious anymore. Like,
So,
there's something wrong
so
with you,
you
my dude.
asked me a question and I said yes. Now where are you going with it? So I agree with you. Where are you going with it? Okay. Looks like you gave up. Strange me. I can see the solar system. The solar system's too big to photograph. But what are you relying on to get your image of the solar system? Not answer question. Is it a cartoon that you've been shown? Ask another question. Not realizing that the first two questions that I asked tell him that it's a cartoon that he's relying on.
Why is it so quiet?
Back with some evidence that you heard blood.
Ippo, how do you know there's a core?
Dude, science literally proves that there's a core in the earth. Not only that,
The core. She went straight for the core.
that's how we have earthquakes,
Straight to the
man.
core, yeah. Yeah, so how did they prove there's a core?
Oh my god, literally, bro, I literally just said it. The fact that we have earthquakes is enough reason of why we have a core, or Earth has some type of core. And they digged, I think,
Wouldn't
a
that be the
good
mantle
amount.
though? Not the
I'm
core?
not done yet. Can you hush? Anyways, I
You're
believe
wrong.
they dig like a good amount, and like if you keep going down, they discovered that the Earth gets really hot. So they obviously can't go down, but they know there's something there.
Objection.
Okay, objection my ass.
Fallacious reasoning.
Okay, then okay, do whatever. Like, prove my
How
point
far
wrong.
down did
Because
they go?
if you go from the top of the earth and you know it's too hot to go down, and you go from the bottom of the earth and you know it's too hot to go down, there's obviously going to be something in the middle. Like what? I think it's common sense.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it a ball.
I never said it was a ball. I said it was a core.
That's just down. Yeah, the core of what though?
The core of Earth. What?
Yeah, is that a ball?
I never said it was. I just said it was the core.
Where
So
would the
if it
core
didn't
be?
get hotter, just like hypothetically, right? Let's say it didn't get hotter as you went down. Let's say it got colder instead. Would that mean that there's not a core?
No, there's still a core.
Right. So the
So
temperature
both ways. Just
doesn't.
works both ways.
Yeah. So what if it doesn't change temperature when you go down? There's still a core?
Yeah.
Okay, so why did you mention that it gets hotter as your proof? of the
Because
core?
it does, and you're talking about a hypothetical. I'm talking about in real life. It does get harder the more you go down to the Earth core.
Is that because
What
of
if
the Earth core or for something else, some other reason?
I can't tell you that, but I can look it up.
what
So
if
if we
what
said
if
that
the Earth was
pressure
flat?
causes heat, sorry.
No, sorry, Tim.
What did
What
you
if we,
say?
Pressure
what if
causes
pressure
heat.
causes heat? Would that still say it's a core?
Yes, I literally
Why?
answered. I literally answered your hypothetical of if it
That would
didn't
be
have
just
any heat, would it still be a core? And I said yes.
no, but
The
sorry,
fact
that would
of
just be
changing the heat
the
doesn't
further you
mean
go down, the more
it
pressure
still has a
that
core.
would create heat, right? Doesn't necessitate a core.
What?
So if we agree that pressure causes heat, so the
I'm
further
not
you go
agreeing that.
down, okay,
The farther you go down in water, it doesn't heat up. It stays the same. It's
further
just
you go down, there's more pressure, right? Because there's more things on top.
I would say so.
Yep. And if pressure causes heat, then it would be the pressure that causes
No,
the heat
it's
and not the
pressure
core.
doesn't really cause heat. Like I said, you can
Oh,
go down
really?
in the water and it doesn't cause any heat. It's just pressure.
Maybe you should
You should fact check
use
yourself.
your Google for that. We're not talking about water though, are we? We're talking about Earth.
And I'm telling you, like, pressure doesn't cause heat. I'm saying, like, pressure is just.
Yeah. What about when you squeeze a chunk of metal under a compressor? Does it generate heat?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Come on. You sound like you're still in school. Maybe you can use that brain that you've been exercising at school. You can find this out. Could be just a learning experience, and then you can tell someone. You can go, "Hey, pressure causes heat," and they'll go,
No,
"Oh, you're so smart."
a simple lookup would affix this answer. So I'm gonna go look up the answer, and yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we wanted to do.
Okay, I feel like you saying that is trying to make me look dumb, and like you probably don't even know that.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. It's just my accent. Yeah. No, that's it. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. We have an upward inflection in Australia, and it kind of sounds condescending, but I wasn't meaning to be condescending. I'll get rid of that upward inflection, and I'll speak to you normally. Oh, I just did it. Fuck.
Right.
It's hard to get rid of once you're just kind of have this upward inflection at the end of every sentence. So kind of hard not to use it. Like everything's a question, right? That's how we talk.
Okay, well, pressure does cause heat, so I was wrong with that.
There you go. Well done. So it doesn't mean there's a core, right?
No, there's a core. I literally just answered that with somebody's hypothetical, even if it didn't have like any same temperature, like something of if it was the same temperature, I said yes, it would still be a core.
How do you
Okay.
know? How do you know there would be a core?
Look, I just searched it up. Okay, why is the Earth core so hot? The primary contributors to heat in the core are the decay, I think that's called decay, something like that, of radioactive elements, leftover heat from planetary wait, wait, I know that word. It's just I'm just saying it wrong. Hold up. Formation and heat release as liquid outer cores
You know, you can
solidifies.
click on the word and press pronounce, and it'll pronounce it for you in any accent you want.
I don't know. I really not. Huh.
I think DJ had a good question for you there.
Okay, but like same thing with my gravity thing. Like nobody really answered that. Like
Gravity?
the Earth, like oh my gosh, if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't have gravity really.
Yeah, you just have a different distribution of mass. Like you still have gravity on a flat surface. You just change what's underneath you.
I don't think so.
Easy. Done. For your gravity, you'd have to prove that Earth's a ball. Everything goes to the center, right? Well, you've got a core as well. Isn't
In
it?
a flat, there's no center in flat Earth. Nobody, like none of y'all ever claimed there was a center
Center of what?
of Earth.
Yeah, but you're just saying when you're
Y'all are
talking. But when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about mass attracting mass,
The North
which
Pole
would
would be the center
which
on a flat
which
Earth.
would only be. Sorry, dude, don't put words in my mouth. I'm explaining something. So,
I'm
all
talking
you'd
about
need to
how it
do
works
is
on your model.
all you'd need to do is change the distribution of mass to be underneath you, so that the surface would be flat. You just make the surface bigger and change
okay. So
change what's underneath you.
distribution of mass now as we speak, because you just can't change. Like that doesn't change
I know, but
naturally.
whatever it is,
What is
it makes
now? What
the
is it
surface
now?
flat.
Though? What is it now?
Whatever it is, it makes the surface flat, horizontal. The reference, horizontal reference line. That's what it's called. Everything is measured from a horizontal reference line, up or down, which would be sea level. Or water. We've used water for even the Romans were using it to level things out and make 10-mile, 20-mile aqueducts, right? You know what an aqueduct is?
You talking to me?
Talking to whoever's listening. I don't really care who answers. Do you know what an aqueduct is?
No.
It's like a structure that would
Okay.
feed water.
So
It would feed
just
fresh
like
water to the cities, right? So it would have to be slightly on grade, and the only way to do that slightly on grade is to use a tube of water, and at both ends of the tube of water are level. That's how you get your level. So at the other end of the tube, you'd have to make that slightly lower, so you get this grade, so that water flows down to that point, and then you continue that on, and you join up these pieces of the aqueduct, and it creates this pretty much like a river through the city that people can use for drinking water and things like that. That's what an aqueduct.
so I
So
just
for that to work, the Earth needs to be flat. Otherwise, you don't have a horizontal reference plane.
Okay.
You get it?
So it's like the one Google. If the Earth was flat, would it have a core? It says no, it wouldn't have a core. And then I
Yeah, but I
looked up
just explained to you. Don't worry about Google. I just explained to you. Why?
whatever you explained was so confusing. My brain couldn't process it.
Okay,
I
so I'll make it simple, right? So you have a sphere, right? And the center of that sphere is the center of mass. That's what you're saying, right? So everything's attracted to that center of mass. So all you need to do, if the top of the surface that we know is horizontal, then you change the distribution of mass underneath you so that all directions that we know are directly down over that mass. Not that difficult.
I think it's your accent getting in the way. No offense, though.
That's all right. I don't mind.
Um,
Maybe some American can take over and you can miss letters on your words and things like that.
no. Anyways.
Misspell things.
Oh, like I was saying, How do we know Earth has a core? Okay, it says in the 20th centuries, geoscientists discovered a increase in velocity, whatever it's called, of
Velocity.
velocity. Ah, this city was getting me messed up. Guys, I'm in high school. I'm not slow. I promise.
Yeah,
Another
I picked that before. That's why I said just go through the things we're talking about and then look them up as we go, and you'll learn things, right? Even if you come to the conclusion that the Earth's a sphere, it doesn't really matter. You're still learning, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Anyways, so, increase of
That's what we do here. We learn. We just read. You know who that is? God Logic? You know God Logic anyone?
I
We
don't
just
know.
read. Oh, all right. Maybe I'm the only person that watches him. But...
Yeah, definitely. Another type of body wave at
You're the one that actually needs to learn, Mr. Kimbo.
Okay, let's
She
have a
has the
chat then.
correct
Knowledge.
even though
I
that
need
she can't like distinguish it, like she
Okay,
still has the
knowledge.
correct
Let's have a
answer.
chat then. All right,
Why?
go ahead, knowledge.
You go ahead.
You go ahead. What have you got to say against what I've got to say? What have I said that's wrong?
So you're saying most flat earthers I talk to don't believe in gravity.
Okay,
They
no,
believe in
don't worry about most
density.
flat earthers. All right, we're talking. You've heard me talk. What have I said that's wrong?
Huh?
Don't worry about other flat earthers. You were listening to me talk. You said I'm wrong, so what did I say that was wrong?
Oh, about the learning stuff, she has the correct answer. The Earth is objectively round. It is like
Okay,
it is
so what did I
true.
say about the Earth that was wrong?
Everything.
Like, give me an example, and we can talk about the first thing that comes up.
The first thing that comes up?
Yeah. What did I say about the Earth that you can prove is wrong?
Did you say that you couldn't measure like water over distance?
That I could.
No, you said something about like water over distance.
Water over distance? Drop over
Something like
distance? Yeah, that's what should happen on a sphere, right? Drop over distance?
yeah, if you use the Pythagorean theorem. You ever heard of that?
Yeah. So over 10
How
miles.
How would that work?
So over 10. No, let's talk
No,
about the facts. So over 10
explain
miles.
the Pythagorean theorem
I
to me.
don't.
How would
I'm
I
not
use
going to
that to measure the
explain
curvature
everything
of
to
water?
you, right? So we have a
No, I want the
size of Earth.
theorem explained to me, buddy.
I
Right
don't
now.
really care. We can use a calculator if you want.
No. You don't need a calculator. You need the
See,
Pythagorean.
you don't want to talk about the subject, do you?
I want to talk about how I would measure the curvature.
Okay, so you go on Google, right? Let's do it. Let's do it together.
You're going on Google?
Yeah, I'm going to go to a Earth curve calculator. Would you want to go with that?
No. Do the Pythagorean theorem.
Why?
Because
Are you
you
talking
need
about
like
the Pythagorean theorem?
it's the line from the Earth's center to your feet, right? Like right, it's like like you need the straight line extending from your feet, right? Like if you
Yeah.
want to know how water, like how much downward like the water goes, like right, you need that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You do the
And
calculator.
it's all in an Earth curve calculator. It's already done for us.
So what's
Look.
the average radius of the Earth? What would you say it is?
3,900, 3,500. I've lost it. 3,959.
Right?
Yep. So
So
Earth. Look
what's
at
the
this.
math?
It's so easy. They give us the technology to use, right?
I mean, you got it right, but you're Googling things you don't understand.
Earth curve calculator. Look at this. Here we go. There's many. So let's go. So this calculator, I'm going to say distance to object. I'm going to say 10 miles, right? And I'm going to go down. I'm going to go eyesight level. Let's just put it at 1 foot. All right. So object obscured by 51.355 feet. Can you show that this is wrong, or is it correct?
How much would it be?
51.355 feet. Obscured object part. So hidden from the bottom.
Okay,
From
so if
1
your
foot,
eyes are
10
exactly at eye
miles.
level, right, like the bottom, I think it would be 66.7, but
1 foot. I just put
of
in
a target
1
that's
foot.
like 10 miles away,
Okay, so let's
like
put
right,
in 0 foot
would that
then,
be
right?
hidden behind? Would it be hidden behind the horizon?
Okay, it won't accept 1 foot. So let's go with 1 inch. 1
You have no clue what you're doing.
Hang on a
1
second.
inch. There we go.
You have no
Knowledge, are
clue
you
what
asking
you're doing.
for drop over distance? Hang on.
No,
No,
he
just
did.
hang on,
Knowledge, are you
dude.
asking for
Hang on.
drop
He
over?
keeps trying to do
I
your
don't know
math,
what he's
and this is the
asking, dude.
funniest thing. He still
Yeah,
got it
Timbo.
wrong.
The thing is, though,
So
you're
he's
there's two
saying.
different
So
things
we
going on.
started talking. So we started talking about something, and he said, "I can't tell drop over distance because I can't explain Pythagorean theorem." I said, "Oh, we
You
could just
got
go
it
to an
wrong
Earth curve
though. Your
calculator,
math
right?"
is pretty bad.
Yeah,
You
so
know
we
that's
can
not
go to
true.
an Earth curve calculator because it's already done for us. Now,
You don't believe it. You
is
don't
this?
believe in it.
I know.
Hang
So
on.
we're using it as a hostile witness, right?
Okay, but let me ask you a question. Like, okay,
So
after you're
so
done,
what I'm going to do is we're going to do this, and I'm going to compare it to the globe. So
no,
that's what the claim is. The
to
claim
your
is that
model,
the Earth's a just hang on. The claim is the Earth's a
what would it be
globe,
on flat Earth?
3959, right?
Stop
Is that
interrupting
correct
him,
or not?
Knowledge.
That is the average radius. Yes. Keep going.
Is that correct or not? Yeah. So the drop over that distance would be around about 60 feet, right?
I told you that already. Why
Okay.
did you say
So what we're
50
going to
before?
do is we're going to shoot a laser out from this point,
I don't care about your laser.
horizontal from the point,
Be
and
quiet
we're going to
about the laser.
measure if
Would
there's
that be hidden
66 feet
behind
of
the?
drop.
Stop talking about the laser. Would that
So
be
the laser
hidden
would go
at 10 miles away?
60
Will
feet in
that
the
be
air.
hidden behind the horizon? Let's talk about the horizon. Okay.
No, it wouldn't. It would be in the air. The laser
Yes, it would.
would be up in the air, 60 feet.
If you're standing up,
Oh my
like, you know,
God! You don't
eyes
even
around
know. You've got
5.7
no
feet,
spatial.
the horizon moves
Yeah,
Sorry,
further
dude.
out.
You've
and
got
you
no
have
you guys are
spatial
talking past each
awareness.
other.
You got no.
You
You guys are
You've got
told
no
me.
spatial awareness, do you? If you point
Knowledge.
the laser
You guys are
level
talking
from
past
your
each other.
I don't care
position,
about the laser. I didn't mention laser.
okay.
Gentlemen,
So
you guys
We're
are
not
past each other.
talking about like the
yeah, I know,
horizon or
because he's a
anything.
retard.
Yeah,
You're
Knowledge.
the
You're
All he
talking about.
retard.
asked.
You started the conversation with drop. Hang on, Knowledge. Hold on a second.
Oh
You
my
started the
God.
conversation with drop over distance, right? Somewhere in the conversation, the notion of an object being obstructed from the bottom up over a certain distance came up, and you guys are kind of going back and forth between the two. Stick to one
We
and
weren't
see it
done
through.
with the feet. We need to ask other questions. Not he went immediately to a
That
fucking
it
laser
wasn't
beam.
completed though. Exactly, yeah, because it's
Why?
pertinent to the first part.
Okay, but we need to know if that's hidden behind the horizon or not.
At some point in the conversation, yeah, you ought to get to there. But it didn't seem
So
complete.
we need to
That's
talk
why you guys are
about like
talking past each other.
refraction and all this, like the atmospheric and all this stuff that he
Yeah,
doesn't
you can get into
understand.
that. Yeah. But one thing at a time is all I'm saying. And because one of you guys are jumping ahead of the other or whatever, it's kind of going back and
I
forth.
think he left.
Timbo did leave. It's unfortunate. Maybe he got dropped or something.
No, he knew he got the first calculation wrong.
Which one?
Left.
Which one do you actually get wrong?
I'll let him answer that. I
He's
don't want
not
to
here,
talk.
dude.
Yes, I know. That's the reason why I don't want to. I don't talk shit behind people's back.
Okay, so you don't
Like,
know what he got
here to defend
wrong.
himself.
So how do you know he got wrong, dude? You're not
Okay,
talking
but
behind his back. You're just making a statement that what he said was incorrect. So I'm asking you what the correct thing was.
I'll let him when he rejoins the room defend himself. Okay.
I'm not asking you to defend him, dude. I'm asking you to point out what he said that was wrong.
I understand, but I'm just saying he's not here,
You
so
obviously
anything I
don't.
say. No, he
Dude,
said it
we
was
can
like
speak.
he
We
said
can
he
speak.
said it was
We
like
can argue.
51 feet. Like it was not
Is it-
51 feet. The correct
He
answer
was
is like
talking about
66.67 feet.
He was
Like,
giving
right?
you the hidden height from a 1 foot laser beam, right? So if you put the laser beam at 1 foot
What
height,
does a
that means
laser
that you
beam
would
have to do with this discussion?
listen, right? So
He
it's
talked about
hidden
water
height,
over
hidden
distance.
height, right? So listen, just listen for a
This is
second,
a
it'll make
talking
sense.
point.
If you're at a lake and you set up the laser beam at 1 foot height and you level it, right? Then the
Here you
beam,
go.
right? That fucking guy can take
The bitch, eh? That's all.
days. Shit. Dunning-Kruger. Aficionado. These people are bricked. Except for you, Tristan. You're only half brick.
Again, why is this so quiet?
Because nobody can prove that the Earth's a globe, Hippo.
No, the Earth is round.
Well, round could just be something flat,
Sphere
right?
round. You know what I meant. The Earth is a sphere, bruh.
No, bruh, it's not a sphere.
Yes, bruh. Yes, it is, bruh.
No, bruh, we tested it. We tested the Earth, bruh.
What did y'all
And it's not
test? Cause y'all keep saying y'all measured
the
this,
surface.
that. Y'all
The
never gave
surface of the
that
water is so flat when there's no wind. It's like a mirror. It's like
proof.
a perfect mirror.
I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody said, I don't know who it was, but somebody said some of flat earthers don't believe in gravity. If you don't believe in gravity, you're just slow. I can't even argue with you. Like seriously, I can't
You
even argue.
don't know anything about gravity. We all agree things fall.
All right.
If that's what you
We
think
all agree
gravity is.
that Earth has a core.
Hey, Ippo, how come a helium balloon goes
Yeah.
upward?
What?
A helium balloon. If I let go of a helium balloon, it doesn't fall. It goes up. Why is that?
Because it doesn't have enough weight pulling it down. Just like how things float on the water, it doesn't have weight that's pulling. It doesn't have enough weight that's pulling
Right.
it.
Right. So maybe it's the density. It's to do with density because it's less dense than the air, so it goes up. But if it was more dense than the air, it would go down.
Okay, what they got to do with Earth being round?
Well, that's explaining why it goes up or down. Right? Like, think about this, right? Let's say I get a cup of water and it's fresh water, and I get an egg. And then I put an egg in the cup, and then the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup because the egg's more dense than the fresh water. But then if I put some salt into the cup, that changes the density of the water. And now the egg is going to float back up to the top of the cup. It's going to go upward. The only thing I changed was the density of the water. So maybe it's the density relationship that makes things go up or down.
Okay, so the Earth is more dense than the sun? Like, I'm confused.
No. The egg's more dense than the fresh water, but the egg's less dense than the salt water. So egg will go upward in salt water and it will go downward in fresh water. it's the same like the helium balloon, right? Like the helium balloon will go up because it's less dense than the air, but if I drop a tennis ball, it will go down.
I'm not. I
But if
know
I
that.
drop
That has to
but if
do
I
with.
drop a tennis ball, if I'm in like a pool, right, and I have a tennis ball and I let go of the tennis ball, it goes up because it's less dense than the water. So it's about density. Density of the water, density of the object, density of the air, density of the object.
Okay, what does it got to do with Earth being round and not flat?
Earth isn't round because the water is not curving.
The water is curving. What are you talking about?
You don't see the water curving, you only see the flat water.
Water is not flat, bro. Oh my god.
All right, so what if I show you some flat water?
Bro, that's like you're not. Oh my god. Okay, say like you dig a ditch, right? Or like purple. Like I use this example.
Mm-hmm.
I pour water in a bowl. Obviously, at
Yep.
the top, it's going to be flat because the water's not overfilling, and the bowl is kind of like holding the water.
What if we have a bigger bowl? What if we have a bigger bowl,
It's still
like a
going to
lake?
the same way
What if we
unless
have a
you
lake?
put more water in it.
Right, so let's make it bigger. So let's say now instead of a bowl, now we have a swimming pool. Same thing, right? The water fills up the container and then it's flat on the surface. Do you agree?
Flat on but it's curving like
On the underneath. Okay, so now let's upgrade that, right? So let's go up to the size of a lake. If we have a lake, the water will conform to the shape of the container, right? Whatever shape the container is, the water will conform to that, but the surface will be flat on the top of the water. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's make it a really big lake, right? A really big lake, we could call it a sea. Now, is the same thing happening? Is the surface on the top of the water still flat?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go even bigger than that, right? So the next biggest thing after a sea is an ocean. Is the water on top of the ocean also flat?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And if the oceans cover 70% of the surface of the earth, that's what they tell us at school, right? 72% of the surface of the earth is covered in oceans. And if the oceans are flat on the surface, then the earth can't be a globe.
The Earth can be. Where does this flat Earth theory come from? Like I'm
You
so.
just said the water's flat. How can you have the flat water on the globe if it's covering 70% of the surface of the globe? Then how could the water be flat?
Because it's the way how the water's sitting, bro. Like for example, like a river or like a very flowy, flashy river. It's not gonna be straight. It's gonna be flashy and shit. So like, it's just how like it just depends on like how the water is running and where it's at, and yeah, because water doesn't have a shape.
Right, but the surface is flat.
Yeah, but water doesn't have a shape.
Flat's not a shape.
Then what is flat?
It's the description of a surface that's not curving.
That don't make no sense.
If you have a surface like that of a surface of the body of a body of water, and it's not curving, you would say it's flat, right? Or you could say like a cube has 6 flat sides.
They're trying me look a mess. What you were saying?
A cube, like a flat, is just a surface, right? So you could have a flat surface on a square, right? If you have a cube, right, it's got 6 sides, which are all flat. And then you could have like a lake, and then the surface would be flat. It's not a shape. Flat's not a shape. You're just describing the surface, right? Like it could be flat, or it could be curved, or it could be rigid or bumpy or something, right? But when there's no wind, the surface of the water is flat.
Uh-huh. I'm still like a little confused on why y'all think like how do you from outside of Earth, like say like you in space, how do you view the Earth? Like what is it? I'm so confused.
All right, so we don't think that the Earth is like a flat planet. We don't think the Earth is like a flat disk in space. Right? You can think of the Earth like a big lake, a big ass lake, right? Where the water is contained in the low place in the ground, and then we have continents inside the lake, like islands, right? We call them continents, though. It's like a big giant lake.
Oh hell no! I don't know what the hell you on.
Yeah, yeah. So you
No,
just you that's
like
exactly what you experience.
I don't experience that. What the hell you talking about? I experience the world
Yeah, you
being
see the you see the flat surface of the water. You said that already. I'm going to show you a picture of a lake. What I'm saying is exactly what a lake works like.
I care about the lake. I care about the Earth. Like
No, you live on a lake. You live on
here's
an island in a
the
lake called
I
America. Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. Right? That's a lake. And see how there's an island in the lake?
let's see this.
All right. Look in the side chat.
But like I don't understand because if water goes in space, it's like a little water drop. It's not flat.
Hmm? A
Oh
water
yeah,
drop is not flat. Yeah,
no,
yeah. A water drop is not flat because of surface tension. But as soon
no
as you have a whole bunch of
space,
water drops, and
space.
if you, like a bucket, if as soon as you have a bucket of water, it's not like a water drop anymore, is it? Now it's like a body of water. It's called now you call it a body of water instead of a water drop, right? Like a body of water requires a container, and then when you pour the water into the container, it conforms to the shape of the container, whatever the shape is. It will form that shape, and then the surface will be flat. And I just put a picture in the side chat of a lake. And inside that lake is an island. Now, if you imagine a very, very, very big lake, so big, right, that and there's more islands, and you can call one of those islands America. You could call another one of those islands Australia. Okay, and then you can go from one place to another on a boat or on a plane, and that's where you live.
Okay, so why did they like shift?
Shift from
Like
flat
I'm
from
like the
what?
land because the land used to be together, like all together. If it's just water and there's no core, why do earthquakes happen? Like I said, and the
Well, okay. So according to the mainstream,
why
it's
did
just when you have
Earth?
shifting of the tectonic plates, right? Which is just happens just below the surface of the Earth, right? So that could happen on a flat Earth, or it could happen on a globe Earth. It's just the shifting of the tectonic plates which causes the earthquake to happen. It's like they push against each other, and it causes them to shift, and then you get an earthquake. And if that happens under the ocean, then you can get a tsunami as well, like the Indonesian tsunami, for example. Or the Japanese tsunami, that was from an underground earthquake because the tectonic plates shifted, and it caused a earthquake under the ground, under the ocean, and that caused a tsunami, right? So it doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe or flat, right? It would work on both.
Mhm.
What wouldn't work is all of the water sticking to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space.
Guess it
What's more
would.
logical?
The life.
Huh?
It's actually reality. Like flat Earth is like not in reality. It's like not a real thing.
It's exactly what you experience, though. You don't experience any curvature. You experience flat water in
Space.
reality.
It's like factually wrong. So what about the moon landing and like them taking a picture of the Earth? Is that fake? I'm like confused.
Yeah. So look, I'm going to show you some footage, and you tell me if you think it's fake or not. So you think they went to the moon in the 60s, right? In the 70s, Apollo.
You went to the moon, man. I forgot.
Yeah, the moon landing, the Apollo moon landings. Right, so I'm going to show you some footage from the moon landing. Just a second. Have a look in the side chat. All right, so this is footage from Apollo 16. Okay, this is from NASA from Apollo 16. Right, any smart human being can tell that this footage looks fake, right?
What the fuck is that?
That's Apollo 16 NASA footage.
That's not
Right,
footage.
so this is what they want people to think is real footage. Obviously, it's fake, right? Check this out. Check this next one out that I post, right? So this next one, this is Apollo 17, and this is supposed to be the astronauts when they were leaving the moon.
Yeah,
No joke.
I don't know what.
Right, so this is meant to be the astronauts leaving the moon for Apollo 17. Look how fake it looks.
Yeah, I can't even lie with you. That looks fake.
Yeah, exactly. Most people haven't really looked into the Apollo footage. When you actually have a look at it, you can tell that it's fake, right? Maybe they just faked it so they could beat the Soviets in the space race.
Mm-hmm.
Right, look at this next one. This is Apollo 16 again. That's supposed to be, what's filming this as well? What's filming all of this footage? Who's filming this?
I
It
don't
looks
know.
like a little model. It looks like a little model in a studio on strings or something like that, with like a set. And you know what they did? You know what they did do? 1 second, check this out. Right, so they made models, right? Big giant models of the moon, models of all of the equipment. So 1 second, got to check this one out. If I can find it. Like if you look at the lunar lander, it looks like it's made out of gold foil and curtain rods. It's ridiculous looking.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you think they went to the moon and you have a look into it, you'll find out that actually the footage looks really fake.
Okay.
Okay. All right. See, look, check this out. All right. So they made these models. All right. So look at the model and then look at the little animations. Could just be done in a studio. They had billions and billions and billions of dollars to do this as well. All right. So recently they said they went back to the moon. Recently they said they went back with Artemis, right? They didn't land on the moon, but they said they went back to the moon and did like a loop around the moon. But the footage was very unimpressive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a test, right? Have a look in the side chat. All right. Now, see all the globes, right? It says which one is from NASA. You can look at all the globes. Right? Only one of those is from NASA, from the Artemis 2 mission, and all of the rest of them, we just made them in ChatGPT. Right? So all of them are fake except for one. Now, the point of this image is that NASA could just be showing you CGI, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, because you wouldn't be able to pick out which one of these globes is actually from NASA, and which ones we just made in ChatGPT for free. Can you tell which one it is?
The one on the like far right.
Nope, no. It's here's the one. And I'll post the one now. All right, this is the one here, right? So it's like the third one on the bottom from the right-hand side, right? So it's like the middle one there, sort of. Or is it this one?
I would think.
Yeah, we don't know, do we? Yeah, the bottom one. It's actually not the bottom one. It's actually the first one I posted, right? This the one above the bottom one. And you can do a reverse image search on that, and you can see that that's the one that NASA gave us. Right. So the point is, they could easily just show you CGI, and we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Here's another test. Right. Okay. I like doing these tests. All right. So, okay. So one of these is from NASA, and the other three are made using a free software called TerraGen, where you can generate landscapes. Which one's from NASA?
The top left.
Top left. Wow, everyone picks a different one every time I show this. Okay, so the true answer is that all of them were just created in TerraGen, and none of them are from NASA. These are all just created in free CGI software, not even paid software. Completely free software made in 30 seconds. So that's how easy it is to trick people with pictures from space, right? So if people say pictures from space are a good proof, you could easily be getting tricked, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. That's why we like to actually go out and test the surface of the water, because the surface of the water should be curving if the Earth's a globe.
So you don't actually have a model of flat Earth, but everything that Globers put out is CGI?
No, I didn't claim it's CGI. I said that you can't tell the difference.
I thought you
Like, they could
literally
just
just
show
said
you.
that.
No, that's, if you were listening, right, you would have heard that I said
Yeah,
that
but
they could
okay,
easily
but the
trick you.
implication was that everything is. So what wouldn't be
No, that's not what
CGI in
I
your
said.
professional
Right.
opinion?
So
In your professional opinion, what wouldn't be CGI?
no, I didn't claim anything was CGI.
Who
What do
would
you mean?
have to
What wouldn't
verify
be
it for it to not
CGI?
be CGI?
What are you talking about specifically?
Who would have to verify the information or the picture for it to not be
Which picture?
CGI?
Which picture? Which picture?
How about the one the first Apollo 11 took of the Earth?
Well, how are you going to verify it? I can't verify it, so
Well,
my
because
answer
the
would be okay. So I would say I don't
who
know.
are usually above
Right.
reproach, claim they took the picture.
Okay.
But who would
Right. So
you
you
have to
can't
verify
verify
it? Out of curiosity.
Well, I can't verify it personally, right?
But
So I would have to have
if you
faith.
could pick anybody on planet Earth to verify the veracity of the picture, who would you pick?
I don't want to just trust people. I can't pick
Okay.
anyone.
All
I
right,
would
dude. Just
just say
shut the
that
fuck
I
up.
don't
You
know.
sound like
I
a
can't.
retard.
I
Please
can't.
shut up.
I think you run away. Run away, coward. The audacity of these Globers. If he wasn't so triggered, I could have given him the test. All right. Well, let us know if you have any more questions, Ippo.
Nah, I'm good.
In the meantime, click play on this video in the side chat. Look how shitty the NASA's spaceship looks that they landed on the moon with. It's pretty funny. It looks like a tweaker shelter.
back then, so like, how could they fake it?
Just in a studio. Just in a studio, yeah. With sets.
Wait, what's inside shot?
Oh, just some footage of the Apollo lunar lander.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of looks like a third grader's arts and craft project. You asked them to build a cubby house. You gave them some gold foil and some cardboard, some curtain rods.
What is with people?
I was actually a pretty big fan of the design. I
Yeah.
liked it a lot. Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of money into the development of that. Pretty cool though.
Yeah, it's
I
really,
thought the
really.
copper was like a nice enhancement to
It's a
it.
stunning piece of equipment, isn't it?
Really is, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially where it was filmed too, in like space, it makes it like some more aesthetic. Yeah, I really love it.
Yeah, you know what's what's more convincing than the tweaker shelter that they built? This, right? So this footage here is just beautiful footage. Like, look at this. Stunning. I mean, how could anyone say that this looks fake, right? Like, look at this. Look at this footage. It's amazing. Such
Wow.
technology. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if Flat Earth is saying that this is fake, right? This is dynamite. I don't know why no globe earthers ever present this footage as their globe evidence, ever. Right?
I know
Because
it.
if
It
I was a
looks
globe
like
earther, I'd be like posting this. I'd be like, hey, Fluff, check this shit out. Right? Check out this footage, bitches. And then I would show them this one, right? This is the best one. I'd say, how can you deny these space sparkles? And there's Freemasons inside that, 33rd degree Freemasons wearing nappies, elevating up into space in the 60s.
wow.
Bitches.
Very
Fluffs.
beautiful piece of
It
technology.
is. It's amazing.
Really revolutionized the space race.
It is. It's glorious. It's.
It
God
reminds
bless
me of like
America.
StarCraft when it was, released in like 1999.
Yeah, I mean, this is even better looking than Thunderbirds. I mean, Thunderbirds doesn't even stack up to this.
It's like if EVE Online had like graphics from 2010. It was really, really well done.
It's amazing. All right, I gotta go on mute because I'm just starting to tear up. I gotta go get a tissue because I'm like bucketing tears of joy right now at this footage.
I know. I just spilled my popsicle because I was too busy watching this footage.
Yeah.
That good, man.
I literally spilled my popsicle on the floor. It melted in front of me.
God.
Yes.
Look at it. Look at the footage.
God, the curve is so.
Oh my God! Look at what we've achieved. Look at it, guys.
Oh my God. It's so hard to watch. It's just so good. The curve is so beautiful. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so pretty. So pretty. And now I have to stop crying because someone posted an image of a black child in here, so it ruined the sighting. Oh my God.
I feel like that was a little racist.
No, I like black things. It's just
Yeah, I bet you do.
I do.
Yeah, I bet you do, buddy. That was out of line.
Is this DJ just muting himself to hear me? Wow, never cried in a VC before.
There's a photograph of the globe in the side chat there as well, being admired by Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Bison. It's called the pale blue dot. It's another wonder of space. This picture, it's one of the greatest achievements of mankind to be able to capture this footage of the Earth from space.
Yeah. The curve is really admiring to me because I
Yeah, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
You can. Oh, Ipo, do you want to say something about the curve? I think it's really beautiful too.
No, I don't want to say nothing about that.
You don't want to talk. You don't want to look at the curve.
No, bro.
Oh, you should, because you should take like inspiration from the Earth since it's bigger than your chest. But anyways.
Bigger than my what?
You heard me. I don't have to go back.
No,
But
say
anyways.
it again.
All right, I think we've had enough of that guy. He can get the red microphone bonus. It's a free prize that he just won.
Okay.
I think that the earth is flat. I think that the earth is flat. I think that the earth is flat. I think that the earth is flat.
The queen is back, y'all. Oh, it's quiet still.
Yo, flat earthers. Flat earthers unite. Avengers assemble. Flat earthers assemble. Nobody here talking about flat earth. Where the flat earthers at? Where the flat earthers in the house? Shout out to all the flat earthers.
It looks like they're in the main server at 24/7.
Oh, I don't know. I don't see anyone in that. Maybe I'm not given access.
Do you want the link for the main server?
No, I got that server. I just don't see anyone in there. So, I don't know what that means.
I think it's their live stream 1. If you scroll down a little bit, it should be there.
I'm looking at live stream. Oh, wait, no. Maybe I'm just locked out or something. I don't know. So I have to go into interview VC and
Oh
get
wait, no, they're
interviewed.
not. No, they're not. I was looking at this one on accident.
Why are you a glober? Are you here to globe it up? You here to round out the flat edges? Are you a well-rounded individual?
Balls.
Are you going to balls to the walls for the globe Earth?
Globe gang. Represent.
You know, why would they need to fake space if it was a globe? Riddle me that. Riddle me that.
What'd you say?
Why would they need to fake space if it's a globe?
I don't know why people lie. Boom, destroyed. I win the debate.
There's no rational answer to that. Hence, no rational defense for the globe. Hence,
There's
you
no
must be irrational to be a glober.
shit.
I've been invited to watch the World Cup, but I don't really like rigged sports games. But I get it.
You've been invited to watch a cup? Why would you watch a cup?
Yeah, I cup. Spell I cup.
I F L A G-O-N.
The N word was unnecessary.
I like to just sprinkle the N's around, you know?
It's kind of like what our government does to us. So what? What's the hat?
I'm just thinking about all the times that Biden said the N-word on live television.
I'm just thinking about the old Biden versus the new Biden and how they clearly weren't the same person. Not even close.
Yeah, he's a totally different person. They had to replace him with a clone of Hunter.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a mask. It's a random guy under a mask, or it's just like a body double look-alike. It's not the same human being. I've seen some people say that it's actually Jim Carrey in a mask. It's pretty believable, honestly.
Is that the Batman? Nah, can't be the Batman.
Mhm.
So everybody in here understands the Earth is indeed flat. Space is fake. Gravity is undefined and doesn't exist. Same with mass. We good? Cool. Really thought there would be more gravity proponents in here. It's strange. Dylan doesn't believe in gravity, that's for sure.
I do actually. I'm a glober. I was trying to respond in.
Oh, so you're
I
breaking up,
need to
brother.
like just like go.
You got some chop. Maybe it'll clear up. But so you believe in gravity like Santa Claus? Kind of the same thing, same idea.
No, not like Santa.
Well, we don't have any scientific evidence for gravity, so it would have to be something that you sort of believe in, not necessarily have any evidence for.
I think to have significant evidence for it. There could
Oh,
be
really? Well,
questions
can you
about
show
the
me some kind
mechanism.
of scientific? Can you give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity, please?
Gravity is just the name we give to the force that causes weight, that makes things fall down.
Like the gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions, it's not going down at all, like that force.
Step in my living room. Just step in my living room. Why'd you just step in my living room? Just wanted my feet. You know the one. This room is a treasure and reserved only for entertaining the creme de la creme.
Gases are particularly kind of interesting, but
Why are they not subject to this force that you're talking about?
they are. That's why we have an atmosphere.
So why? Sorry.
Only when
Atmosphere. What do you
they're
mean by
only when
that?
they're 100 miles away, then they miss Earth, and then they don't want to go anywhere else.
From what I understand, there's like an escape velocity that gases have to reach, and we do leak gas into the vacuum. Helium is lost into the vacuum, and hydrogen. But it's just
Well, wouldn't that mean that all the gas? I mean, you're making this up on the spot, Dylan. I talked to you the other day. Do you have anything other than what you're just going to make up on the spot, or should I just go ahead and just ignore you? What's the situation?
Yeah, I should probably just move on.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Sometimes it's just a conversation that I'm looking for.
Well, listen, get some
the
friends.
whole phenomenon. That's how I've been the I have some good friends, but
Well, go hang out with them. I mean, you hanging out in Discord making stuff up is really kind of pathetic, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep coming back. It is strange to me.
Most people that really appreciate and kind of know that what we're talking about is correct, they hate it. There's just weird psychological issue going on where people know what we're saying is true, and so they just to keep the paradigm that they're in, they have to like fight against it. That's probably why you're here, because you know we're correct, but you desperately want to be right because then somehow your paradigm will be right, so you can't leave. It's this weird position that most globers find themselves in. Don't feel special. There's many like you.
There is something strange going on. I should be able to just leave it alone, leave you guys to your theories. There's a lot of people that I don't argue with. Like, I don't argue with people who have different religious beliefs. But it seems to me that the globe thing is it's
Well, it's
frustrating for
probably
some reason.
it is frustrating. Maybe this is the religion that holds you the tightest. So when someone comes along and destroys your religious belief, now you're willing to fight for it.
I'm still confidently a glober.
Even
But,
though there's no evidence of Earth curve, no evidence of space, and no evidence of gravity, you're still a globe earther. I get it.
When you say there's no evidence of gravity, it feels like you're dismissing. I feel like you're aware of like this greater model that we have, like you're aware of the basic physics that we use to describe orbits and to describe like all these phenomenon.
Yeah, so like I said before, it's a belief because those are all conceptual. There's no physical evidence of anything that you're describing in reality. So it's all conceptual. That's a religious belief.
Well, I should just let you guys do your thing and I'll hang out with some globers. You're probably right.
Yeah, go hang out with your friends, man. Don't be here railing against people that know what reality is. Go hang out with all the other believers. Do that.
All righty. You guys have a good
All
one.
righty. See you, Dylan. Rammy knows the Earth is flat, doesn't he?
I don't know, man. What do you mean?
Well, the Earth is a flat and stationary enclosed realm as we experience and measure it.
Experience, okay, but what do you mean measure?
Oh, so every measurement taken of the Earth's surface for all practical purposes, meaning that, when we build on it, when we navigate across it, when we map it, it's always measured to be flat.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe in the flat Earth because of my religion, but
What's your religion?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay. It's weird because we'll have Muslims come in here and tell us that the Earth is a globe and that the Quran says that. And then we'll have Muslims that come in and say that the Earth is flat because the Quran says that. So I'm kind of confused when it comes to the Muslims.
Yeah. Damn, but I didn't know that you can prove that by. So you said, okay. What other like evidence do you have?
But what else do I need? I mean, if you experience, horizontal and vertical in your everyday life, up is up, down is down, side to side is a horizontal direction. And then, of course, the Earth is not moving. We all know that. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of problems if that was the case. And then we're breathing gas pressure, so it must be contained. I mean, what else do we need for proof? You measure it that way, you experience it that way. The Quran says so.
Yeah, honestly, I think I've heard about the flat Earth like 5 years ago, and it made sense. So that's why. I guess I'm a believer.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Well, don't be a believer, be a knower. You experience it every day. You're not crazy, I promise. Most people that say I think I believe the flat Earth. Number one, I kind of want to take that flat Earth term out of your vocabulary. The Earth is the Earth. It happens to be flat, right? That's just the way it is. Up is up, down is down, right? Because the term flat Earth, I think, kind of bothers or triggers people into thinking about something else, which is like this azimuthal equidistant projection map. And you know, they conceptualize how the celestials, the sun and the moon, and all the stars traverse above it, and that just gets people into trouble. I actually have no idea what's going on with the sky. It's a very mysterious thing. But the Earth itself, which we sit on or we stand on and we use and we're in contact with every day, is measurably flat. So you don't have to believe it. It's just what you experience. You're not crazy. It's not a globe. It's flat.
Do you think like we're surrounded by like, what is it called, like, you know, like mountains of, not snow, what is it called, like I want to take a look at the flat earth map.
Don't look at any flat Earth maps. They're all flat anyways. There's over 200 projections of the Earth's surface in a map form. It doesn't help us determine anything about whether or not it's curving like a ball or whether or not it's flat. You have to measure the surface.
So you're saying the pictures that we see on Google, they're not like really a good representation of like flat earth, no?
No, you can't represent flat Earth. Listen, you can't represent Earth. Earth is already here. You don't have to make something that you think is supposed to look like the Earth. You're on it. I think this generation that I'm growing, like I'm watching people no longer open their eyes, look around when they go outside and go, "Oh, this is Earth." Okay. No, they think about it in terms of what I saw image-wise on my phone or on my computer screen or on my TV screen. This digital image is apparently Earth. Don't think of it that way. You're already on the stupid thing. Earth, where we live. Reality. Don't lose touch with reality like Peter over here. Peter, the globe believer, he's not interested in reality. He likes models and stuff. He likes to believe that the Earth is a globe, and then he pretends to be a flat earther. Don't be like him.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the, like, is the Earth surrounded by like an icy wall?
I have no idea. Probably, maybe not. I have no idea. Someone made that up, I think, because they took the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe and then splayed it out and said, oh, yeah, there's an ice rim all the way around the Earth. I have no idea. No one could prove that anyways. There's a reference frame problem.
Yeah, I see. Damn, I always thought that, so that shit is not real.
No, it's a bunch of YouTube and TikTok flat earthers supposedly that decided to take the globe and one of the projections of the globe, which is called the azimuthal equidistant projection, and they decided to believe that this must be the accurate idea of what the Earth is supposed to look like. No, it's just a projection of another projection. So it doesn't help us.
You get into like long debates here in this voice chat or voice room?
Oh, yeah. People get really upset. They start to defend things they've never even been. Well, maybe they've been taught about it. Maybe they memorized it when they were in, grade school, middle school, high school, even college. They memorized it, but they never experienced anything. Their professors never actually proved anything to them. They just told them about what was in the textbook, and then they believed it, and then they come in here and they defend the thing that they were told. And so it takes a long time to talk to people that refuse to acknowledge reality. And yeah, we'll have long what you would call debates. It's more like trying to get somebody to go ahead and just open their eyeballs, but they live in the conceptual world. It takes a minute.
I see.
Anyways, welcome. We've got Nightmare up in here. We've got Neo. We've got Peter, the Globe Believer. Uh, those are all the people that maybe Satan's. What do we got here? Satan's little season. Anybody else think they have any evidence for a globe? I know Peter doesn't.
Where is Peter? Is he here?
Yeah, he's here. I've preemptively muted him. He likes to come in and LARP and pretend that he's somebody who's a flat earther, which is a weird thing to want to be. Anybody who accepts those types of titles, anyways, like Peter does, anyways, as a LARP is pathetic. But no, he's definitely a globe believer, and he will defend the globe. Like he's been in this, following us around, kind of like a weird stalker, groupie type of dude. It's been like 2 or 3 years now. So he's decided now he's going to pretend to be a flat earther. I don't know. I'm praying for him. I'm hoping that he kind of figures things out. You should pray for him too. He's a disturbed individual. He's supposed to be some kind of software engineer. He's supposed to be intelligent, but he cannot leave this topic alone. We've got Nightmare. Nightmare, do you think you live on a spinning water ball inside of a vacuum? Or Spider? Welcome, Spider. We're talking about the Earth being flat.
Hi, it's pleasure to be here.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Are you of the opinion or the belief that you are on a ball in a vacuum?
Vacuum?
Yeah, space is supposed to be a very high vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Which is puzzling because you would think that the gas on Earth would fill the available volume of that vacuum, but it doesn't for some reason. It's almost as if the Earth is contained because we have air pressure, gas pressure, and gas pressure requires containment. So if the Earth isn't contained, like a big ball in a vacuum with no covering or solid covering or even a liquid covering, then all that gas on the surface would immediately try to fill the ever expanding vacuum of space. So there would be no life, no water, no liquids, no fluids on the surface of this dirt ball that people believe in. No life.
Of course, like depend of what you are believe.
Well, it's not really a belief. I experience a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth.
Yeah, like there's 100%, like there's no everything forever.
Sure, yeah. There must be a limit.
So in this situation, like you have to think about example from when you were born to where you are right now. So that's also big difference.
Yeah, I'm definitely different than I was when I was born. I have more hair and I'm bigger and I've learned how to talk. You apparently have learned multiple languages, and kudos to you, by the way. I think that's respectable. What is your native language?
Arabic.
Arabic. Okay, so you've learned, you know English now. You are a native Arabic speaker. That's respectable. I know some Latin, basically Spanish, right? So I know some Spanish. I'm not fluent in it. I probably should try to tune that skill. But good for you learning English. You probably speak, English better than most English speakers that I know. So good job.
Oh, appreciate it from thanks, man. But also, I'm still like not top that high level, but yeah, I believe do just keep hard working on improving my English speaking and
Yeah,
other things also communicate, like with anyone around the world and learn the culture and discover new things. That's what I'm looking for.
right. Yep. No, I think that's wise. I think you're doing just fine. I think that you understand English well enough that you'll probably be fine wherever you go. And the more that you speak it, the better you'll become. It's interesting too, because around the world, the one language that seems to be the one most people want to learn or think they need to learn is English. Um, so, when somebody comes to, let's say, a Western state like Australia, South America, Europe, Western Europe, or even America, we do our best to try and learn, if there's a large influx or a large amount of immigrants that come in, we try to learn what they speak. At one time in America, we had many Latin or Spanish speaking immigrants. Now I think they've been perhaps overtaken by the Muslim speakers. So now we have to all learn Arabic. That might be wise too. But worldwide, I think most people want to learn English because the West is dominating, at least culturally, most cultures.
Uh, Sisu, I want to ask you a question that I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
So I'm just like wondering, right? Like Isaac Newton, Galileo, Albert Einstein. Why wouldn't they like research on their own and find out that Earth is flat though? Like they're smart people. I'm pretty sure they're like 50 million times smarter than me.
Why do you think that? I don't. Number one, outside of Albert Einstein, Galileo, and what was the other one that you mentioned? Isaac Newton. Okay, so Isaac Newton, Einstein. Let's pretend for a moment they existed. Number one, Isaac Newton had a quote that he published that he said, "I don't believe in this gravity thing at all. Basically, someone told me to come up with this, but it doesn't make any sense." So Isaac Newton had no belief in the idea of gravity. We have a new foreigner in here that has decided, hey, Omer, hey, Omer, when you come into a room, it's important that you shut up and wait for your turn to talk. Does that make sense? There you go. Anyways, Isaac Newton really never had any belief or confidence in the idea of gravity, so we can count him out.
Okay.
We have Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein created a mathematical concept of what gravity could be, but there's no scientific evidence for that. So he decided to create a mathematical fiction around his idea of gravity. So I don't have to worry about that. It doesn't exist in reality. Galileo was a stargazer. Galileo doesn't know anything about whether or not the Earth is measurably flat. I wish Galileo would have actually measured the ground, and then he would have been a little bit more maybe precise with what he said about the Earth. He was a modeler, same thing. He created an idea, a concept. So he's just a stargazer. So I got a stargazer, a guy that doesn't believe in gravity, and a guy that made up gravity. I don't have to worry about these fools. They're not. I promise you, Galileo, Newton, Einstein were no more intelligent than you and me. Overall, I think the intelligence range for human beings is fairly average, and the above average ones are better memorizers. It doesn't necessarily make them better reasoners or logicians. So you don't have to worry about people being smarter than you. They probably are just more indoctrinated than you are. That's what I would answer that question with.
I see. I see. I see. I see. But Galileo did come up with the idea that the Earth orbits the sun, though. It wasn't
It's
just
just
a
an
star.
idea. Have you ever written a fictional story? Have you ever written a book?
A book? Me, no.
No fiction? You've never written anything? You've
Oh,
never written an essay or just a story about something that you conjured up?
I mean, not really. No.
Well, you should try that exercise. It's creativity is one of the things that human beings sort of enjoy. So, write some kind of fiction, create yourself a fictional character, put him in a fictional scenario, and, just build that whole storyline fictional structure where you have, introduction, character development, and then you all of a sudden maybe have you get your place setting, and then create a saga, and then the transition, and then the resolution, and create a fictional story. Galileo did the same thing. It's all fiction. So he just came up with the idea, hey, I wonder if maybe the Earth is not at the center, but the sun is the center. He just had an idea. Does that make him intelligent, or just somebody who likes to create ideas?
Okay, okay.
These are ideas. When you measure the Earth itself, it turns out to be flat.
Okay, but what do you mean by what measure what exactly? Like,
Well, when you measure across the surface, right? So the surveyors, the people that make all the maps, and if they want to build a large project, a bridge or a large warehouse or a skyscraper or a home, all those different, even if you're going to put in a shed, you got to find level. And the thing that we use the thing that we use to make level is water, because we know that water on the surface is always flat, right?
yeah.
So if we measure anywhere on the Earth to get a flat reference point or a flat reference plane, we use water to do that. And it doesn't matter how big of a structure we make. It could be a bridge that's 100 miles long, or it could be a garden shed. And yet we still use water to make sure that it is nice, level, flat, straight for hundreds of miles. So if we measure the surface of the Earth and we test the water, and it's always flat and horizontal and straight, and there's no curve involved, then the Earth is flat, because apparently, as far as we know, 70% of the Earth's surface is water. Well, that means that 70% of the Earth's surface, save for rivers and whatever, all the bodies that are stationary or at rest, or large bodies that, for the most part, on the surface, are going to conform to that level, flat thing that water does. That means that 70% of the Earth's surface is flat. You can't have a 70% flat ball. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's not that difficult. We already understand these things instinctually. Somebody came along when we were kids and gave us this stupid idea that the Earth is a giant ball, even though there's nowhere on Earth that anybody can measure curvature consistent with the ball that they're telling us about. Nowhere.
I'm gonna be honest though. When I was a kid, I saw on National Geographic like a research that they done, or not a research, like a test basically. They were in the sea basically, and they had the laser, and like they were saying that if the Earth is flat, then the laser should line up with like a board they had on another ship, but it used to always miss it, and that's how they explain the the curvature of the Earth. But I'm not sure if that makes sense or not, or the way I
Was there a
explained it.
helicopter involved?
No, it was two ships, and that's it. Like one had a whiteboard, and the other had a laser that's pointing at the whiteboard.
Yeah.
And the longer that they separated or like went out, um like they sailed away from each other, the laser kept missing the whiteboard. So that's how they explained the curvature.
Well, listen, if you can provide that, that's fantastic. We have a bunch of laser tests of our own for large distances, 28 miles, 21 miles. I mean, in all kinds of different scenarios, weather conditions, and everything. So here's the problem: if it's on TV, is it
Yeah.
true? And that's a good question, right? So, and the same argument can be made for any claim that a quote unquote flat earther might make. So if we give you something that's on YouTube or whatever, you should probably be fairly skeptical of it. I'm not afraid of any of that, right? Go ahead and be a skeptic. In fact, go ahead and go out and do the test yourself. Get the laser. Make sure everything is copacetic. Get your weather readings. Get your temperature readings. Get all that, and then try to figure out whether or not National Geographic is correct or you're correct because you did the same thing that they did, the same equipment, and are they bullshitting you, or are you just doing it incorrectly, or is the Earth flat? That would be the question that you have to ask, because we have many laser tests. They show the Earth to be flat, no deviation from level. I think TV has kind of ruined a generation. I think that was even the whole point, because was it Nixon? I think President Nixon back in the 70s, he says, the entire American public will only believe what it sees on TV. Almost as if to say that it's kind of stupid for you to believe that. And then you have the CIA director, William Casey. He says that we know that our mission will be complete when everything the American public believes is false. That was the CIA director in 1981, William Casey. That's a quote from him. So there seems to be an effort through TV and through government agencies, or maybe even corporate entities like the CIA. They have a vested interest in making sure that what we know or what we see through all the different media sources that we have is incorrect. So it's kind of on you to decide what's true, and it's your responsibility, and you can't just trust any old stranger, not even me on the internet.
I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm surprised no one came and challenged you.
Oh, they're just waiting in the wings. But Nightmare here, he has questions for me, but I can't address him unless he opens up his mic. Nightmare, certainly your mic works.
Yes, Nightmare. Welcome.
Nightmare, one of these things occurs, and I'm not even necessarily going to accuse you of this, but we have a lot of what we call secret fans that will go to all the servers that we're in, and they'll just kind of stalk us, and they'll ask dumb questions, and they'll fill up the text chat with stupid questions and be ridiculous. So we like to hear your voice in the VC. It's 2026. Everybody has a mic. And if it doesn't work, Lord help you, you should be out somewhere with a job, working hard enough to get a better mic. So, can you open your mic and talk to us? You obviously can text English. Can you speak English? All right, so Nightmare needs to go find a job, or he doesn't know how to speak English, or his whatever his problem is, he doesn't have the courage to open his mic and speak. I'm not going to address you, Nightmare. You're in the VC, talk or something. We also have Yeep. We also have Z's. We have Ashery. Ashy.
Yeah.
You have the kitten emoticon. Usually the cat emoticon or avatar or whatever
I think she
means
responded
instant
to.
troll. Yeah, I heard her. So,
Okay.
Ashy,
Yeah.
you know the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I can agree with you.
Okay, fair enough. Welcome to the channel. We've got Boogie Woods. Dylan is back. Dylan, where's your friends at, bro? Are they all busy?
Dylan's a fence sitter, flat
I'm
earther.
just
He doesn't have any
listening.
friends anymore.
I'm texting some friends right now. Actually, I'm at the beach.
Okay.
What's his name?
I kind of moved
boy.
away from my hometown, so there's I don't have as many friends in this area, but I have a few.
Just tell him you're a flat earther. You'll have heaps of friends.
I've been telling people that I have been arguing with flat earthers, and they look at me like I'm crazy just for arguing with you guys.
Yep. You can't even be associated with this. It makes you a social pariah. That's how you know that it's a real cult. Because if you even entertain somebody from another religious system, right? In their view, it's like, oh, you can't be talking to the Buddhists. So they kind of shun you. They kind of shame you. That's how you know you're in a cult.
It is a little. It's all very bizarre, but
It is bizarre. Yep.
yeah, if I was to try and like even consider it seriously, like it just it's the whole model. It's like
You
I
wouldn't be
ask
in here.
for well, why
Dylan,
don't you guys
there's no
have
model.
yeah.
Dylan, at the moment, your whole worldly construct is a globe. The only reason you think that is because you were shown it. Now let's put the pretty little globe model aside. I want you to tell me where globe is in your existence.
Where it is in my existence. Well, I'm sitting on it. I like
no,
I
you're
said,
not. You're sitting on an idea. You've got nothing to Dylan, you've got nothing to back up your idea. No physical measurements, no nothing. You guys keep asking for number one, maps, number two, models. Why do I need a model when I can go outside and measure directly? See, why do I need a model of a Ferrari when I could go and measure one directly?
It's it is comforting to have a model of the cosmos.
Why is it comforting? What to you makes it comforting? See, I don't even give a shit. You guys, all of you, keep coming. You've got to have a model. You've got to have a model. Got to have a model. Why for you is it comforting to have a little toy teddy bear?
Teddy bears are cute and cuddly.
They're cuddly. They're comforting. Why is it comforting? What makes if I was to present you with a model, what would be comforting about that?
I think people are naturally afraid of the unknown. It's like
That's
a
projection.
deep, dark ocean or something. Well, that seems. You're asking me why people are.
No, I'm asking you.
They're more comfortable
Why
with a
would
model.
it be comforting if I dropped a model on you? If I walked up to you and went, "Here is the model," you would say, "Ah, that's better." No, you wouldn't. what you'd do is you would start picking at it, like we pick at your globe model, or your multiple models wrapped together to make your imaginary existence. Have you ever noticed you don't have a singular model that describes everything? You put a globe on the table. I ask you about seasons. Doesn't
Right,
show
we
that
have
on the globe, does it?
23.
You have
We have
to bring forth another model to describe the seasons. I ask you how your
What
planets
other
work in the
models?
whole heliocentric system. You have to put forward another model to show how that works. I ask you about
I'm not
tides.
aware.
You have to put forward another model to show how that works. Have you noticed you've
But
got
they all
multiple
they all
models
work
now?
together. They all work
No, they
together.
don't.
They're all the same model.
So
I'm
tell
not
me,
understanding why you two are separate models.
how in summertime Earth is further away from the sun than it is at wintertime. Wintertime's closer, so you've got a heat source putting out all this energy, and then in your stupid model, you're actually further away from it in summertime. I don't know about you, bro, but the last time I went to a camp out and they had the fire running, I had to move away from the bastard to cool down.
Right. The difference is the angle. You know.
Okay. Have you ever sat and calculated it out? This is where your math skills will shine. The angle tilt will give you an 800-mile difference. So it'll put you 800 miles closer. That is it.
Hey, Cope,
in the stupid model, it tells you your heliocentric model, you're about 3 million miles closer. So I don't know which level of stupidity you want to follow, but
where do you
800
get this
miles
800
closer,
mile?
3 million miles further away.
Where do you get the 800 mile difference?
Well, you're
from the
claiming
angle?
a tilt of 22 degrees. That will give you about an 800 mile closer distance. That's it. But at the same time, you're also 3 million miles further away. I don't know about you, bro, but 3 million is bigger than 800. I think the 3 million is going to have more of an influence over what's going on.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Cope.
think that there's something wrong.
Hold on a
What's
sec,
up,
Dylan.
Stoney?
Yeah, hey, Cope. That argument really doesn't hold a lot of water because of the ratio. We're a little farther away from the sun, and it's summertime, but only on half of the globe that they propose, and only by a difference of about 1.5% in terms of orbital radius that they're claiming. So you can't actually
I
argue
don't
that
do
point.
the percentage thing. If you've ever read bloody Gates's
Well,
arguing with statistics crap, that's a load
it's
of
not a
horseshit, and you know it.
statistic.
Because apply the inverse square law, and you'll see
No,
why
it's
it messes right
well,
up.
that's what we're talking about is R squared being the radiative decay in energy coming from the sun. And when you're at 88.5, or well, let's actually 90, I guess, 91.5 million miles away, or you're 94 million miles away, that's not a big fucking difference in their model, and that's not going to account for a difference in temperature you're feeling at the surface of Earth that many million miles away. It's not one we can really use against them. I mean, we've got a lot of fucking dirt on these people, but that particular
Well, just
point,
measurement of
that
the
doesn't
surface
hold it.
alone is enough. It just crushes everything.
Oh no,
But-
many points. I agree, but that particular point, don't use it, man. It's not actually valid.
No, it wasn't the actual part enough. You missed the first half of it, Stoney. The thing was they keep asking us for a model, and I was highlighting the fact that they don't have a model; they have multiple models to describe many multiple things.
Oh, no question. And even when it comes to gravity and attractive force, they've got a different one for the quantum level. And the one they use at our level fails completely when they apply it astronomically. I've got videos out on that, fully quantified to prove it. So, yeah, no, I agree with all of that. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was what
But
that's
that's
what
a
it
little,
was about. It's about the models in
that
general.
part. That's quite valid. They've got a model for this and a model for that, and somehow they're supposed to jive because some of the constants are involved in both. But no, that's parroting from the people who really haven't looked into it.
But as far as temperature wise, I do find it interesting that, okay, let's just give the number 93 million miles. Antarctica versus Arctic versus equator, you're looking at about 100-degree temperature difference on average.
Oh yeah, but they're arguing
So one's minus
aspect,
50,
not
one's plus
distance.
50. So if you look at the distance from that to the sun, that means a 3,959 mile difference will give you 100 degrees. So if you have a look at where the moon is in relationship to it, the moon should be one part of the year, it should be a great big ice comet. And another part of the year, it should be glowing orange.
No, Coop, if you want to deal with some
Energy
kind of
wise.
asymmetry, then you should be taking a look at climate period, latitude for latitude. Again, I have a video on this that's like 2.5 minutes long on my Rumble channel about climate asymmetry. And it's that, you know, when we look at like Nome, Alaska, for example, at its particular latitude,